Section 42 of The Making of Americans by Gertrude Stein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 42. Julia Dehning came to be married to Alfred. They were not very successful, one with the other, in married living. It is certain that each one in quarreling is remembering a different thing for quarreling. This is to be now more description of daily living in Julia Dehning. Julia and Alfred, each one in daily living, aspiration, ambition, taste, feeling, moral being, quarreling, family living. I am describing what is to me a beautiful thing, learning being in women and in men. Every little bit, every single bit of learning being in women and men is to me a beautiful thing. I am telling always about what is to me a beautiful thing. That is, learning being in women and in men. A very little bit I am ever learning is to me a beautiful thing. Learning being in women and in men is to me really a completely beautiful thing. Every bit of repeating I am doing while I am learning being in women and in men is to me a completely, really beautiful thing. Being one learning being in women and in men ought then to be always making me a very happy one. I am always learning being in women and in men. I am sometimes quite a melancholy one. I have learned pretty completely being in Julia Dehning. I am remembering now being in Julia Dehning. I am realizing now being in Julia Dehning. I am feeling now more realization of being in Julia Dehning by always more realizing the connection between being in her and being in women and in men who have the same kind of being, more or less, in them. Julia Dehning was quite an important person in being a person being living. Really, she was not failing in living. Really, she was not succeeding in living. Really, she had much support and loving in living. Really, she was quite an important one in being living. Really, she had courage in being one being living. Really, she had loving being in her. Really, she had a need in her that there would be some there certain to be supporting. Really, she always had support and loving in her living. Really, she was quite an important one in living. Really, she had much support and loving for living. Really, she had courage in being one, always being one living. Really, she was one having courage to be going on being in living. Really, she was one resisting and being one not feeling, hearing, seeing anything that could be changing anything of attacking being she had in living. She was one needing learning everything, needing learning anything, so that she would be using all her being living, as she was not learning anything for living attacking being, which was the being in her. So then she was not really defeated in being living. She was not succeeding, not failing in living. She was quite an important one in living. She had loving and support in her living. She had not sense for living. Julia Dehning was quite a sweet one to some, poignantly sweet one and generous in living, and having careless domination in living, and having thoughtlessness in being one needing everything, and having complete courage always in being one always being living, in being one winning learning to be living. This was the feeling some had all her living in Julia Dehning. Some had different feeling in her living in her. Mostly everyone had a feeling of courage for being one needing living in her all of her living. Mostly everyone was feeling in her that she was needing to be feeling learning everything, because anything could feed her. Some had a certain feeling that she was not ever learning anything in living. Some were certain that she had really sense for living. Some were certain that she did not have in her at all sense for living. Some were never really certain about this thing about her. She was one certainly having generous emotion in the sense that she was knowing she was attacking in living to be winning what was not for herself as a thing to be enjoying, but what was needed so that she could be one having honest living, having earnest learning living, having Dehning family living. She was one that to herself and mostly everyone was completely living for honest living, for learning living, for Dehning family living. Really, she was not learning anything in living. Really, she could never have the last courage of knowing that sometime she was not honest in living. Really, she was needing loving and support in Dehning family living. Really, then, it could only come to anyone as a slow thing to be realizing that she had not complete courage in being one living, that she had not sense for living. So then she could have it really in her that it was sweet and generous and aspiring for her to be as harsh, as crude, as active, as eager in attacking, as she could have strength for it in her being. And this was right for her, to herself, and to mostly anyone feeling loving being in her. This is true of very many having attacking being in them, and poignant and generous loving being in them, as complete being for them. This then was not stupid being in her. Stupid being in her was resisting having any changing in the attacking being of her, having not any sensitiveness of being in her for more living in her. This made of her one not learning anything in living, having real then, not sense for living. I will tell more gradually about this thing. Alfred Hersland had ambition in him. Julia Dehning had ambition. Not either one or the other of them, as I was saying, was really failing in living, was really succeeding, had really sense for living, was really defeated by living. Alfred Hersland had aspiration in living, had an aspiration to be succeeding. Julia Dehning had aspiration in living, had aspiration in being one learning and to be then completely living. Alfred Hersland had failing in him, had failing to be one succeeding in something. Julia Dehning was then one not succeeding in being, was one not really learning anything for living. It was then right that they should have come to be two loving one another, and then coming to marrying, and then coming to be not succeeding in married living. Some have it right for them to be loving and marrying and succeeding in married living. Some have it right from the being in them to be loving each other and marrying, and not succeeding then in having married living in them for those two of them together then. Some have it to be right for them from the being in them to be loving one another then and not then to be marrying. Some who are loving one another do not have it really that it is right from the being in them that they are loving for each other then. And then it is right from being in someone that that one should love someone, should not love someone, should be loved by someone, should not be loved by someone. Anyway, it certainly was all right from the being in them that Alfred Hersland and Julia Dehning should come to be loving one another and marrying and not succeeding in their married living. They were married then, and they did not succeed in their married living together then. They were, each one of them, not really succeeding, not really failing in their living. Really, it is a very difficult thing in living for some to be certain that they are believing in loving, that they are believing in being honest in living, that they are believing in anyone being a good one. It is so terribly mixed up. And how does one know living, loving, thinking, honest being, feeling, goodness in living, and yet one is doing thinking, living, loving, honest action, goodness in living, and someone else is being a good one, an honest one, a loving one, a thinking one, a feeling one, and always then one is knowing everything in one, and one is not believing what one is knowing inside them, and one is knowing what is going on in them, and one is not believing that thing. And how then is one really certain that loving and feeling and thinking and goodness and honesty is in them? And how is one not certain? And what is then the satisfaction of having been, of being, of going to be being a living one? And that one is not certain that loving, that thinking, that honesty, that goodness is something in them, and that one is not then certain. One is saying, of course, he would do that thing. He is a middle-aged man, and he needs to do that thing. He needs to do that thing. Yes, I have a passion. I have a passion for my children. Yes, he has a passion. He has a passion for his reputation. He is a middle-aged man, and he has a chance to do that thing. Of course he will do that thing. Why should he not do that thing? It is honest for him, a middle-aged man, to do that thing. They need that thing, or else they would not pay him to do that thing. Of course he is a loving man. Of course he loves his reputation. Of course he is a middle-aged man. Of course he has 3 years to make him a very rich man. Of course he is an honest man. Of course he is a good man. I respect him. Everybody respects him. He loves his reputation. He has a very good reputation. Certainly some are loving, some are honest, some are good ones. Some are thinking in living. Certainly some are certain of this thing. Certainly I am certain to be certain of this thing. I am certain to be certain of the thing that some have loving in them, that some have thinking in them, that some have honest action in them, that some have goodness in them, that everyone has being in being living. I am certain to be certain of this thing with some kind of meaning, and I am not then going to be terribly in a twitter in me about this thing. I am going to be certain of this thing, and why not be certain of this thing? Why not be certain of this thing as certain as of being in everyone, having living as being in them? I am going to be certain of this thing. I am going now to be describing honesty and goodness and loving and thinking and living in Julia Dehning and Alfred Hersland. To some, it is an encouraging thing, a very encouraging thing, that mostly everyone has plenty of courage in them for daily living. To some, it is a wonderful thing that not everything scares everyone. It is so easy for some to be scared by mostly everything, by every little bit of daily living. It is a very fine thing, a fine, fine thing for such of them to be really certain that not everybody is scared by everything. Very often, some are living a long time in living, believing that everyone is really scared by everything. Some are not ever really believing that anyone is scared by everything. As I was saying, it is certainly an encouraging thing to some that some are certainly loving, some are certainly thinking, some are certainly feeling, some are certainly honest ones, some are certainly good ones. I have said that this is to be a description of being in Julia Dehning and Alfred Hersland. I am remembering this thing, that is certain. Mr. Dehning soon came to thinking that Alfred Hersland was not an honest man. Julia Hersland soon came to be certain that Alfred Hersland was not an honest one. Mr. Dehning was an honest enough man in living. That is certain. Julia Dehning and Alfred Hersland were married and commenced being together for all of their daily living. Mr. Dehning came to think that Alfred Hersland was not an honest enough man to have in the Dehning family daily living. Julia Hersland was quite certain that Alfred Hersland was not an honest enough one for any Dehning family living. The Dehning family were certainly quite honest ones for daily living. Alfred Hersland certainly was not quite such an honest one in some of his daily living. It is to some a quite difficult thing to be certain that they have loving, that they have thinking, that they have feeling, that they have honest daily living, that they have goodness in them. It is not at all a difficult thing for some to be certain of themselves in living, to be certain about other ones in living, whether they are loving, whether they are feeling, whether they are honest ones, whether they are good ones, whether they are thinking in all of their living. As I was saying, Mr. Dehning came to be thinking that Alfred Hersland was not an honest man enough for Dehning family living. As I was saying, Julia Hersland came to be quite soon, quite entirely certain that Alfred Hersland was not an honest enough one to be having as one, having with her all his daily living. As I was saying, Alfred Hersland was one really not failing, really not succeeding in living. He was one having some aspiration for succeeding in living. He was one having engulfing, resisting being in him. He was one having some loving being in him. He was one having some thinking in him. He was one certainly not going to be honest enough in the Dehning family way of living. They all of them had some loving feeling in them. Mr. Dehning, Mrs. Dehning, Julia Hersland, and Alfred Hersland. They each one of them certainly could have some loving feeling in them. They each one of them could have very little loving feeling in them. In living Dehning family living, each one had in them some loving feeling. Alfred Hersland had some loving feeling in him. The Dehning family living, as I said before, was very right, very rich American living, quite pleasantly, quite generously, reasonably honestly, reasonably lovingly, somewhat urgently existing. Julia Hersland, in married living, was expecting different living from Dehning family living. So she was thinking. She wanted a very much more earnest and exciting American living than the Dehning family living. And always then it was certain that in her, she was certain that she had it in her to be really having Dehning family living as everyone, reasonably good ones, had it to have in them. Alfred Hersland was not really then of Dehning family living. Julia was really then always of Dehning family living. Mr. Dehning was then fairly slowly quite certain that Alfred Hersland was not such a reasonably honest one as Mr. Dehning needed for business living. Julia Hersland had come fairly quickly to be certain that Alfred Hersland was not the kind of a one she needed for fairly honest daily living. Alfred Hersland was really not failing then, really not succeeding then in living. Alfred Hersland had then important feeling for being one aspiring to succeeding in living. Alfred Hersland had then some loving feeling in him. That was not then to him, in him, important feeling. Julia had then, in living, loving feeling. That was then important feeling in her to her then. Mr. Dehning had some loving feeling in him then. He always had some loving feeling in him. This was always important to him in him. Mrs. Dehning had some loving feeling in her. This was not important then to her in her, or really then to anyone. Alfred Hersland was then not really succeeding, not really failing in living. Mr. Dehning, as I said of him, had it in him some then. He had it in him all his living. He had it in him more and more in his living to be listening to anyone wanting to do anything. He was quite entirely one listening to anyone wanting to do anything. Mostly, in living, he was a man quite certainly judging that some men would do and some men would not do something, and always he had it in him to be listening to anyone telling about doing anything. Alfred Hersland, as I was saying, was married to Julia Dehning. Alfred Hersland, as I was saying, was not really then failing, was not really then succeeding in living. Mr. Dehning was an honest man. He surely was an honest enough man. The Dehning family, each one of them, was certain sometime in her, in him, that they were honest ones for living. The Dehning family surely each one sometime were certain that they were honest enough for living. They were each one sometime certain that they were really honest ones in living, each one sometime in her or in him. The time came sometime to Julia Dehning when she was surely certain that she was one honest in living. It was easy for Julia Dehning to be certain sometime that she was completely an honest one for living. It was never possible then that she should not be certain that she was completely an honest one for living. It was quite easy, surely, for Julia Dehning to be certain that she was completely an honest one. That Dehning family living was completely an honest enough one for any living. It was quite certainly easy for Julia Hersland to be certain sometime that she was one completely honest for daily living. It was certainly then certain that she would be then all her living certain that she was certainly a completely honest one for all daily living. She could certainly be certain that Alfred Hersland was not a completely honest one for daily living. Julia Hersland was then one resisting all her living, having in her any changing in being one way of being and attacking one. In a way, Julia Hersland was succeeding. In a way, Julia Hersland was not succeeding in living. Julia Hersland had some loving feeling in her. Alfred Hersland had some loving feeling in him. Mr. Dehning had some loving feeling in him. Mrs. Dehning had some loving feeling in her. George Dehning had some loving feeling in him. Hortense Dehning had some loving feeling in her. This is to be now histories of each one of them. Mr. Dehning was whatever anyone thought him. Some are really what mostly everyone thinks such a one is in living. Mr. Dehning was such a one. Mr. Dehning then, in a way, made Dehning family living. Julia Hersland came to be certain that she was one having Dehning family living as the beginning of all being in her. As I said, she was one wanting to be learning anything, needing everything as anything could feed her, for her being one doing living. As I said once in telling of her loving and marrying Alfred Hersland, he was one to her really doing learning in living. Always, as I was saying, she was not doing any learning for living. As I was saying, sometimes she came to be certain that she was a completely honest one for living. This was in her all her living then, as really every bit of learning living in her living. She was one certain that she was an honest one for all daily living. She was certain that Dehning family living was honest enough for all daily living. She came to be quite certain that Alfred Hersland was not honest enough for any daily living. This was in her then sometime, and always then she was certain of this thing, all the rest then of her living, and as I was saying, she was one completely resisting any changing in the attacking being that was really living in her. All her living then, too, she was going on learning everything, and always then, really, she was one succeeding some, not succeeding some, more, sometime quite failing in living. Really then, as I was saying, perhaps she had not really at all sense for living. She married Alfred Hersland. She came quite soon to be certain he was not honest really for any daily living. She came to be quite certain then that she was a completely honest one for daily living, that Dehning family living was a completely honest one for family living. As I was saying, she had some loving being in her. Alfred Hersland had some loving being in him. Mr. Dehning had certainly some loving being in him. Mrs. Dehning had some loving being. George Dehning had loving being in him. Hortense Dehning had some loving being as being in her living. This is to be now then again and again histories of all of each one of them. Why should they not each one of them know it in them that they each one of them had some loving feeling in them? They did each one of them know it in them sometime, that they had some loving feeling in them. Some of them were quite often certain that they had some loving feeling in them. Some of them were certain that they had some loving feeling in them. Each one of them certainly sometime was certain that that one had some loving feeling. Julia Dehning, Julia Hersland, certainly then had some loving feeling in her, and sometimes she was quite certain of this thing. Alfred Hersland certainly had some loving feeling in him, and very often he was certain of it being there in him. Mr. Dehning had certainly some loving feeling in him, and certainly it was a simple thing for him to be mostly always certain of this thing. Mrs. Dehning had certainly some loving feeling, and she certainly sometimes was quite entirely certain of this thing. George Dehning had certainly some loving feeling in him, and he certainly was really quite often certain of this thing. Hortense Dehning had some loving feeling in her in all her living, and she was fairly certain of this thing. This, then, is a true thing, that each one of them, Julia Hersland and Alfred Hersland and Mr. Dehning and Mrs. Dehning and George Dehning and Hortense Dehning, had some loving being in her or in him. There was then Dehning family living. Julia Hersland had been of Dehning family living. She had been needing learning anything. All her living she was needing learning everything, as anything could feed her for being one wanting to be living. She came to loving and marrying Alfred Hersland. This is an interesting thing to some. This has been quite an interesting thing to some. The being in Julia Hersland, the loving being, the living being in her, is an interesting thing to some. She was then, as I was saying, one having independent, dependent being in living. This is a history of her and of everyone. I am beginning more and more to feel being in young girls, in young women. I am beginning more and more to know the being they have in them. I do not yet know the being in all of them. I do not yet know all the being in all of them. I see one kind of them that I do not know at all as being, and I see that kind of them again and again. I see again and again one and another of that kind of them. I do not know at all the being in them, in any of that kind of them. I know then now always very much, always more and more, the being in women, the being in them when they are young girls coming to be going to be young women. I know always more and more what men are coming to be doing in their living. I do not know very much more now of the being of men when they are young boys coming to be going to be men. I certainly do now know very much more of the way being is in young girls in their living. I certainly do know quite a good deal of this thing, and it is a very pleasant thing in me to be more and more knowing this thing. Why is it a pleasant thing in me to be more and more knowing this thing? It is a pleasant thing in me to be knowing this thing, because it is to me a completely pleasant thing to be knowing everything, and it is to me a completely pleasant thing in me to be feeling in me, delicately inside me, the being that I am coming to be knowing through knowing someone, through knowing anyone. I am feeling always in me, knowing everyone through someone, feeling anyone, everyone in them. I am feeling that one, and that one is feeling anyone, is feeling everyone. And sometimes it is a completely delicate thing, so feeling anyone, feeling everyone. Sometimes it is not at all a delicate thing, so feeling someone, feeling anyone, everyone. Sometimes it is a completely delicate thing, feeling someone, feeling everyone, feeling anyone. Always, all my living, I am feeling some feeling other ones, and this I am liking in living. Sometimes, as I am saying, it is a very completely delicate thing, feeling someone, feeling anyone, feeling everyone. I am having now a completely delicate feeling in feeling someone, feeling anyone, feeling someone. I am now completely beginning to be feeling being in young girls, in young women. And this is to me a very pleasant thing, really a delicate, completely pleasant thing. As I was saying, Julia Hersland had in her some loving feeling. It is certainly pretty certain that she had some loving feeling in her. She was loving and then marrying Alfred Hersland, and then certainly coming to not loving Alfred Hersland. She was of Dehning family living. She was certainly, in a way, always loving, and perhaps coming always to have more and more loving feeling for her father, Mr. Dehning. Mr. Dehning, in a way, certainly really did make Dehning family living. In a way, Dehning family living was not really what Julia Hersland was at all living in her living. In a way, that was all she was ever living. As I was saying, she was not putting any of her being into making Dehning family living. She came sometime to be quite certain that she was an honest one in daily living, That Dehning family living was honest enough living for any daily living. And then, as I was saying, she was always all her living needing to be learning anything. And as I was saying, she was really not learning in living. And she had her own being, as I was saying, attacking, independent, dependent being. That is courage for living. That is having someone supporting when the last end of a bad thing was on her in her living, and not then feeling that she was having to be having such support, although having in her really loving feeling for the supporting being then in her living. She was certainly then one not using her being for living, because she certainly was not learning anything in living. She certainly had some loving feeling in her living. She certainly was sometime completely certain that she was an honest one for daily living. She certainly was not learning anything ever in living for living. She certainly was not learning anything ever in living her living. She certainly was not ever learning anything. She certainly was completely feeling needing learning everything. She certainly was completely feeling needing learning anything. She certainly was not failing completely, not succeeding completely in living. She certainly was one being alive in living. She certainly was one having some loving feeling in her living. Alfred Hersland certainly had some loving feeling in him in his living. He came to loving Julia Dehning and then marrying her and then somewhat loving her and somewhat keeping on loving her and then not loving her. And then later, he was really loving another. And he was never really of Hersland family living in the way of having anything very loving in him, or any way of being certain that Hersland family living was important enough for daily living. And always he had a very little loving feeling for Mr. Hersland and Mrs. Hersland and Martha Hersland and David Hersland. And always then he had some loving feeling in living. Certainly Julia Hersland and Alfred Hersland, each one of them, had some loving feeling in them, in each one of them. They had then, each one of them, come to be loving and marrying. Each one of them then had certainly some loving feeling then for someone, some aspiration for something important to them from being one living. Julia Dehning had been a young girl, and then an older one, and then one needing for her feeling to be all her living learning everything, learning anything, needing to be marrying Alfred Hersland. Alfred Hersland had been a young man, having it in him that not anything had been in living really important to make for him aspiration to be one succeeding. This had come to be in him after he had been going to stop studying to earn a living for one he was then loving, and had then come not to be any longer loving that one. He had come then to have really aspiration in him for succeeding in being important in succeeding. He had, as I was saying, all his living some loving feeling in him. Julia, as I was saying, was a young girl, and then was really alive in her in her being, and needing to be learning anything, to be learning everything, and having courage to be living in being alive in her in her being, and being then not learning anything, and being then of Dehning family living, and being then certain, but not then with it as conviction, that she was an honest one in living, that Dehning family being was honest enough in any daily living, and always then she was not one not having complete courage for living, and always then she was one succeeding in being in her living, and always then she was completely anything, completely everything she ever was in living, because, as I am saying, she had not ever really sense for living, because, as I am saying, she had always in her some loving feeling, because, as I was saying, she always was alive in being in her living. She was then all her living, as I was saying, not so very interesting. She was, as I am saying, of those having attacking being, independent, dependent being, those having it to have in them emotion to be poignant like sensation. This is to be now certainly a complete history of her and of anyone coming to be knowing her in any living. Mostly everyone is certain that when they were young they did anything, and then they were not tired or not feeling well from doing this thing. I am certain this is not what is really ever happening. I am certain many have not feeling well and very tired feeling when they are young ones and have been doing something. It is a very curious thing, this being a very tired one, a very disturbed one not feeling well when one was a young one, and then being this when one is an older one. Really, mostly everyone is all their living when they are quite completely young, when they are young, when they are older, when they are old ones, repeating not feeling well, being a disturbed one, being a very tired one. Very many are not really knowing this thing in living. I am knowing this thing in living. Each one is repeating all their living being a tired one, being a disturbed one, being one not feeling well again and again. This is to be now a description of Julia Dehning and Julia Dehning coming to be Julia Hersland and Julia Hersland then. She was then all her living repeating, being in her way a tired one, a disturbed one, a one not feeling well again and again. Mostly not anyone is really certain of their way of being a tired one, being one not feeling well, being a disturbed one, until they are an older one. Each one, everyone, is always repeating their being in being again and again a disturbed one, a tired one, a one not feeling well in daily living. How wise it is to be knowing everyone is repeating all their living, being tired ones, being disturbed ones, being ones not feeling well quite often. As I am saying, mostly everyone is not knowing that they have been again and again repeating being not well, being a disturbed one, being a tired one in their young living. When young ones are very tired ones, are disturbed ones, are not well ones, they very often are not at all remembering that thing. When they are older ones, they are sometimes remembering, when they are tired ones, from doing something, disturbed ones from living, not well sometimes in daily living. Some are remembering in their young living being tired ones and disturbed ones and not well ones. Some are very well remembering this thing. Julia Hersland, who was Julia Dehning, was one who was not remembering having been a tired one, a disturbed one, a not well one in young living. She hardly could be remembering being not a well one, a tired one, a disturbed one in her middle living. This is to be now some history of being in her. Some have liked very much the being and the living in Julia Dehning. Some have not liked all the living in Julia Dehning. Some have liked the being in Julia Dehning. Some have liked and have not liked the being in Julia Dehning. As I was saying, she had all her living the same way of having tired feeling, of having disturbed feeling, disturbed living, the same way of being sometimes not well in daily living. I remember the way I had tired feeling and disturbed feeling in my living when I was a young one. Now, when I have it, when I am not any longer such a young one. Julia was not really ever remembering that she had all her living the same being a tired one, the same being a disturbed one, the same being sometimes not well as daily living. This was being in her to know this in her, to not really remember this inside her. I remember tired being and disturbed being and being not well in daily living, sometimes from eating, sometimes from drinking, sometimes from excited feeling. As I was saying, Julia Hersland, all her living, was completely resisting changing anything in her being a living one, having a kind of attacking. She was one resisting really learning anything from having been living. She was one really wanting to be learning anything, to be learning everything, for anything could really be a food to this one. So then all her living, she had had disturbed living, disturbed feeling, tired feeling, not feeling well in daily living. And really, she knew this thing. She could really be quite reasonably knowing this thing. Really, she was not ever really remembering this thing. She was then one being alive in living. She was one having some loving feeling. She was one learning sometime to know for certain that she was for herself and everyone honest for daily living. She was one having learned to know as certain that Alfred Hersland was not an honest one for daily living. She was one coming to have it known as certain that Hersland family living was honest enough living for any daily living. She was one then not learning anything in living. She was one then needing to be learning anything. She was one then completely resisting being in any way, changing in being, one living in some attacking being. She was one having courage to be one being going on living. Very much courage for being one going on living. She was one having all her living a way of having tired feeling, disturbed living, not feeling well in daily living, and being one quite reasonably knowing this thing, and being one not really ever at all really remembering this thing. This, then, is a description of being in Julia Hersland, born Julia Dehning. As I was saying, she and Alfred Hersland were not really at all successful for their married living. Anybody now can realize this thing. Certainly, surely anyone now with any sense for understanding when I am explaining now can be realizing this thing. Loving being in each one of them, what the mother and the father and each one felt toward every other one just after the marrying. Some loving feeling then in each one of them. Loving being in each one of them, what Mr. Dehning and Mrs. Dehning and Julia Hersland and Alfred Hersland and Hortense Dehning and George Dehning, each one felt toward every other one of them, just after the marrying of Julia Dehning with Alfred Hersland, is what I am now beginning to be a little describing. Some loving feeling then in each one of them, I have said again and again, was in them, each one of them. I said Julia had really not sense for living. She was completely resisting any changing by learning of being in her as attacking. She was then really not learning anything in living. She was then not doing anything anyone was needing. She was really then not having anyone really doing anything she was needing. She was then, always, she was really living in her being. And really, she was not failing in living. And really, some liked very much the being in her living. And really, some liked and did not like being in her. And some really did not like being in her. And to herself and everyone, and really then she had courage in being one going on being one living. So then she had really not sense for living. She had really loving feeling in her in all of her living. Some can have resisting to any changing in any attacking being in them, and can have from that being in them sense for living. Really courage for winning in attacking being. Julia, as I was saying, had it to have quite completely active all her living, needing to be learning anything, to be learning everything. She had it in her needing to have as somewhere in her that someone would keep it from coming to her the last end of any bad thing. And so then, she not learning anything in living, from not having any not resisting any changing and attacking being in her, had not any sense at all really for living in her living. Now I will tell something about loving being. Some are sweet ones to some. Some are sweet ones to hardly anyone. Some are quite sweet ones to mostly everyone. Some are somewhat sweet ones in living. Some are not sweet ones in any living they are doing. Some, having resisting being, are very sweet ones. Some, having attacking being, are very sweet ones. Some are not sweet ones. Each one of these I am now beginning to be describing as having some loving feeling. Mrs. Dehning and Mr. Dehning, and Julia Hersland and Alfred Hersland, and George Dehning and Hortense Dehning had some sweetness in them. Many having attacking being have sweetness in them. Many having resisting being have sweetness in them. I would like to be sometime some in love with everyone. I will not be sometime some in love with everyone. I would like certainly to be sometime in love some with everyone, to have everyone sometime in love with me, and then I would be certain what way each one had loving being in them. I really would like then some to have each one, everyone, anyone, having loving being to my feeling, and then I could have it in me to be certain what way anyone, in which way each one, having loving in them, have loving feeling in them, and coming out from them. Not everyone will ever be loving this one, that is certain, and so this one, and I am this one, will not be completely certain of loving being in each one. I will be quite certain about loving being in some. I will be completely certain about loving being in some. I will be somewhat certain about loving being in mostly everyone. There are some who are not telling, showing, meaning anything about loving being in them to me as I look long at them. Some kinds in men and women. I do very much regret this thing. I would like very well to have loving being from someone of each kind of them to me, to someone I am completely knowing. I regret that I do not know completely loving being in every kind there is in men and women. I see some kinds of men and women. I look long at some of these kinds in men and women, and I see nothing of the way they do their loving. And then I am very much regretting I do not yet know everything. Julia Hersland was of the attacking kind in men and women, having emotion, when having emotion poignantly like a sensation. She had very considerable excitement in being one going on with living. She had very much nervous being in being one needing to be learning everything. She had some dependent being in being one having right Dehning family living in her as being. She had stupidity in being one resisting really learning in living. She was one having some passion in needing having some loving relation. She was one having some worn-out feeling in not having completed passional loving. She was one having much courage in being one being honest for winning all living. She was one being sweet to some by being needing that someone had been keeping her from having the last end of a bad thing happening. She was courageous to many in having it as being that she was really going to be going on living. She was a harsh thing to the feeling of some in being one not remembering having tired, disturbed, not well feeling. She was a hard thing to some from having it as being that she was not attacking for winning, that she was attacking to be going on with being one living in the being that had been all her living from the beginning. This is then quite a full description of being in her. I know all loving being in her. I will now describe this thing. I know all loving being in all the Dehning family, each one, and in Alfred Hersland, who was married to Julia Dehning, and I will now begin a description of all the loving being in each one of them, ever in any one of them. Alfred Hersland and Julia Dehning were married. Each one of the two of them had some loving feeling in them then. Each one of the Dehning family had some loving feeling in them then. This will be now some description of loving feeling in each one of them then. They were married then. Married living was then beginning to be in them, in each one of them, Julia Hersland and Alfred Hersland, and for them in Mr. Dehning and Mrs. Dehning and George and Hortense Dehning. Every one of them had then for them, every one of Dehning family living, feeling of married living in them. Julia was having then married living, married loving. Julia knew she certainly was learning then anything. Alfred Hersland came then to be of Dehning family living. Mr. Dehning could commence then to have some pride in him in the married living of Alfred and Julia Hersland. He could then have in him beginning to be listening when Alfred Hersland could begin to be talking about doing anything in his living. Mrs. Dehning had then come to have feeling for married living in Mr. and Mrs. Alfred Hersland. She could then fondle him some, Alfred Hersland, and make of him a son-in-law in Dehning family living. She could be then in Dehning family living as she always had been, and Julia, having married living, was a part of her, but apart from her. Mrs. Dehning then was completely then feeling their married living nicely, and with a good deal of active, contented feeling, which was just beginning to be a little commencing in Mr. Dehning. She was not at all then helping Mr. Dehning to this thing. Each one then of the two of them had in them their own individual feeling in feeling married living in Julia and Alfred Hersland. Hortense Dehning then was always needing loving Julia in all of her living. She, Hortense, was then a really young girl in her feeling, and this in her then could not be at all a thing to be ever then noticed in her by anyone. George Dehning was then in Dehning family living. That was all that was in him then in feeling married living in Julia and Alfred Hersland then. There are some who have not in them enough to last out not being a moral one, not feeling moral conviction throughout their living. There are some who have not in them enough power to learn anything in living, although needing to be learning anything for being living, so that they can go on without having it in them a moral conviction that someone is teaching someone something in all living. There are some not having in them enough needing to be learning anything, although they are completely always needing to be learning anything, to be not bothered with being certain that they have honest being for daily living. Not anyone having really in them moral feeling is really believing any other one is really liking frivolous living, is really believing that they are not really needing learning anything. This, then, is a description of Julia Hersland having been just then a married one. As I was saying, she was, in her feeling, needing learning anything, for everything to her feeling could be food to her for her to be one really living in going on being living. This was then not enough in her, as I was saying, so that she did not come then to be completely certain that she was honest for daily living. The Dehning family living was honest enough for any daily living. That Alfred Hersland was not honest for daily living. So then she was one having moral conviction that she was honest for daily living, that there was teaching existing in living. This, then, is moral conviction. This is not religion. This is moral conviction. Religion in such a one is being certain that the last end of a bad thing will not come to such a one. Moral conviction in such a one is being certain of honest being for daily living, of teaching being always going on, being existing. Julia Hersland, then, was a married one. She had completely feeling in her needing to be learning anything. This was in her, but was not really filling her to keep her from being certain about honest being for daily living, about teaching being really always everywhere, somewhere, existing. This, then, was Julia Hersland, having become a married one. Mr. Dehning, as I was saying, was a little coming to be having it in him that he was to begin inside him listening to what Alfred Hersland could be telling him about what Alfred Hersland really was needing to be one completely being in living. This was then just a little then beginning to be in Mr. Dehning when Alfred and Julia Hersland had become quite entirely then married and living so then. Mrs. Dehning was then completely in her, in their married living, being beginning. She was completely in herself then, inside her then. Mrs. Dehning, she was then of married living in them, she was then completely then again, all of herself inside her, to make her herself again then. This was then married living beginning in them in her then. She had completely in her then, inside her, the beginning married living in them. She had completely in her then, inside her, the being of her. This was beginning married living then of Alfred Hersland and Julia Hersland in her. Hortense Dehning, as I was saying, was in her for herself then, really quite nicely living in Julia then. And so then Hortense then was living inside her, beginning married living of Julia and Alfred Hersland. And this was not then an important thing to anyone, and only to Hortense for remembering. As I was saying, George Dehning was living in Dehning family living. Certainly, he was living in that living then. And so he was living in Dehning family living in the beginning married living in Alfred and Julia Hersland. And that is enough then about him. To go on then. End of section 42, read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, July 11th, 2024. Section 43 of The Making of Americans by Gertrude Stein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 43. As I was saying once, Alfred Hersland was needing something to make him completely be then one being really living. This is then to be some description of his coming not to be having this thing. Mr. Dehning had all he could be needing to be successful in living. As I was saying, more and more it was important being in him really to be listening to anyone wanting to be doing anything. Each one has their own way of telling some other one what they are needing for being succeeding in living. Some are stammering some when they are telling this thing of their needing something to be then a successful one to someone. Some tell this quite quickly to anyone. Some tell it quite quickly, but not to anyone. Some almost do not tell this thing to anyone. Some seem to be one not telling this thing to anyone, some of such of them, then tell this thing quite completely to some. Each one is himself, is herself, inside her, inside him, in telling this thing, in telling of needing something to be making that one a successful one in living. Some are very convincing in telling this thing. Some are not at all convincing in telling this thing. Some are more, some are less convincing in telling this thing. Some are convincing to some in telling this thing. Some are not really convincing to anyone in telling this thing. Some are convincing to mostly everyone in telling this thing. As I was saying, it was coming to be always more important being in Mr. Dehning to be listening to anyone wanting to be doing anything. Mr. Dehning was everything he was needing for his successful living. This is certain. Mr. Dehning was one being quite successful in all of his living. Alfred Hersland came to be a little convincing to him, not really to the completeness of being convincing to him in telling what he would be needing to be one quite successful in living. But then Alfred Hersland was then being of Dehning family living. Mr. Dehning was certainly living then, being in Dehning family living. He was one having it always more in him as important being, listening to anyone wanting to be doing anything. He was one having quite altogether everything he was using for quite completely successful living. He was certainly one certain that not anyone should be not having something in living they were not then using. Certainly he had feeling that Alfred Hersland to be succeeding would have to be using everything he had for living, and so he, Alfred Hersland, was a little never really convincing in being one going to be succeeding to Mr. Dehning. But then Mr. Dehning was in Dehning family living. Alfred Hersland was in Dehning family living. Listening to anyone wanting to be doing anything was always more and more important being in Mr. Dehning. Mr. Dehning came then to enough then for completely listening, came then to be convinced by Alfred Hersland's telling what Alfred Hersland was needing for succeeding in living. Mr. Dehning liked very well then hearing anyone telling again and again what anyone was needing for succeeding in living. As I am saying, always more and more it was important being in Mr. Dehning, being one listening to anyone telling about what they were needing to be doing to be really living in their living. As I am saying, Mr. Dehning liked very well then some repeating. Alfred Hersland then was really then repeating with pretty steady aspiration that he was needing something to be succeeding in being one living. I am beginning to like conversation. I am beginning to like reading something about some that I never before found at all interesting. I am beginning to like conversation. I used not to like conversing at all, and social living. And so going on, I am needing something to give to me completely successful diversion, to give me enough stimulation to keep me completely going on, being one, going on living. That is a description of some being in me. This is then some history of me. So then I'm beginning now to like conversation. As I was saying, Alfred Hersland was telling then, after he was a married one, with a reasonable steadiness in aspiration, with quite a really complete enthusiasm, with eagerness, but not with insistence in telling, with quite sufficient pleasure in repeating, with quite a great deal of honesty in hoping. He was telling then what he was needing to be one really succeeding quite well in living. He was then in Dehning family living. He was then just married to Julia Dehning. I was saying that I was coming to now be interested in conversing, and this is to me now completeness in diversion, which is what I am having to make of me one going to be going on living. I have been having all my living completeness in diversion, and so I have been one all my living, been one going to be going on being living. Each one then who is not stopping being going on living is one having it in them in some way to be one going on being living. Mr. Dehning, as I was saying, was one quite completely succeeding in living. He was one going to be going on in being, one being living, and always it was more and more important in him, in his being, that he was listening when someone was telling what that one was going to be doing in living, was going to be needing to be doing what that one was going to be doing in living. So then it was always in Mr. Dehning that he was listening to someone telling what they were going to be doing in living, what they were going to be needing to be going to be doing something. As I am saying, Mr. Dehning had in him to be really listening to someone telling such a thing to him. As I was saying, he was not really listening to Alfred Hersland until Alfred Hersland was really in Dehning family living. Then, sooner than it was right to him by listening, he was doing more than listening, and this is to be now some history of this thing. Anybody can understand that Mr. Dehning was one really listening to anyone wanting to be doing anything, really listening to anyone. Anybody can understand that this always was in Mr. Dehning, and always was more and more important being in him. Anyone can understand that really with Alfred Hersland, he came not to be so really listening as it was in him to be doing really in his living. Alfred was in Dehning family living, and Mr. Dehning always was listening to anyone in Dehning family living wanting to be doing anything, and Alfred was in Dehning family daily living. He was in Dehning family living, and not born to be this thing, and he was one really earnest in aspiring, really honest in hoping, really enthusiastic in believing, really thorough in repeating. Alfred Hersland came then to be beginning. Alfred Hersland came then to be beginning, succeeding in living. This is to be now some history of this thing. Julia was one not really attacking for winning. She was one not needing to be really living. She was really doing what she was feeling she was needing to be doing if she were to be one really being living in going on living. She was really then all her living keeping on being in family living, although she was attacking to be going on being living by learning anything. That is a history of her. She was certain then, after she was a married one, that she was an honest one in daily living, that Dehning family living was honest enough for living. She was then, and always in Dehning family living. She was always then attacking to be learning, as if she could be one going to be really living in being one going to be going on as living. Really then she was all her living in Dehning family living. Really then, as I have been saying quite often, she was not attacking to be winning. Anyone can now understand this thing. To very many, she was one attacking to be winning. Really then, she was in a way like Mrs. Dehning, who too was stupid in being one attacking and not for any real winning of anything. Anyone can then now be understanding being in Julia Hersland, and can be understanding then Dehning family living, and can begin again now to be getting ready to be understanding being in Mr. Dehning and in Alfred Hersland, and how they came to be doing with themselves and each other what they came to be doing. This is a way of saying I could be such a very happy one if everyone really was certain that I was really a very wise one. I like it that I am feeling that I could be a very happy one if everyone were certain I was a completely wise one. Really, I like it very well that I am not really certain, that mostly not anyone is really certain. It is a nicely disturbing feeling, this thing. I am now completely realizing being in Mr. Dehning and Alfred Hersland. That thing that I was saying, that some have not ambition as emotion in them, and these then are to mostly everyone not ambitious ones in living, and some of these have very much ambition as really being in them, and some have it as intention and not emotion in them, and some really do not have it as emotion, as intention, as being in them is really very interesting. I can understand this thing from having been knowing some who are ones older ones are very much liking. Really, these have it in them sometimes to be very much needing to be succeeding in living for the being in them, and yet not having ambition as emotion, as intention in them, really not having at all ambition as emotion, as intention in them, makes of them then those being very sweet in living, being full of sweetness then, and light and life to very many knowing them. Some not having any ambition as intention, as emotion in them, have not any ambition in them, but these are just being in living. They are really not actually succeeding in living. Some of such of them are being very completely well in being living. This is another thing. Now, I am thinking of Julia Hersland and Alfred Hersland. Now, I am thinking of one having really not ambition as emotion, almost not ambition as intention, quite completely ambition as being. Now, I am thinking of one having completely ambition as aspiration, considerably and hopefully and even enthusiastically and eagerly, ambition as intention, not really ambition as being. This is to be a history of Alfred and Julia Hersland. Mr. Dehning had come then, as I was saying, to be doing differently than listening to Alfred Hersland. He gave him a good deal of money as a loan for Alfred to be really then beginning to be succeeding in living. Alfred certainly did have a very little real sense for living, else with being one aspiring in emotion and ambitious in emotion and intention, and not ambitious in being, and not really succeeding in being one resisting, and not really succeeding in being one engulfing, he would not have been one ending living with not being then one having been really completely failing. He was not ever really succeeding in living. He was one not really learning anything very much by having been in living. He was not well in the beginning of his middle living, believing he was beginning to be one going to be really going on succeeding in living. Now I am going on. Now go on. Succeeding is to me just now very interesting. Some are certainly succeeding in living. Some are certainly not succeeding in living. Some are in between. I have been coming just lately to be understanding more and more the being in each one, and the way being in each one makes of each one succeeding, one not succeeding, one in between succeeding and not succeeding in living, one succeeding some, one succeeding sometime, one succeeding sometimes, one not succeeding at all in living, one not succeeding quite often in living, one beginning with succeeding, one succeeding, and then not with any more succeeding, just keeping on going. I have come more and more to understanding the being in men and women in relation to their succeeding and failing in living. I have been making groups of them, groups of men and women, and grouping the being in them in relation to ambition, to succeeding, to failing in them. I have been explaining some men to some, and it is certainly an interesting thing to be doing this thing. I am hoping sometime to write a complete history of men and women. I am beginning to be hoping this thing again. I am filled up now so much with learning so much about men and women, and feel so much wisdom in me now inside me, completely organizing, that I am coming again to be almost certain that I can sometime be writing the complete history of everyone who ever was, or is, or will be living. I will sometime be writing complete histories of pairs of people who are connected in living. I am now telling about some succeeding, some failing in living. It is very difficult in quarreling for either one to be certain what the other one has then in him that is making him then do quarreling. This is often quite astonishing. This is sometimes quite entirely astonishing that not one quarreling is certain of what the other one has in her, in him, for quarreling. This can be really astonishing when anyone later is learning at all what was then in another one. And then it is such a very difficult thing ever to believe the other one when the other one is telling what was in him for quarreling. It is certainly a difficult thing to believe another one about quarreling in that other one with one. Very often then, it is not a thing anyone can be doing, believing then the other one. Sometimes it is a thing someone can be doing, believing the other one. Mostly then, everyone comes sometime more or less in them to quarrel with some other one, with mostly every other one sometime. A little, quite a good deal, quite some, quite almost not at all, quite often, quite seldom, quite certainly, quite slowly, quite suddenly, quite gradually. Certainly there is quite a good deal in everyone, or some quarreling with someone, with quite a number of them, that sometime for that one are being living, with that one in the living that one can have in that one. This then is to be now much description of Dehning and Hersland quarreling. They certainly did quarrel some. They certainly did quarrel some, all of them. They certainly did quarrel completely, some of them. This is to be now some history of all of them. Now I am writing of being successful in living, of quarreling in being living. Now I am writing of having loving feeling in them. Some men and some women of being ones succeeding in living, some men and some women of being doing some quarreling, some of these men and some of these women. This is to be now more history of each one of them. Quarreling is to me very interesting. Beginning and ending is to me very interesting. Mostly everyone does some quarreling. Quarreling is to me very interesting. Beginning is to me very interesting. Ending is to me very interesting. Everyone is beginning and ending in their living. Mostly everyone is sometimes quarreling with someone. Quarreling, as I am saying, is to me very interesting. Beginning is interesting. Ending is interesting to me, as I have been again saying. Mostly everyone is sometimes quarreling with someone. Mostly everyone is beginning sometime, ending with someone. This that I am now writing is a history of Dehning and Hersland living and quarreling. Quarreling is not letting those having attacking be winning by attacking. Those having resisting being be winning by resisting. Those having dependent being be winning by dependent being. Those having engulfing being be winning by engulfing being. This is quarreling in living, not letting each one, by someone be winning by the being in them. This is certainly quarreling in living. There is a great deal of quarreling in living. That is reasonably certain. And that is a very natural thing, as certainly very many are not winning with the being in them. Quarreling is then this thing. Sometimes it is like not writing only for oneself and those not knowing one. Quarreling is then certainly mostly that each one is not winning to someone with the being in them. Quarreling is then certainly then mostly that someone is not winning then for someone with the being in them. That certainly is quarreling. That certainly is continually happening in living, in any living, by everyone, by anyone. Quarreling then is someone not winning by the being in them for someone, to someone. This is now to be some history of some quarreling. Now, anyone can be understanding how Julia and Alfred Hersland, how Mr. Dehning and Alfred Hersland, how Mrs. Dehning, how each one came to be quarreling. How Mr. Dehning and Julia Hersland and Mrs. Dehning then came to be quarreling with Alfred Hersland. Surely anyone can now understand this thing. Surely now everyone can now understand this thing. Mr. Dehning was helping Alfred Hersland as Alfred Hersland had wanted Mr. Dehning to help him. I was saying that Mr. Dehning came to help Alfred Hersland in the way Alfred Hersland had been wanting Mr. Dehning to help him. I told something about this thing. Julia and Alfred Hersland were still living a married living when Mr. Dehning was not going into any house where Alfred Hersland was staying, and Mrs. Dehning was still going to see Julia where she was living. Alfred Hersland was then not beginning to be succeeding. He was really not altogether failing. Mr. Dehning had come to be certain that he could be explaining to anyone that Alfred Hersland was not honest enough for daily living, that he could really convince anyone of this thing. He certainly had good reason for convincing everyone. He certainly could have convinced mostly everyone. He could convince almost anyone of this thing. He was quite certain, and he had good reason for being quite certain, that anyone could convince anyone of this thing. As I was saying, Julia Hersland very soon after commencing having married living was certain that Alfred Hersland was not an honest one for living. She was certain of this thing. She came at that time then to be to herself completely knowing it as certain that she was an honest one in living, an honest one for living. She had always been knowing that Dehning family living was honest enough for any daily living, in daily living. Beginning anything, going on with anything, ending come to anything to anyone ever living, is to me an interesting thing. This is being now more description of everything ever existing in Mr. Dehning, Mrs. Dehning, Alfred Hersland, Julia Hersland, George Dehning, and Hortense Dehning, and anyone coming to know any of them very well in their living. It was a natural thing for Mr. Dehning to be certain that he could convince anyone that Alfred Hersland was what he knew him then to be in daily living. It was a perfectly natural thing for Mr. Dehning to be certain of this thing. Mr. Dehning did not talk so very much about this thing. Really, he told it again and again to Julia and Mrs. Dehning and George Dehning, some in Dehning family living, but this was a natural thing for Mr. Dehning to be doing then. Really, he was naturally completely certain that he could certainly convince everyone that he had been completely right in not any longer having Alfred Hersland in any family living where he, Mr. Dehning, was having family living. He was certain that this thing was a right thing. He never thought or said then that Julia should have come to be certain not to want to be married to Alfred. He certainly never did say this thing then. That is, he never really certainly said this thing. He said quite often that Alfred Hersland was not honest enough for any daily living. He was quite certain of this thing. Anyone certainly could be convinced of this thing if there could come any reason for convincing anyone of this thing. Mr. Dehning said this thing when it was right for him to be saying this thing. Mr. Dehning had completely natural feeling in him about this whole thing. This then has been a description of Mr. Dehning and Alfred Hersland having been in Dehning family living. This is to be now more description of being in each one, and in some, together in living of these I have mentioned again and again. Alfred Hersland had ambition in him. Julia Hersland had ambition for living. Not either one or the other of them had really sense for living. Not either one or the other was really in the whole of living, succeeding or failing. They had each of them ambition in them. They had ambition differently in them, each one of them. Mr. Dehning had ambition in living. Mrs. Dehning had ambition. This is to be now some description of ambition and honest living and loving being and daily living and succeeding and failing in each one of them. Alfred Hersland, then, was for Dehning family living, not honest in daily living. He was, much later, when he was working with some men, then fairly successful in living. He could be then, when working with certain men, quite a successful enough one in living. He had not really sense for living. He had not really not any sense for living. He had, as I was saying, not any ambition in him from the resisting, from the engulfing being in him. He had a feeling from the resisting and engulfing being in him, some feeling of succeeding in living, of feeling something elegant in him in living for him. He had then, too, from the resisting and engulfing being in him, with this feeling of feeling something being quite elegant in him and in living, and some feeling of succeeding being an elegant thing in being living, quite a good deal of vanity for living. As I was saying, really aspiration and ambition was really stupid being in him, because really he was one not winning by being resisting, really not winning by being engulfing. He had aspiration in him. He had ambition in him. As I was saying, he had not really feeling of anything being important in him until he was loving and wanting to stop studying to marry that one, and then not wanting to marry that one. He had not ambition and aspiration in him by the being of him. He had aspiration and ambition in him, beginning when something was important to him, as something of emotion, as certainly a good deal of intention. So then aspiration and ambition as emotion was almost sentimental being in him. It was not in him from being one able to be succeeding, able to be winning by the being in him. Aspiration and ambition as intention was really stupid being in him. They were not from being in him, but from needing to be having what he needed to be having to have anything be important to him, which was not from the being in him important to him. He was then, certainly for Dehning family living, not honest for daily living, and to himself then, he was a man having it in him to have that he was not quite certain that to be a dead one was to be really not a dead one. He had some loving feeling in him. He could, with not winning, resisting, and engulfing being, have violent temper sometimes in him. He was one then to Dehning family living, not honest in daily living. He was one very much later, and working with some men, not really not successful in living. Certainly some are loving, some are honest, some are good ones, some are thinking in living. Certainly there are some in living, having some of thinking, loving, good being, honesty in them. Some have certainly some of something really in them. Certainly they have. Some have pretty honest living in them always in their daily living, and are liking it very well that they have some reputation for this thing. Mr. Dehning really was such a one. Some come to be sometime completely certain that they are completely honest ones in living, and then all their living they are completely freely attacking with this thing. Julia Dehning was such a one. She was really not feeling it as being that there was for her a reputation of being an honest one in living. She liked it that the Dehning family living, Mr. Dehning, had a complete reputation of honest living in daily living. Her being an honest one in daily living was a thing, when she came to be living with it inside her completely in her, she could be using all her living for all the attacking she was ever doing to be winning. Alfred Hersland was not believing that not everyone was thinking that he was an honest enough one for daily living. He never really was certain that anyone, excepting Mr. Dehning, was really believing that he was not an honest man for any kind of daily living. He never was really certain that Julia could have really been believing this thing if she had not been then and all of her living in Dehning family living. Julia was certain of this thing, that Alfred Hersland was not honest enough for daily living when she came to living in married living. She came very quickly to be very certain that to her then she was one living in her being, which was one being complete in honest living, and she was soon then coming to be attacking in all her living with this thing. Mr. Dehning, as I was saying, was one having completely in him, for him, the reputation of being one really completely honest enough for any daily living. Mrs. Dehning was one honest enough for any daily living, and she had feeling of Dehning family living having a reputation for this thing. But the kind of reputation she was always feeling they were having was the kind one comes to be having when one is a dead one, when one is not any longer in living. She was really in living quite completely an honest one. Each one then of the four of them, Mr. Dehning, Alfred Hersland, Julia Hersland, and Mrs. Dehning, had a different feeling in their having reputation of being an honest enough one for living. This is then what was happening. Mr. Dehning had come quite slowly to be certain that Alfred Hersland was completely not an honest enough man for any honest enough daily living. Mr. Dehning had come quite slowly enough to be certain of this thing. He had, as I was saying, never been really certain that Alfred Hersland was really for him in Dehning family living, and then he was certain enough of this thing to be pretty nearly completely listening to Alfred Hersland telling about anything he needed to be doing to be really living in daily living, and then he was still not quite entirely completely listening. And he was already then giving Alfred Hersland what Alfred Hersland was needing to be beginning to be living in daily living, to be beginning to be living, to be one succeeding in living. Mr. Dehning then certainly came to be certain that Alfred Hersland was not honest enough for any daily living, and Alfred Hersland was quite certain then that Mr. Dehning was completely in him certain of this thing. Mr. Dehning did not see Alfred Hersland any more at all then to speak at all to him in any daily living. Mr. Dehning was certainly certain that he could convince anyone that certainly Alfred Hersland was not honest for any daily living. Mr. Dehning could certainly convince almost anyone of this thing. Mr. Dehning did certainly not just then begin anything to convince anyone of this thing. Julia Hersland came very quickly to be really certain that Alfred Hersland was not an honest one for any daily living, and as I was saying, she was one having then certainly complete courage for being one going on being living. She knew then as being in her that she was one being honest always in being one being living, having courage always for being one going to be going on being living. She was always then needing to be one going to be learning everything. This has been then a complete description. She was quickly certain that Alfred Hersland was not honest for any daily living. This then was then for Alfred Hersland not a serious thing. This was then not in him then as important in him, as being living then in him as being really something really exciting. As I was saying, in a way, Julia Hersland was not an interesting one in being living. She was an interesting one in being living to some. That will be again more history of her. Mrs. Dehning was certainly not certain from any being in her that Alfred Hersland was not honest enough for any daily living. She could and did come to be quite certain of this thing. As I said of her, she was completely an honest one in being one being living. As I was saying, she was feeling reputation as being as if someone were already a dead one, As I was saying, she was one mostly attacking harshly in living, but not for any winning. As I was saying, she had sense for living. As I was saying, she was always being in her stupid being, in being one feeling anything. So then she was not certain from any being in her, being there to her in her, that Alfred Hersland was not honest enough for any daily living. She certainly came to be certain of this thing. So then she was going on talking to Alfred Hersland for quite a long time in daily living, and then it came that to hear him or to see him or to know of him made her completely then a nervous one. I will be telling about feeling being in George Dehning and Hortense Dehning in the history of David Hersland that will certainly sometime be written. I have given a description of Alfred Hersland and Julia Hersland not succeeding in married living, of Alfred Hersland not succeeding in being one beginning to be succeeding in living from being in Dehning family living. As I was saying, later he was not failing in living. He was fairly succeeding, later when he was working with some other men. This is to be now more history of married living of Mr. and Mrs. Hersland, and of Mr. Dehning living, and Mrs. Dehning being living. The Herslands, Alfred and Julia, were living married living. They had a baby, and it was quite a strong, well one, but it did not live to be a very old one. It got sick and died of something. As I was saying, Julia loved babies, being little babies, and her children. This first one was a little boy, and Mrs. Dehning thought that he was one looking very much like the father of him. Mr. Dehning had seen him and saw him very often, and he was glad that his daughter Julia had a baby and loved him. They had later, Julia and Alfred, another child, and this one was a girl, and Mrs. Dehning was certain that this one would be in Dehning family living. This one was already looking like the mother of her. Mr. Dehning often saw her when the nurse was with her, the baby, and he liked it very much that Julia was happy in having a little girl who was like her. Then there was a little boy who was quite a weak little one, and about this one it was not quite certain, although Mrs. Dehning was pretty nearly certain, that he was quite a good deal like the father of him. This one was quite a weak little one in commencing, but he came to be quite a strong enough little one a little later in his living. He was certainly a good deal like the father of him. Mrs. Dehning often said this about him, but he had it a little in him to be like his young uncle George Dehning. Mrs. Dehning did not say this very often. Mr. and Mrs. Hersland then were living then married living as I am saying. The Herslands, Alfred and Julia Hersland, did not go on being in married living. It was a natural thing, as I was saying, that they should not be succeeding in married living, the two of them. As I was saying, Alfred Hersland came later to loving another. Julia Hersland, too, came later to loving another. Each one of them, as I was saying, was not succeeding, was not failing really in living. I can feel myself in myself going to be being an old one. I can feel being in some going to be old ones in the living of these, and I cannot feel being in some when these are going to be beginning to be old ones. I can certainly more and more feel old being going to be in men and in women in each one. I am beginning a little to feel young being having been, very young being having been in each one, in all women and all men. I certainly can feel being old ones in a good many now when I am feeling being in them. I like to be feeling them being old ones in every little thing, in every piece of being in them. I cannot so well feel being in them, having been very young in them. I am a little beginning to feel this thing. I am just commencing then in really feeling this thing. I am feeling again and again in myself going to be an old one. I do not like this thing. I certainly do like this thing. I certainly do like ending being in all men and in all women. I certainly do not at all like this thing. I certainly have completely a queer, disturbed, mixed with somber feeling in this thing. I certainly do really completely need feeling certainly this thing in everyone, that each one is sometime ending in being living. Alfred Hersland and Julia Hersland went on then for some time being living. Some time then they went on being living in married living with each other, and then they were not, and then they had more living in them, and then one and then the other one was ended in being living. This is then to be all history of them. I will be going on to the ending in all description of everyone, of anyone. How can anything be different from what it is? I do not know any such a thing. Very many are knowing this. I am not knowing this thing. I am not knowing anything being different from what it is. Very many are knowing everything being different from what it is. Once this was to me an astonishing thing. Now it is not to me at all an astonishing thing. I am thinking now about everything being what it is, everything not being what it is, something being what it is, nothing being what it is, something not being what it is to some. I am thinking of this thing, and I am thinking about sense for living in men and women. I would like to be thinking about some being practical in their being, and some not being that thing in their being, but I am not just now feeling any understanding of this thing, and so I am not thinking about this thing. I have been expecting some time to be soon thinking about this thing. I am not, as I have just been saying, thinking now about this thing. I am thinking now, as I have been saying, about something being what it is, not being what it is to some men and some women. I am thinking about everyone having it or not having it, that something, that everything is what it is, not what it is to them, each one of them, that nothing is what it is to someone. I am too thinking and going soon now to be telling very much about sense for living in men and women. Those in Dehning daily living, those in Hersland daily living, each one of them came to know some men and women, in being one, being living. Each one, anyone, having living being, has some sense for living, or has not any sense for living, pretty nearly not any sense for living. This is to be now some description of sense for living in men and women. Some have sense for living from having realization in them that each thing they are knowing is such a thing as it is to them, and really knowing this in them. Each thing has then, to some of such of them, the value that thing has really for anyone needing that thing, for being one going on living. Some are knowing in them that each thing they are knowing and living is the thing that thing really is being. But they are not feeling that thing as really value to anyone, for anyone, to be going on living. I will sometime be telling some more about this thing. Kinds in men and women. I am seeing kinds in men and in women, so many kinds in them. Sometimes I am seeing a number of one kind of them. Some other days I am seeing a number of other kinds of them. I wish I knew everything about them. I wish I knew everything about each one. I wish I had a complete record of each one. What each one did, what each one had as being in her, in him, what each one could be doing, thinking, feeling, knowing. I certainly do wish that I knew everything about being and doing and feeling and knowing being in each one. I do not yet, that is certain. I am almost not hoping that I will sometime know everything about everyone. I only know that I wish that I did sometime know everything about everyone, all through the living being ever in each one. Nobody knows, nobody can know, and I am telling it very often, nobody knows, nobody can know how I am wanting to know everything about everyone. I am seeing so many just now having living being in them, succeeding or failing much, or some in living. Nobody knows, nobody can know how I want to know all the being ever in them. Nobody can know how tired I get looking so hard at them. Nobody knows how much I want to know all the being there is, or was, or will be in any man or woman ever living. Nobody knows, and I tell it very often, nobody knows this thing. Nobody can know this thing being in me that I am telling very often. Nobody knows what I am wanting, that I am wanting to know completely all the being there ever was, or is, or will be in anyone. I can certainly not really tell this thing to anyone, so that anyone can completely believe this thing, that I am really wanting to be knowing all the being ever having been, going to be, being in anyone. No one can really believe my really needing to be having this thing, really needing this thing for living. I tell you, everyone, that I am seeing very many kinds in men and women, a very great many men and women, and all the kinds there are of them. I tell it again and again that I am seeing a very great many men and women, such a number of them, and I am seeing kinds in them. And I tell everyone that I am doing this thing, that I am knowing this thing. Nobody knows that I am really needing to be knowing everything ever in any man, in any woman, any being, all being ever in any woman, in any man. Nobody knows that I am completely needing to be completely knowing this thing. I am seeing a very great many men and women. I am seeing kinds in them. I do not know all the being in each one of them. I see very many men and women. I look at them. Some have been succeeding in being one, being living. Some are succeeding. Some will be succeeding. Some have not been succeeding in being in their living. Some will not be succeeding. Some are not succeeding. Some have sense for living and are not succeeding, have not been succeeding, will not be succeeding in living. I will tell something now about sense for living in women and in men. I see very many just now who are living, and I look at them. I see very many just now. I am asking some of them to do something. Some of these do what I ask them to do, and some do not do what I ask them. Some do, in a way, something when I ask them to do something. I am, as I am saying, seeing now very many men and very many women. I am seeing each one of them doing several things for living. Some are asking, some are talking, some are standing, some are waiting, some are working, some are eating, some are sitting, some are drinking, some are writing, some are loving, some are forgetting that they had begun doing something. Some are thinking everyone should understand what they are saying. Some are feeling that everyone near them are ugly ones for living. Some are laughing. Very many are rushing. Some are washing themselves or other things. Some are dressing. Some are having their feet swollen and hurting them as they are standing, as they are walking, as they are sitting, as they are working. Anybody then can see then that I am seeing just now very many men and very many women. As I am saying, sense for living is something that is to me quite interesting. I can tell something now about this thing in men and women. I can tell something more about this thing, about having sense in living, by living, for living. I can tell some more about sense in men and in women. I sometimes can tell very much about sense for living in men and women. I have been telling to some quite a good deal about this thing. I am thinking now about one kind, and I am knowing now not really knowing all of them, but really knowing being in them in some of this kind in men and women. I am knowing 3 of them of this group of them as men. I am knowing one of a group of them as a woman. I am knowing another of another group in men and women as a woman. Some of another group of them, some as men and some as women. I am knowing another very large group of them, and I am knowing these as everything they ever are in living, some of them. I am trying to begin now telling what I am knowing about sense in men and in women. I am now not doing anything but telling about sense in living, sense from living, sense of living, sense for living, sense about living in men and in women. I am telling everything to be a way where I am not just now learning, so that I am going to be completely telling all I am knowing about sense for living in men and women, and I am not yet doing this thing, and I am not yet really certain that I am now going to be having everything away so that I will be telling this thing. I certainly do not now certainly know this thing. I am putting everything away from me in me so that I shall be soon telling all this thing. I will now go on putting everything a little more away from me in me so that I certainly will not be telling anything that is not this thing. I like this thing, putting everything away from me in me so that I will be telling this thing. I will tell this thing. Certainly, I will tell this thing. Pretty nearly everything is away now, and I am very nearly telling this thing. I am certainly not leaving anything not put away from me inside me, so that now I certainly can be telling something. I certainly can be telling this thing. I am liking to be thinking about sense for living being in some of each kind there is in men and in women. I am liking to be thinking about making kinds of them in men and women in relation to sense for living being in them. I am liking then, as I am saying just now, to certainly be putting everything away so that now I am thinking kinds this way in men and in women. Do I know everything of having sense in being living? Well, I do not think I do. I do not know knowing everything about having sense for living. I have said something about having sense for living. I am going to be saying something about having sense for living. I have just been being seeing one certainly having had and having and perhaps going to be having sense for living. It was interesting to me to be seeing this one. I saw one having sense for living, but this one was one having sense for each little piece of living, and this never made in this one sense for all the living in this one. This one had so much sense for each little piece of living this one was doing that it was astonishing. This one had not really sense for living for big pieces of living in him. I saw another one, and this one had not had much sense for living, but this one had not then at all really needed this thing. This one then had sense for living, and then it was sense, like a good many have it in them, a dull thing in this one, as being like a really married one, and then this one had more sense for living, and was a very careful one, and then this one came very early in her living to being a really dead one, and not anyone was then remembering loving this one as much as one would have thought, from all the being in this one, many would be remembering loving this one. I am thinking now again of three having really succeeding in living, really sense for living in them, and these have it for a whole living in them, and these do not have it that they are really learning in being one going on living. These have it in them that at one time they are realizing completely succeeding in living, and they are then really completely succeeding in living, and then they are realizing completely succeeding in living, and there are more seeing them, and they have more of a building in which they are then living, and they are then completely succeeding in living, and then they are realizing again succeeding in living, and then they have more again to see them, and they have again a bigger building in which they are then, and they are then again completely succeeding in living, and not any at all are they learning anything from having been at all in any living, and so on and so on. And these then are the most wonderfully succeeding ones in living, and always they have not it at all in them to be learning at all anything in being living. These then are men and women succeeding in living, having sense for living, certainly sense for winning, not any sense for learning from having been one being living, not really sense for feeling being living, certainly some sense for feeling being winning, certainly sense for having working under them, not anyone going to be winning, not having any sense for trusting anyone working for them, really sense for winning in living, really sense for always winning a bigger living, always changing to winning a bigger living, always not learning anything from being one being living, always then succeeding for living. I am seeing three of them. One of them is being one making a big business of something. One of these is making a to be always larger to be for him to be in. One of these is one everybody is knowing in every country now that that one is one being living. End of section 43, read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, July 14th, 2024. Section 44 of The Making of Americans by Gertrude Stein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 44. Some, as I was saying, have really sense for living. There are as many ways of having this thing as there are kinds in men and women, and I have certainly been saying that there are quite a very great many kinds in men and women. Some are saying that they have it, that they can, by remembering, be certain that each one they are knowing were sometime younger ones. Some are certain that each one they are knowing are getting to be very old ones. Some are certain that each one they are knowing are not changing. They were not very much younger ones. They are not coming now to be very much older ones. There are different ways of feeling oneself and other ones as to anyone coming to be older, having been younger ones. This, and having sense for living, is to me just now very interesting. Everyone being a young one, having been a young one, being an older one, having been an older one, being an old one, and having been and going on being an old one, having been and going on being a young one, having been one not an old one, not a young one, and going on being not a young one, not an old one, is to me very interesting. I cannot really get away from this thing as being everything there is in anyone, being one, being living. I really cannot get myself away from this thing. This is anyone being living. I really am thinking that everyone is living in being in some way one having sense for living, in being in some way one being one going on being living. Some have come to be not any longer living ones. Perhaps each one ever living will be coming sometime to be not any longer one being going on living. Perhaps each one sometime is not any longer one being in living. I am certainly repeating this thing, which is to me something I am certainly thinking is perhaps being in everyone. Some are changing the size in being in them, in the living in them. I am seeing some doing this thing in being ones going on being in living. I like seeing everyone, and then I very much do not like at all seeing everyone. Some have changing in size in them, inside them, in being in them. Some are not changing in the size in them, in the being of them inside them. There is one, she has been changing the size in being inside her in living, and this one is not a young one, is not an old one. There is one, and this one is almost an old one, is changing the size in her in being, and this one was really a fat one, and is now quite entirely a thin one. This one, then, is one changing being in this one, and this one is really not a fat, thin one, but really, then, a really thin one, and then this one is quite dull, then, to anyone listening to being in that one. And someone is a thin one. That one was not a young one, not an old one, and this one was a funny one, in being one being in him a fat one. I certainly pretty nearly like being in each one. I do not like listening too many days, one after the other, to some. I am now doing this thing. I will then know something. Each one always is repeating. This is certain, that each one always is repeating all the being in that one. This sometimes is quite a dull thing for me when I am listening. Not that each one is repeating all the being in them. That is never to me a dull thing. But the thing they are repeating can be to me quite a dull thing. I am still not telling all I know about sense for living. Perhaps I am not yet quite ready to be telling everything about this thing. This, then, is going to commence again, being the history of everyone, and among them of the Herslands and the Dehnings. Sense for succeeding in living, sense for feeling being in living, sense for being one going to be going on being living, These three are different things, quite entirely different things, and some, having one, have the others. Some have almost none of any of them. Some have some of one of them. I am thinking just now of one having some sense for succeeding in living, some sense for feeling being one, being living, not any sense for being one going to be going on being living. This is one, and I am feeling this one. Some will be remembering this one. Some will not be remembering this one. I am feeling this one. This one is one certainly having some sense for succeeding in living, is one having certainly really sense for being one feeling being living, is one having, certainly never been having any, not any sense for being one going to be going on being living. Mrs. Hersland, Mrs. Alfred Hersland, was one having, as I was saying, sense for being one going to be going on being living. Mrs. Hersland, Mrs. Alfred Hersland, Julia Hersland, was one then quite different from this one I am just now describing. This one I am just now describing, this one I am just now really feeling, is one then really having sense for really succeeding in living, is one having sense for really feeling that that one is really being in living, is one being really in living, is one not ever having been being one going on being living. As I am saying, anyone will not then, when this one is not any longer being in living, will not be remembering really this one having been being in living. This description then is a description of this one. This one then is one really feeling being in living. Really, this one is really being this thing, being one really feeling being in living, really feeling all the being this one was being in being living. This one then really was quite entirely in the living this one had in being one being living, feeling of all being this one was in being living. Am I really then saying this thing that I am now feeling in the being in this one, that this one was, and in a way, it was sometimes quite a completely bubbling thing that this one had sense for some succeeding in being one being living. It was sometimes, quite very often, entirely a thing that anyone really could be remembering, that this one was really perhaps having quite sense enough for succeeding in living. And this one certainly was then feeling all the being this one was in being one being living. This one was then, as I was saying, not really at all like, quite different then, from the being in Julia Hersland. I will tell now more about both of them. This one is then one I am now knowing completely in being one. I am being that one, completely realizing the being in this one. I really did not think I would be so soon doing this thing, realizing being in this one, and then I was. I am realizing the being in this one, and I like realizing the being in this one. And I will be remembering this one, although I am not sure that I can be certain to be really realizing remembering this one. I will, though, certainly be remembering this one. Yes, I will be remembering this one. Really, I am certain of this thing. I certainly will be remembering this one. I am certain of this thing. I am feeling now in everyone the sense for being one being in living that each one has in them, and the way each one has that sense in them, and the way each one is beginning being one succeeding, being one not succeeding in everything, being one beginning and going on and ending in being one being living. I am feeling very much sense for living in men and in women. In everyone I am seeing doing being in living, being one going on being living. I am feeling very much this thing when I am seeing one being a young one, when I am seeing someone being not a very young one, when I am seeing somebody who is quite certainly not a young one, when I am seeing anyone. Very many have been here living and talking, and some of them have been very much loving someone, and all of them have it in them to have some sense in being one being living. Some of them are not very interesting to very many knowing them in being in the way that one is one having some sense in being one being living. Very many have then been here and are living and are having each one some sense for living, and some of them are quite successful ones in being living, and very many of them are quite enough successful in being living to be going on being those being living in being living. Very many then are here and have it in them, very many of them, to have some sense in being one being living, and very many of them are succeeding in living, so that until their ending, they are those being those going on being living. There are then very many here, and mostly each one of them of these that are here have it in them to have in them some sense in being one being living, and very many of them are succeeding in being living, are succeeding in living, so that each one of them of these are those going on being living until there is naturally a complete end to being in them. There were a number here. Some of them have been loving someone quite a good deal in being one, having some sense in being living, in being one being living, in being one succeeding well enough in being living to be going on being one being living. There are then often very many here, and each one of them, that is certainly quite a number of them, some perhaps not, and I am not just now telling about them. Mostly then very many of them have it in them to have some sense in them in being one being living. Some of them, as I was saying, quite a good deal sometimes are loving someone. Quite a number of them, as I am saying, are succeeding well enough in being living to be of them. And there are very many of them always living, a very great many of them always being living, who have it to be succeeding enough in being living to be of them those who are going to go on being in living until they are not any longer being living. This is then sense in being living in very many who are here very often. This is the way they have sense in being living in them. As I was saying, Julia Hersland and Alfred Hersland were not such a man and such a woman. No, they were not really of such of them. They were really of such of them. They did go on being living. They were not of such of them, in a way, they did not go on being living. They were, as I was saying, a little differently in them, each one of them, from the other one of them as to sense for living. As I was saying, Julia Hersland had not really sense for being one being living. As I was saying, she had strength for being one going on being living. As I was saying, Alfred Hersland was one having some little sense for being one being living. As I was saying, he was not ever really very much living in this thing, in the sense for being one being living, that there was a little in him. As I was saying, they were both of them nearly succeeding, nearly altogether failing in being those being in living. I am not yet certain that I am finished with general telling about sense for being in living in men and women. I am almost certain that I am now really interested in this thing. There are then very many here who have it in them to have some sense in them in being one being living. Some of such of them quite often are really loving someone. Very many of them are succeeding in being one being living well enough to be one going on in being one being living. There were tonight 8 of them, and each one of them had in them some ways of not having any sense for living at all in them. There were 8 of them, and each of them have very much of not any of some kind of sense for living in them. I was telling one of them this thing in telling this one how he had sense for living, so that he would be completely succeeding in being one being living. This one had sense for living in being one, being quite certain from experiencing that in being living he could be one succeeding in living, be one having some feeling for being one being living. He is then one having certainly in him from experience in being one being living, a realization that in being one being living, one can be one succeeding in living. This one has not been in living very penetratingly making any other one feel this thing. This one has certainly quite entirely learned to be realizing that he could be succeeding in being one being in living. This one is then one having really sense for being living. This one is one having it in him to certainly be succeeding quite some in living. This is one then having it in him to be realizing that he can be, that he will very likely be succeeding some in living. He is one, as I am saying, having other people knowing this thing with him, but then it is not an exciting thing, really not to him, really not to anyone. He has been learning this thing. He has always been quite certain that he is working. He is certainly one always having been quite liking to be where he would be when he could be learning to be really realizing that he was certainly to be one succeeding some in being living. I was telling this one then that this one really had sense for living in him. It was not at all an exciting thing telling this to him. I told it to him, and always then I was certain that he had some sense for living was not at all a thing to give to him, to give to anyone, enough excitement so that anyone could go on telling him this thing, telling him that he had sense really for living. As I was saying, there were 8 of them, and each one of them had it in them to have in them, in a way, not any sense for living. And I have told about one of these 8 of them that she had not any sense for being one going to be going on, being one being living. This one then was a dead one, and then this one was moving a little then, but then that was not really a disturbing thing. No, not to me even, now when I am not any longer a quite young one. There were then 8 of them, and one of them had really, not really at all, any sense for being one being living, not any sense at all really for being one ever having, ever being, ever going to be living. This one then certainly never had been having, never would have been having, never should have been having any sense at all in being one being living. This one was one really in a way not failing in living. This one was one to whom in a way one would be listening, and then this one was a completely one not having ever been having any sense in being one being living, and then not anyone was listening to this one. It would have been an astonishing thing that anyone could be having not any sense for living, as this one was having this thing. It would have been an astonishing thing if so many had not been coming so nearly to listening to this one, so that they did not really realize that not anyone could listen to this one. This one really is an astonishing one. This one really has not any sense in being one, being living. I will tell very much about such a one. This one was not certain that this one was one really being living, and really this one was not such a one. And this one was a beautifully astonishing one in being one really being one to whom very many were almost listening, and being one, being so completely one, not having anything of having any sense in being one, being living. This one really was one being beautifully astonishing. I know this one. There were then 8 of them. One was one having sense for living in being one, not knowing what kind of sense for living very many very like this one are having in being living. This one had really then sense for living in being one not knowing the sense for living some like this one have in them, and then 2, not knowing this thing made of this one quite a foolish one, made of this one a stupid one. That was a quite funny thing when one was knowing this one. There were, as I was saying, 8 of them, having in them, each one of them, some ways of not having any sense in being living in them. One of them was one having sense for being living in him enough so that he never came to have responsibility which would crush him. He could have been quite certainly a worried one, but really in his living he was one who was almost not at all a worried one. He had then sense for living in having been in all living certain to be one who would have been a worried one if he had not been one not becoming a worried one. He was one then having sense for living, in being one feeling being living enough to have sense for living, so that he did not in living, by trying for all living, become a worried one. He was quite entirely a really nice one, this one, and he had sense for living to the really living everything anyone could need from him. He was certainly quite entirely a complete one, a very nice one, a one not having come to be a married one, and he had sense for being one being living, not having come to be a married one. He was one not having sense for living in being one not needing to have been coming to be a married one. I cannot help mentioning it again that he was really a very nice one to have been going on and not be a worried one and be a living one, a very nice one with sense for living, with not sense for living. There is another one, then the sixth one, having so much sense for living and so little sense for living that it is a sweet delight in this one, this thing, to everyone. No, really, not to everyone. I cannot really say it is a sweet delight in this one to everyone. It is such a thing certainly to some. There is another one having certainly sense in living, and certainly this one would be having a good deal of sense for any living if this one, in telling about sense for living, was not then forgetting to be living in having sense for living. This is enough about this one. There is another one, and that one then makes complete the 8 of them. And this one has sense for living. And this one is as big as all the world will be when it is a completed one, in beginning feeling. And this one is then completing the world then, being all in him. And this one then is then really inside him, is then having really completely sense in being living. And this one then does not then complete the world to make of it a complete one. And this one then has still sense for being living. This one then has not sense in being one being living. I am now going to be telling that Julia Dehning and Alfred Hersland were living in their house and having some kind of married living in them then. I am interested in having sense for being in living in men and women. I am interested in men and women succeeding in living. I am interested in men and women being married ones and being ones having or not having sense of being in married living, in being ones succeeding in being married ones, succeeding in married living. I am very much interested in men and women having sense for being ones being in being living, for men and women having sense for being ones succeeding in being living, succeeding feeling being living, succeeding in winning anything in being one being living, succeeding in living to themselves, to anyone, in men and women being married ones. I am very much interested now in this thing, in these things, in men and women. I am interested just now in everyone. I am interested in everyone in having in them sense for being one, being in living. I like very much just now looking at anyone, at everyone. I like very much just now to be reading about anyone having been doing anything. I like very much just now hearing about anyone being in living, about anyone having been doing anything. I like seeing pictures of anyone, and I like very well knowing everything I can be knowing about everyone. I like this thing just now. I am liking just now knowing about everyone that each one is having or not having, in some ways, sense in being one, being living, and that each one is, in some way, being one succeeding, not going to be succeeding, pretty nearly succeeding, not at all succeeding, perhaps going to be succeeding, pretty nearly succeeding, almost succeeding, succeeding or not at all succeeding, or not succeeding, or very well succeeding in living. I like it, as I am saying just now, knowing about each one in any kind of married living they have in them. It would be such a pleasant thing to very many, thinking, feeling, telling about men and about women, to have it in them to be just now, to be often, liking to be thinking about men and about women, having in them some sense. Not any sense for being in living, some sense, and very little sense, and very much sense for being ones succeeding in living. It would be then a little to them that it would be a pleasant thing for them to be certain that very many men and very many women are always being just now being living. This then is in me just now in my feeling, and I am telling this thing, and I am feeling that just now there are very many men and very many women, married ones. that there are just now very many men and very many women having in them sense for being, feeling themselves, and sometimes someone, and sometimes some, and sometimes themselves to them as being in being living. And there are men and women living just now and having in them hardly any sense for being one being in living, and that men and women are having or are not having sense for being ones succeeding in being living, succeeding in living. I am then telling now of being in men and in women. I am telling now about some being married men, and some being married women, some women. I am telling now about some having in some ways sense for being ones being living, some having in some ways sense for succeeding while they are being in living. I am telling something now about everyone. I am telling very much now about being married in some who are just now living in being married ones. I know some of such of them just now, and I am now going to be telling something about each one of them. This then will be more description of Mr. and Mrs. Hersland being married ones, of other ones being married ones. I am thinking about some who are living. Some of these are married ones in living. Some of these are not married ones in living. I am thinking about some who are living. Some of these certainly have not been ever married ones in living. Some of these have certainly sometime been married ones in their living. Some of these certainly have been sometimes married ones in living. I am thinking about some who are living. I am thinking about a good many who are living. Some who are living are going on being living. Some who are living are not going to be going on being living. I am thinking about a very great many who are living. Some of these are liking very well being in living. Some are not really liking it that they are being in living. I am then thinking very much about a great many who are living. Some of these, as I have been saying, have, in a way, sense in being in living. Some of these, as I have been saying, have in a way not sense really for being in being living. Some of these, as I have been saying, are living just now, and I am knowing them just now when they are doing this living. Some of them are certainly living just now, and I am not knowing them just now doing their living. I am then certainly just now thinking about very many men and very many women being living. Some, as I am saying, some men and women are married ones in living, and some are not married ones in living. Some, as I am saying, are married ones again and again in their living. Some, as I am saying, are not at all ever married ones in their living. Some then certainly are sometimes married ones in their living. Being a married one is an interesting thing to me, I am certain. Being married ones is an interesting thing to some, is not a very interesting thing to some. Being a married one is an interesting thing sometime to someone, and is not an interesting thing sometime to that one. Being a married one is more, is less an interesting thing to someone in the living being in that one. Some then are certainly sometime in their living a married one. Some, being sometime in their living a married one, are sometime finding that thing an interesting thing in them to them. In a way, being a married one was an interesting thing to Alfred Hersland. In a way, it was not an interesting thing to him. Being a married one was, in a way, a very interesting thing to Julia Hersland. In a way, it was not a very interesting thing to Julia Hersland. I am thinking just now, certainly thinking just now, about some men, about some women. I certainly am just now thinking about men and about women. I certainly am just now thinking about some men. I certainly am just now thinking about some women. I am not certain that I cannot very soon have finished writing a complete history of all men and all women. This is a new feeling for me to have in me. This is a new thing to be inside me. This that I am not certain that I will not have very soon now have brought to a completion all the history of all men and all women so completely that not any more ever can be as a new thing written. This is a new feeling to have in me. I am not really certain I am going to be liking to have this as a thing to be completely in me. Perhaps I will be certain I am knowing completely everything of being in men and in women. It would be an exciting thing to be certain really of this thing, having had the complete history of everyone already finished in writing. I will not be having it as certain, this thing. I will go on being one every day, telling about being in men and in women. Certainly, I will be going on being one telling about being in men and women. I am going on being such a one. I am wondering whether each one is an interesting thing in being one being living. I am wondering about this thing. I am knowing someone wanting that each one is certain that everything is in the world to anyone being living. I know another one who is certain that not very many things are in the world to anyone being really living. I know someone who asks questions always about these things, and I am remembering the words that one is using in asking about everything, in asking about anything. That one is wondering whether anyone is having anything in being one being really living. I am wondering whether this one is one really being almost now a quite old one. I am wondering just now whether I am not already really understanding all the being there ever can be in any man and any woman. I am almost being certain that I am understanding all being ever having been, ever being, ever going to be in any man, in any woman. I am almost certain I am understanding just now everything about being in men and women. I am certain I do not know completely yet all the detail of all the kinds there are of men and women. I am almost certain I am understanding just now all there is of being in men and in women when they are beginning, when they are in middle living, when they are ending. It is quite certain that I am realizing just now being in all men and in all women, and the way this is in them, in each one of them. I am understanding just now very much, and I am not just now telling very much. I will soon now certainly be telling very much. Thinking about sense in being in living in men and women, thinking about some being and some not being married ones in being living, has been to me a thing I have been very completely enjoying. I am now one knowing being in men and in women. I am thinking about some being and some being not married ones in being living. I am thinking about some being completely not married ones in being living. I am thinking now about everyone. I will be telling just now about being in everyone. It is a funny thing to me, a peculiar thing, that each one is not knowing that living is what is certainly in them, and each other one is one being one having it in them, that they are ones being living. I know that each one very often is really forgetting this thing, that one is one having it, that one is one having being living as being, and that every other one, each one, is one having being in them of being one being living. Mostly everyone is sometime forgetting this thing about that one, about everyone. And so then I am knowing everything, because really I am not ever forgetting this thing, that I am one, being one having living in being, and that everyone is having it in that one one is having living being in being that one. I am then one in a way, certainly one knowing everything. Some are ones in a way knowing everything. Some are ones not in a way knowing everything. Some are knowing that some are in a way ones knowing everything. Some are never feeling anything about anyone knowing everything. Mostly everyone is sometimes feeling about someone in a way knowing everything. Alfred Hersland was the one then Julia Dehning was marrying. She married him as one she was marrying. He was one being one she was marrying. She was one being one he was marrying. And each one of them was the one the other one was marrying and loving then. Each one of them was marrying the other one. needing that one then, and loving that one then. Each one of them then married the other one, needing that one then for loving and living, and being the one they were needing to be being in living. Julia Dehning married Alfred Hersland. They were married and living then, not very successfully to each of them married living. It is certain that each one of them was needing the other one then for being in living what each one of them was needing for being in living in them. Each one of them was then being in living, and was then certain to be needing being in living. Each one of them was succeeding, was failing in living. Not either of them had, in a way, really sense for living in being living. Each one of them, in a way, would be certain to be going on being in living. Each one of them was going on being in living. Julia was one, as I was saying, one needing to be one, being going on being living. Julia was such a one all her living. All her living, she was one needing to be going on being one being living. All her living she was one, as I have been saying, one needing to be one going to be going on being living. So then Julia was married to Alfred Hersland. She married him and was loving him, and was certain then, and not by thinking about this thing, that she was one going to be going on being living. This was being in her then. This was always being in her all her living. Julia Dehning then married one she was needing then for the being in her that was being one who was needing to be certainly always going on, going to be living. This was being in her, and she was then not thinking about this thing. Alfred Hersland then, as I was saying, was thinking about being one, being aspiring, in being succeeding in living. They were married ones, Julia and Alfred Hersland. This is to be now more history of some coming to know them. It is not such a very difficult thing going on being living as it seems to be to some thinking about this thing, about going on being living. It is quite an easy thing for a great many having living being in them. This is a thing to surprise some that really this thing is not a difficult thing. To some, it is quite a difficult thing being one going on being living. To very many, for very many, it is not at all a very difficult. To quite some, it is not the very least bit a really difficult thing to be one going on being living, being in being living. To some, it is quite a surprising thing that it is not a very difficult thing to very many, being ones going on in being ones, being in living. Julia Hersland certainly all her living was one being one going on being living. As I am saying, she was not having it really in her to be from being in her one having really sense in being to herself being in living, in having really sense for living from being in her, from having been in living all her living. She was one, certainly though, going to be all her living going on being living. She was one really not from being in her being one succeeding in living, succeeding in being living to her inside her. She was one certainly going to be from being in her, one going to be going on being, one going to be living all of her living. That is certain. When she was ending, she would come, of course, to be one not any longer being in living, but that would be simply that she had come then sometime to be a dead one. Not that she had ever come to be one, not going to be going on, being one going on being living. Really then, she was one, as I was saying, needing learning anything, because anything could be feeding her to be one going to be going on being living. And indeed then, she was one needing to be resisting really learning anything to be at all changing, attacking being in her, which was in her to make of her being one going to be all her living, going on being living. This is in a way a full description of her. There can be more description of her. There will be some more description of her. Certainly some are, in their living, married ones. Certainly there are some, having it in being, that they are ones going to be going on being living, and these can have it in them to be in living, attacking to be winning. These can have it in living to be learning something. Some of such of them can have it to be learning something more and more in living. Some can have it in them to be really learning the same thing again and again. Julia, as I was saying, really was not learning anything. And this is a nice thing to be certain of in thinking out being in Julia all her living. Julia was then, as I was saying, one needing being, one having it, that she was learning anything. She was completely then, when she was doing this thing, marrying Alfred Hersland. She liked it a little then, and then it went on to come to be quite soon a beginning of a long ending, a long dividing of themselves from living with each other any more in being in living. Pride and egotism and vanity and ambition and succeeding and failing I like to think about now in each one. I like thinking about pride and egotism and vanity and ambition and failing and succeeding in each one I am knowing, because it is very interesting to know these things, being in those having these things in them. I was just telling someone interesting things about each one of them in that family, having it in them, that egotism in them did not in them make them doing very well the thing they had some talent to be doing. One of these had it in that one to be one having some talent to be working, to be interesting in something to everyone. And this one had it in him to have it that for him, in him, he was one living in being one, needing to have it that he was one being one, having pride in having been possibly beginning something. And this one was an unhappy one inside him when he was a young one, and quite a thin one. And then he was one coming to be a rather heavy-set one, and some thought that then he was coming to be a quite happy one, but happiness was not then in him. He knew this then. His brother and his sister, all of them, were certain of this thing then. One of these had it that she had vanity completely in her as egotism in her, and she had then a pride in feeling this to be there concealed inside her. And egotism filled this one to keep vanity in her, with pride to keep it from being a trouble to her, as knowledge to any one of her. And this one was one having been going to be, and being to herself and some, a distinguished woman, in being one leading someone, only nobody was ever really following that one. And this one was one really to herself and to everyone, one not having it as being, to be one going on being living. And this one was dying, in having slowly less and less leading in her of someone, with not anyone following. And this one then would have been listening while I was telling her this thing, only just then her mind certainly was wandering, and not anyone then was following this mind in her being then wandering. This is one I will perhaps not be ever seeing again, and yet, as she might say, perhaps I will. Who knows certainly then that I will not ever see this one again. There was another one of these that had it in her to be one quite ordinarily wallowing and engulfing in loving, and ordinary enough in being not a very stupid one, and like a good many in being one giving and taking. And this one had it that egotism in her was not having any reinforcing for any of this being that was being in her, but was in her as being to her, that she was one needing to be one doing everything anyone was needing. And this one was then an unhappy one, and a rich one, and everyone was flattering this one, and everyone was quite certain that this one would always be living, and they would always be flattering this one to keep this one as one going on being living. And sometime there will be histories and histories written of these women and these men. One of this family was really succeeding in living, having it in him that egotism in him went to make him into complete carrying out power in him to be a busy man, coming to be a very rich one. And so this one had effective ambition in him, and this one was a dead one when he was not a very old one, and some were not really very sorry that this one was a dead one, although not anyone was really very glad that this one was a dead one. Julia Hersland and Alfred Hersland, neither one of them, were at all like the family of women and men I have been just describing. Julia Hersland was one going on being in being living. Alfred Hersland was one not failing, not succeeding in living, not having altogether not any sense for living, not having really sense for living, was one who was twice a married one, and was one who was sometimes a very loving one. Julia was one who might have been twice a married one, but really she was only once a married one, and she was, in a way, a loving one. This is to be now a more detailed account of what happened in their living in each one of them, to each one of them. Alfred Hersland married Julia Dehning, and was then living in married living, in a way, in Dehning family living. He had then later help from Mr. Dehning, so that he could be having what he knew then he was needing to be one succeeding in living. He was not then succeeding in living, and Mr. Dehning came then to be certain that Alfred Hersland was one not honest enough for any, for him, daily living. Julia Hersland had been, before Mr. Dehning was, certain of this thing about Alfred in her married living with him. Mrs. Dehning was certain then that Julia never should have been allowed to be married to him, and this was in her then a very certain thing. Julia Hersland was the wife of Alfred Hersland, and was not coming to having successful married living with him. She had children, 2 children. She came to know very well David Hersland, brother of Alfred Hersland. She did not ever marry again as Alfred Hersland did. She might have done this thing. Now I go on with him, then I go on with her. I am going on with him, then I am going on with her. Hersland had not then, when Mr. Dehning was helping him, had not succeeded in beginning really successful living. He was then one not to everyone failing in living. He was then certainly one having been one. Mr. Dehning was certain anyone could be understanding as not being one honest for daily living in any living. Anyone Mr. Dehning was having with him could be living in. Anyone Mr. Dehning was knowing in daily living could be having as being in daily living with such a one. Hersland then and Julia Hersland were living then in married living. Mr. Dehning was then certainly not ever seeing Hersland then. He was not ever then entering in any house where Hersland was living then. Did Hersland ever know certainly that Julia would be certain that Hersland was not what Julia was needing for honest daily living if Julia had not been certain by reason of having a father still living in Dehning family living? Did Hersland really ever believe this thing, that Julia was certain of this, and not by having, because of her father, being one, making Dehning living feeling of honest being, not being in Hersland, in some living of daily living in him, was Hersland really not ever in him certain of this thing, of this being certain in Julia, that she would not be needing the being in him for any daily living, even if she had not then had a father living, making Dehning family living? Julia was certain that Hersland might have been certain of this thing. Julia was certain that he would be certain of this thing, and that then he would not be saying he was certain of this thing. Mr. Dehning was certain enough that Hersland was certain of this thing. Mrs. Dehning was certain to be talking on and on to herself and to Julia and to everyone in Dehning family living who was then not listening. And that was everyone then about being certain about this thing. And David Hersland, who was later then talking about this thing to Julia and George and a little sometime to Hortense Dehning, was certain that Alfred was one who was not certain that to be dead was to be really a dead one. And David Hersland was a young man then, and was completely then hoping to be discovering this thing as certain in Alfred Hersland that Alfred Hersland was not certain that to be dead was to be really and truly a really dead one. So then there was then married living, and having children, and a father-in-law, and a mother-in-law, and a brother-in-law, and a sister-in-law, both quite young ones, and a brother then in Alfred Hersland's living, and Julia Hersland, and not really failing to everyone knowing him then, and not really beginning being succeeding to himself then, and beginning to know some then who came to see him then, and not ever seeing Mr. Dehning then, But some seeing of Mrs. Dehning then, and some seeing of George Dehning then, and some living then in the house with him of his brother David Hersland, who was studying in Bridgepoint just then. He came later in his living to know other ones, and as I was saying, he was not in his living succeeding or failing. To some, he was quite a good deal succeeding. To some, he was quite a good deal failing. To himself, he was a good deal succeeding. Sometimes he was telling about being a good deal succeeding in living. Sometimes he was to himself a good deal failing in being in living. He knew very well in all of his living Patrick Moore, and later Minnie Mason. Later he married Minnie Mason. As I was saying, he was not failing, certainly not altogether succeeding in being in living. Later he had about almost completely an angry feeling in not liking Mr. Dehning and Mrs. Dehning and Julia Dehning and George Dehning and Hortense Dehning. And mostly then he was certain that he had loving feeling in him, that he had and could have and would have some loving feeling for Julia Hersland and her children, and he was then needing completely to be one being living, loving Minnie Mason, who had been a married one, and later was one married to him. He was one, almost one to himself, to some, to his brother, David Hersland, to several, sometimes almost not to anyone, having that he had, did have, would have loving feeling for Julia Hersland and her children. He was one, as I am saying, who was not ever one, having it being needing, having ambition in being one, being living, from the resisting, from the engulfing being that was being in him. He was one having ambition in intention, and aspiration from being one having vanity in him, from engulfing being that was in him, not winning being in living. He was then a man having people liking him in living, having people despising him in living, having some people loving him in living, having some people liking him pretty well, having some people certainly not liking to have him being liked by them. He was one who had married living with Julia Hersland, with Minnie Hersland. He was one knowing very well some men and working with some men. He was one not having enough sense for living for anything really more than being married to Minnie Mason, then for working pretty well sometime with some men, then for being almost persuading his brother David that he, Alfred, had really some loving being always in him. He had not sense for living enough for having aspiration and ambition, and being marrying Julia Dehning, and being persuading Mr. Dehning to be almost believing that he, Alfred Hersland, needed something that Mr. Dehning could give him to be beginning to be succeeding in living, and being one making Mrs. Dehning willing to have him be petted by her in Dehning family living, and make her later then a very nervous one. So then Alfred lived and went on living, and ended one having in him not enough sense for living to be one failing, to be one succeeding in living. He was one ending being in living, having loving feeling in him, being a married one, having been really working quite well with some men, being pretty nearly a completely hated one in Dehning family living, being certainly a completely hated one in Dehning family living, and being then a tradition as a hated one, not honest in daily living, in Dehning family living. And then Julia Hersland was dead, and I am not finding it very interesting knowing what was happening later to the children of Alfred and Julia Hersland. He did not have any children in his married living with Minnie Mason. End of section 44, read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, July 16, 2024. Section 45 of The Making of Americans by Gertrude Stein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 45. Julia had complete courage as being one certainly going to be going on being living. Julia had sweetness in her that was very certain to some coming to know her. Julia had honesty in being one having in her Dehning family living, and being then stamping that thing with her being one certainly, very certain, to be one going on being living. She was one needing to be learning anything. Everybody came to know this thing. Everyone comes to know this thing in knowing this one in living. Julia had certainly courage in living, sweetness in living, to some knowing being in her, in all of her living, as she was going on being one, going on certainly being living. Alfred never came to be loving her as being one, certainly having sweetness in her, to some knowing being in her. In a way, Alfred was not loving her as being one certainly going to be going on being living. In a way, he was loving her as being one going to be going on being living. He was loving her some then as being one certainly going to be going on being one being living. He was certainly loving her some as one being one certainly needing to be learning anything. He was certainly loving her some as one attacking, but not really for winning. He was one loving her some for being one not really winning by being attacking. He was really not loving her for being one resisting learning really anything, so that she could not have any changing in being one attacking. He was one not really coming to be hating Dehning family living, and always then he could have a very angry temper about this thing. He was one really then not having really hating really ever in him. She could have hating him come to be in her. The Dehning family could have a tradition of hating him be in them, as a thing they might have been inheriting. The Hersland family could mostly not be feeling hating them, the Dehning family, very personally in them. Julia came then later to be really completely separated from him. She came then to be going on being living. She might have then come to be marrying someone. She did not then come to be marrying anyone. That was, in a way, an accidental thing. She might have come then to be marrying one. She did not then marry that one. She went on certainly being one, going on being living. She was succeeding well enough then in going on being in living. She had children, as I have been saying, and as I said of them, I am not finding it to me at all an interesting thing to be telling just now about living coming to be more and more in them. So then there has been written some history of Julia and Alfred Hersland. There will be written now a little more detailed description of living being in each one of them, with the people knowing each one of them. Some are quite certain that they have some friend, some friends who are stronger than they are to do something. But then these are ones doing the thing in a way that is not for that thing a completely perfect way of doing that thing. And that one, who is not such a strong one as a friend of his is in doing that thing, is one doing that thing to make that thing a completer thing. In his beginning in living important living, Alfred Hersland had not at all in him, to him, such a feeling about any other one. Later in his living, after he was married to Minnie Hersland, and she helped him with Pat Moore to tell him this to be inside him, he could then know a little in him that he had friends stronger than he was in doing something. He never had this really completely in him, but at moments in his later living, he had it almost completely inside him. Only at moments in his later living, as I was saying, and then not really completely inside him, but somewhat certainly in his later living, at moments then, when Pat Moore was not so intimate, but still pretty intimate with him, and Minnie Mason was married to him, he had this pretty nearly completely at moments inside him, that he had friends, that he certainly had a friend stronger than he at doing something for living, but that he himself had it in him to do that thing, and to do it very perfectly indeed, very completely indeed, very completely, certainly completely, and perfectly. And he knew this at moments in him, and he told it to his children, who were the children of Julia Hersland, sometimes when he sometimes, for a little time, saw one of them. He was then one certainly not failing, pretty nearly really succeeding then in his later living. Patrick Moore, in a way, admired him, and Alfred Hersland, in a way, was always all his living knowing him. Patrick Moore was one in a way succeeding very well in living. There was another one who was knowing Alfred Hersland some then. McKinley Young was knowing him then, but that was because Young was knowing Moore a little and was going to be a musician. Then there was James Flint, who knew Alfred Hersland quite well, and then knew Julia Hersland, and then knew David Hersland very well, and he knew Minnie Mason very well, and Alfred Hersland met her then. James Flint always more or less all his living knew Moore and knew David Hersland as long as David was living, not seeing him very often, but always knowing him. I will begin now continuing the history of Alfred Hersland and Julia Hersland and of some who came to know them. I am coming to the beginning of the ending of my description of Alfred and Julia Hersland. To begin then. McKinley Young knew Moore a little. Young was a musician. He was certainly serious in that profession. He certainly was serious in going to be making something important in musical composition. There are very many who are very serious ones in going to be doing something in the way of artistic creation. There are very many who are working many hours every day with serious intention. Young was one who had it in him to be one always steadily working, having certainly real feeling in being one certainly seriously going to do something that would be certain to be a good thing. He was one having, as I was saying, power for steady working. He was one having certainly a sense for being one certainly being living. He was one not continuing in being living, being one having certainly sense for being one being living, with being one having certainly the power to be day after day steadily working. He certainly had sense in being one being in living. He certainly had sense for being one feeling being in living. This was rising up slowly from the depths of him, and mostly then he was every day steadily working, and this, which was really sense for being in living, which was really in him, was so slowly rising in him that he, being one steadily, seriously, earnestly, continuously working, made for him a cover to him, and sense in being one being really living, rather did not make any more than a touching of this thing the cover of him, which was being one completely, seriously, steadily working. Let me explain again. This one then was, as I was saying, a man, and his name was McKinley Young. He was a musician. He was completely, seriously working every day in his living. He was certain that he needed to be one to be really living, to be one creating something in writing music that certainly would be a thoroughly good thing. This one, McKinley Young, was one having certainly a feeling of being one really being living. He was one being really in being living. He was one having certainly sense in being living. He was one seeing with his thinking, feeling in his working, that everything he was learning was really something, and each day in his living he was really learning something. He was one certain that everything he was learning was something he could be using to be doing the thing he seriously was certain he needed to be doing to be one really being in living. He was one steadily learning more and more, and always then, when he was composing, the only thing that was anything were things that really were not anything, were just suggestions of there being somewhere inside that one a sense really in being living. Not anything this one was learning was coming into connection with the sense of being one being living that was in this one. It was this way with this one. This one, in seriously, steadily, daily working, was really a practical man. That is to say, each thing he was learning was for the doing of something. He was one always working, and really then he could do that thing he certainly had been learning. But then that was not creation. No, certainly not. That was not creation. And yet sense for living was in him, but it was a thing to rise slowly in him, so slowly that it almost stopped, and went so slowly, like molasses, very thick, that not anything he could be learning could be helping him with this thing. Not at all, and really then it was some sense for living he certainly had in him, but not enough to be one so seriously, so earnestly certain to be winning, doing a really completely good thing. Not continuous enough in oozing to be making sense for him in all the arguments he was always indulging in. Just enough to make him again and again say completely funny, penetrating things. Not too penetrating even, but thoroughly interesting as funny things. But that again not any too often. He was one then who, if he was not one melancholy by the nature in him, or too worrisome, would certainly end up by teaching something, and being certain that the ones he was knowing would never work hard enough or be serious enough to really do the thing. However, he knew Pat Moore very well, and continued to know him. In a way, he really liked Alfred Hersland. He never thought Alfred would really succeed in doing anything. He thought Pat Moore might succeed very well in living. He thought James Flint would succeed in living, but that was not of any interest to Young. He continued to know Alfred Hersland for some years. He came to know Minnie Hersland, and he liked her very well, and he always came to see the two of them, and always he liked very much to see Pat Moore quite often. Pat Moore was a very different kind of a man. This is a description of what he was in being and in living. Patrick Moore was not a musician, but he liked it that his friends were good at that thing. He was in business, and in a way was a man completely succeeding, excepting when he was very worried because he was a poor man, was a man quite completely for the being and the living in him succeeding in living. Patrick Moore was of the resisting kind of them, and his being was alive and very lively inside of him. His being was completely alive and quite lively inside him, and he was one succeeding in living, excepting when he was worrying about being a poor man, a very poor man sometime in his living, and this was a strange thing to be in him to many that knew him. This is something that is important in anyone coming to know him, that he was a man succeeding in living, being alive inside him, and lively inside in him, and worrying sometime that he was a really poor man, and not worrying anyone else with this thing. He was never a very poor man, but he was very often, as is common, not a quite rich one. He was never a very rich one. He was, when he was at the ending of his middle living, and to the end of his living then, quite a rich one. He was married then, and his wife was quite a rich one. He was one doing real estate business, and was one almost everyone was liking. As I said of him, he had always some admiration for Alfred Hersland, and he was quite certain that Hersland would never be really failing in living. He had some understanding of Hersland not continuing to be living with Julia Hersland and loving his children. He had feeling for Alfred Hersland marrying Minnie Mason. He liked Flint very well, and always was ready to have Flint come to see him. He liked Young very well, and often he did not for a very long time see him. He admired Young for being one so thoroughly working and arguing. He liked everyone very well, and very often, as I was saying, he was worrying about being a poor man. But really he was not ever troubling anyone with this thing. He was, as I was saying, of the resisting kind in men and women, and, as I was saying, being was alive in him always all his living. It was very lively really inside him. He was one liking some, liking a good many, admiring some, admiring a good many. He was one very many were liking, and he was one really succeeding in living. He was one having really all his living lively in him, sense for feeling being one, being living. He was one, as I was saying, worrying sometimes, and for quite long times, about being a poor man, not about being one failing in living, that was not being in him, but about being a poor man. But, as I was saying, he was one not really ever worrying anyone with this thing. I will tell more now about him and the other ones in his being living. I would certainly like to be knowing it of each one, just how succeeding, just how failing in living, comes to be in them in living from the being in them. I would certainly like to know this of each one who ever was, who is now living. I certainly would like to know it about each one, just how the being in them connects itself with anyone, with anything, with everyone, so that that one is succeeding, is failing in living. I certainly cannot tell anyone how very much I would like to know this in each one. I am completely filled up with wanting to be completely certain about everyone, about the being in them, and the failing and the succeeding and the failing they have in them in their living. I look at everyone, I read about each one, I think about each one, I listen to each one, I listen to about each one, I listen to anyone, I listen to everyone. I look at anyone, I look again and again. I listen again and again and again. I am thinking very often about each one. I certainly would like to know it about everyone, about the being in them, and the way being in them makes failing and succeeding in them. I am much less interested in their being good ones or bad ones, clean ones or dirty ones, rich ones or poor ones, well-mannered or badly-mannered ones, sick ones or well ones. I want to know about each one the being in them to make of them one's succeeding, one's failing. That is what I want to know about each one. Being in them, making of them one's succeeding, one's failing, one's succeeding and failing, one's failing and succeeding in being in living. This is what I want to know about each one. And I never can know everything. And perhaps I never can know everything about this thing. Very likely I can never know everything about this thing. That is to me a thing made of me, one certain to be one someday certainly ending. I like living, but I am certain that I cannot know everything, and so I know certainly that I will be one someday not being any longer living. This is not to me now a sorrowful thing. This is to me now quite a certain thing. I like being living. I like, too, being certain of something. I am certainly certain of something. This is to be now a description of successful living, of not successful living being in Pat Moore and Alfred Hersland and McKinley Young and James Flint and Minnie Mason and David Hersland. I tell about successful living, about failing in these now, because I want to be telling about it in everyone. And I cannot just do that thing because I do not just now completely know that thing. I know a good deal now about being in men and women, about being in someone, in some, in many making in them each one their succeeding, their failing in being living, in being in living, in being going on being living. I know this now so that I could have it in me to know very much about succeeding and failing in men and women. And yet I am not certain I will very soon be knowing really very much more about this thing. I really have not very much hope in me that soon I will be knowing very much more about succeeding and failing being in men and women. I seem just now in me to be a good deal stopping in being learning about this thing in men and women. If I tell about being in some men, some women, making for them succeeding, making for them failing in being living, in being in living, in being going on being in living, in being going on living, perhaps then a little I will be beginning again, learning something of being in men and women, making succeeding and failing in them. I am getting to find it more and more interesting, being one, feeling it in everyone, the being in them, making them to be succeeding, to be failing in living. James Flint liked Patrick Moore very well. He admired him. James Flint began his beginning living as a musician. He ended his beginning middle living as a manufacturer of clothing. He was a man certainly succeeding in living, and yet not one succeeding well enough to be at all startling. He was one succeeding in living. He was one certainly being living in living. Certainly very solidly this thing, and always then he had a quick way of doing things in music and manufacturing that were a little quicker than solid succeeding in him. And this then kept him from being one really quite startlingly being one succeeding in living. He was one, as I was saying, completely succeeding in living, being certainly one solidly attacking in successful winning. And always then, as I was saying, he was lightly attacking and successfully lightly attacking quicker than. He was solidly attacking, and this was in him in being a musician, and this was in him in being one manufacturing clothing, and this was in him, and he was one not being at all in his living an astonishingly successful one. As I was saying, he admired Pat Moore and liked him very well indeed. And Moore was one certainly successful quite well in living, and being entirely alive inside him, and very lively inside him with this live being in him. Not anyone was close to Pat Moore in Moore's being alive in being living, and Moore was succeeding well enough in living, and not anyone was wanting him to be succeeding any more than he was succeeding, and he was sometimes worrying a good deal about going to be a very poor man. But he never worried anyone with this thing, and yet Flint was not quite entirely satisfied with Moore being in his own living. James Flint certainly was satisfied with being alive in Moore, and very lively in him, and Moore being one succeeding in living. Flint did not need to have Moore succeed any more than Moore would be succeeding in living, but somehow to Flint it was as if Moore should have been a little more poignantly succeeding. That is to say, he should not be more poignant in being, in living, in succeeding, but somehow being succeeding as he, Moore, was succeeding, should have been a more poignant thing to someone, to anyone, not to Moore, not to Flint, not to any woman, not to any other man, but somehow, some way, to someone. Flint, then, in a way, was not completely satisfied with Pat Moore. As I was saying, Flint and Moore knew each other, and Flint had come to know Minnie Mason. Flint was a man a good many came to know in living, and Minnie Mason came to know Moore and Young, and Hersland came to know her, and some years later, a number of years later, Alfred Hersland was married to her. They all came to know David Hersland, as was a natural thing. Now I will give a very short description of Minnie Mason and Minnie with each one of them, and Minnie Mason marrying and married to Alfred Hersland. Some have sense for living from having realization in them that each thing they are knowing is such a thing as it is to them, and really knowing this in them. Some are knowing in them that each thing they are knowing in living is the thing that thing really is living. Some have in them completely the emotion of knowing something is something without feeling in them that anything is anything. This certainly can be in men and women. There are many ways of having sense for living, sense of being living in them in men and in women. Some have completely the emotion of something being what they are needing for being one going on being living, and some of such of them have not at all in them any feeling of any one thing having it as being the thing they are needing to be having it to have them be ones going on being in living, being in living, being living. Some have some of such feeling, and not any such thing. Not any such feeling has any value for them. I am knowing one who knew Young some, and Flint a little, and heard of Moore, and came once to dine with Alfred and Minnie Hersland. And this one was one being certain that he was one loving with intensity a powerful thing. And this one was one loving with intensity the emotion of feeling a thing, being a powerful thing. And so this one was always hoping, but really never being one doing anything that gave to him satisfaction. And this is very common. I am not just now liking everyone, not at all. Each one is too completely herself, himself inside her, inside him, and repeating sometimes with some changing, sometimes with more emphasizing, sometimes with a weakening feeling, sometimes more loudly, sometimes more faintly, the being in that one. And I certainly do just now not want to be certain of this thing, and I am completely certain of this thing. And I know now, certainly, there are very many, most everyone, not wanting to be certain inside them that each one is repeating always all the being in them, being themselves inside them. I can see just now in me that for very many living, this is not at all a romantic thing, this knowing that each one always is repeating. I know that mostly everyone will not ever be really certain of this thing. I am always certain of this thing. I mostly am all solid in this thing. That is full up. That is satisfied. That is comfortable. That is interested. That is noticing. That is stirred by this thing. I will not just now be mentioning again this thing. Minnie Mason married Alfred Hersland when he was loving again in his living, and they were succeeding well enough in being in married living. They went on being in married living. It interested them enough. It interested some others in the beginning. Mostly, it was not so very interesting, their being in married living, their succeeding well enough in married living. Alfred Hersland succeeding well enough in living, mostly everyone they were knowing succeeding well enough in living. I am interested in this thing. Minnie Mason certainly did love very much and very often. She certainly did very much of this thing. She came to loving one and being loved by that one, and to marrying that one, and marrying then was almost then a successful thing for the two of them. It was not then a successful thing. She had come then to almost marrying another one instead of the one she married then, and that would have been almost a successful thing in having married living. She came later, as I was saying, to marrying Alfred Hersland. That was quite a successful thing in having married living. As I was saying, she was one certainly loving very often. She was one, as I was saying, certainly loving very much, and as I was saying, she certainly did this thing very often. In a way, she went on knowing the one she had been married to. In a way, she went on knowing everyone. She knew James Flint, and he knew Patrick Moore, and Patrick Moore knew Alfred Hersland, and Minnie Mason married Alfred Hersland. She was, as I was saying, in a way, knowing everyone. She, as I was saying, in a way went on knowing each one she ever had been knowing. In a way she went on knowing the one she had been married to, the one she almost had been marrying. She was then successfully marrying and being in married living with Alfred Hersland. She was then going on knowing James Flint and Moore, and even Young then, as I was saying. Pat Moore thought it certainly a very good thing that Alfred Hersland married Minnie Mason. He said to everyone he thought it a very good thing. He did think it to be a very good thing that Minnie Mason married Alfred Hersland. He knew Minnie and he knew Alfred, and he always went on knowing them, and he very often took dinner with them. Flint did not see any of them very often. He sometimes saw them. He saw Moore, and he saw Hersland and Minnie Hersland when he came to see them. Young did not see any of them often. He did sometimes see them. He did sometimes see Mr. and Mrs. Hersland, and he did once in a while see Moore, and once in a while he saw James Flint. They all thought it was a very good thing that Hersland and Minnie were married and living contentedly in married living, and were then succeeding quite well in living. Moore was quite certain that it was a good thing that Hersland and Minnie were marrying. Some are very happy loving someone. Some are very happy then loving another one. Someone is very happy in loving one. Someone is very happy in loving and then is very happy in loving another one. Minnie Mason was such a one. It is quite common to be quite happy sometime in being loving. It is quite common to be happy in loving one and to be happy in loving another one. This is quite common. Minnie was quite happy in loving one, and she married that one. And she was quite happy in loving another one, and she did not marry that one. And she was quite happy in marrying another one, and she did marry that one. Certainly it was quite right, Moore was certain of this thing, that anyone with the name of Minnie Mason should be happy in loving someone. Minnie was happy in loving one, and she was happy in loving that one. She married that one. She was almost then succeeding in married living with that one. She did not keep on being married to that one. She, in a way, always was knowing that one. She, in a way, always knew it as quite a happy thing in her living that this one certainly would be doing something when she asked him to be doing something. She was very happy just then when she was marrying this one in loving another one, and she was never going to be marrying, and she never married that one. And she certainly would have been almost succeeding in married living with that one. She was, in a way, all her living knowing this one. She was, in a way, certain that this one would be doing anything she would ask him if she ever would come to asking him to do something. She was then later, as I was saying, happy in loving Hersland. She married him. She was succeeding then in married living. He was succeeding then in living. She was of the resisting kind of them, but resisting was in her constantly trickling out of her as steadily trickling attacking. Very often she was doing very much lying, as I was saying. She had really sense for living, as I was saying. Resisting being came trickling out of her. There was a great deal always trickling out of her. It was as attacking being to mostly everyone knowing her. As I was saying, she had sense for living. As I am saying, she and Alfred Hersland successfully went on living in married living until they came one and then the other of them to be old ones and then dead ones. Minnie Hersland had had, and in a way had not at all had, sense for being in living. She was not in a way continuing in being living, but in a way she was, by not stopping being living. She was then, in a way, all her living, continuing being living. In a way she was not ever to herself inside her in being, continuing being living. Going on being living in men and women in all of them is an interesting thing. Each one has that in them, the way their kind in men and women can have it in them. Minnie then, all her living, was in a way continuing being living. In a way, she was not ever in her being continuing being living. As I was saying, she was loving very much and very often. As I was saying, in a way, she had sense really for living. As I was saying, she was, in a way, always going on knowing anyone she ever had been knowing. These are all now living, these I have been, these I am now describing. They were then Alfred Hersland and Julia Hersland, and each one of them knew some who were then doing living. Some have sense for living by the emotion in them. Some have sense for living by being certain that each thing is existing. Some have not any sense for living by emotion, by being certain that each thing, that everything is existing. Some of such have it in them that they are certainly going to be going on living. As I was saying, Julia Dehning was one almost not having any sense for living. She was one certainly going to be going on being living. What there was in her of sense for living was sense of living by emotion being in her. She did certainly, in a way, have a very little sense of living from emotion in her. She did certainly have it in her to be one going to be going on living. This was courage in her to her, and to everyone ever knowing her. She did, as I was saying, have sweetness of a little having sense for being living by having really emotion in a way in her. Not emotion as loving, emotion as being in living. She had in a way this really in her. As I could be saying, there are some living to be ones being good for living. There are some living to be ones making themselves and others good for living. There are some living because they are certain that there is some good to someone in their being living. There are some living certain that each one has some good in living. There are some living needing to be certain that sometime someone will be a good one. There are some living hoping sometime to be certain that some will be good ones in living. There are some living who are certain that not anyone not being a good one is really being in living. There are some living that are not certain by their thinking that any way is a good one, but they have it in them to be only able to be living by considering living in the way of something to be done to be a good one, to make someone be a good one, to have it that in living there will be good ones. There are some in living that are certain that they must be one being a good one. There are all these, and then there are, as one might say, schools of each one of these ways of being, of many being these things with not much feeling in them of such a thing to make them be doing much living. I will now tell about Julia Dehning and a whole lot more of men and women. Some men are certainly sometime loving a woman. Some women are certainly sometime loving some man. Some men are sometimes certainly loving some woman. Very many men are thinking the woman they are loving a very wonderful thing. Very many men are sometime loving, each one of them, someone. Some of these are not really thinking the one they are loving to be such a wonderful one. Many women are sometimes in their living loved by some man. Some are needing this for being one to themselves being living. Some are liking such a thing very well for keeping on being living. Some are excited in this thing. Some are certain that they are going on living having this thing. Some are always thinking they are not going on in living having this thing. And then there are very many, the women who are, as it were, schools following in the feeling of someone, having a feeling in them of having had, going to be having, some man loving them. There are some women, quite some of them, who have it as being that they are completely feeling one thing when they are feeling that thing. These then are wonderful ones to anyone loving them. They are eternal things, having it in them to be completely one thing. These may be ones having any kind of thing in feeling, but each time feeling is in them, they are feeling that thing with the whole of them. And these can then give to anyone loving them the feeling that being one is a thing not having any beginning or any ending. And so then many being in the state of having loving for them by someone of such of them, many have it in them then that infinite and eternal has really meaning. A thing not beginning and not ending is certainly continuing. One completely feeling something is one not having begun to feel anything, because to have a beginning means that there will be accumulation, and then gradually dying away as ending, and this cannot be where a thing is a complete thing. So then many women give to the men loving them the awe-inspired feeling of realizing an eternal thing. And that is very satisfying, and so very many men are very much liking having this kind of loving given to them. Now, I am saying this is in some women, not only in loving, but in living. They are completely feeling something. There are a very great many women living, not at all completely feeling anything, and they are sometimes loving someone, and they are sometimes being loved by someone. Loving is a very nice thing to very many doing that thing. It is not at all a nice thing to very many doing that thing. Now, as I am saying, Julia Hersland, who had been Julia Dehning, came to know a good many men and women in her living. In her younger living, she had not known anyone not in Dehning family living or visiting. Now she was coming now, when she was no longer succeeding in married living, she was coming to know some men and women. She came to know David Hersland, brother of her husband Alfred Hersland. She came to know James Cranach and his wife Miriam. She came to know Theodore Summers, and to know very well then William Beckling. And she came to know pretty well, not so very well, because Helen really did not like Julia Hersland in her daily living. She came to know Helen Cook. Julia came to know Rachel Sherman, although Rachel was certain that Helen was right about her feeling about living being in Julia Dehning, as some called her then. And then later, Rachel married Adolph Herman. And then, with not any changing in her feeling, she was a very dear friend in her feeling and in Julia Hersland's feeling. And Julia had known, and then was not any longer knowing, Charles Kohler. And then there was Arthur Keller, whom in a way everyone was quite certain would come to be sometime a brother-in-law to her. And then there was one she was certainly needing to be one certainly to be existing, as being one certainly teaching someone something, Linder Hearn. And then there was the whole family that were relations to her. And then there was Florentine Cranach, who was a cousin of James Cranach. And then there was Hilda Breslau, who might come later to be a sister-in-law to her, but who really later married another, Ernest Brakes, who was a painter. And then there was Selma Dehning, who had married into the Dehning family, and then had not any love for anyone who was not a Dehning. And then there was Ella and Fred and their little baby, Robert Houseman, who came very often to stay with them, the Dehnings, and with Mrs. Hersland. And then there was Mrs. Conkling, the aunt of Selma Dehning. And then there was a cousin of Mrs. Conkling, and she had 5 children, and they were all girls, and all in a way earning their living, and very nice girls in home living, and Julia liked going out with them. And then there was a doctor who did not do any practicing, Dr. Florence Arden, who was quite an entirely magnificent woman, and Julia liked meeting her when she met her at any concert or at any meeting. And then there was a very rich man, Mr. James Curson, and his wife, Mrs. Bertha Curson, who were extremely delighted to know Mrs. Hersland, and Julia Hersland was completely happy in spending some time in the country with them. That's all just now. There are some women, there are some men, who are all their living certain that they are not liking it, that everyone is living the way each one is living. That they are not liking it, that they are living the way they are living. That they are not living another way in living. Some are certain that they are needing that everyone should be, in a way, trying to be a good one. Some are all their living certain of this thing. Some are all their living in the living of being certain of this thing. Some could be certain of this thing. Some can and are. Some are certain of this thing, that each one should be one trying to be a good one. They are completely certain of this thing, and they are then of the school of this thing, and they are that all their living certainly one certain of this thing, that each one should be one in a way trying to be a good one. Julia knew Mr. and Mrs. James Miriam Cranach, and she knew Theodore Summers, and she knew William Beckling, and she knew very many other men and women, this is certain. All of these were in some way certain that each one in living should, in a way, be doing something so that everything would be a good thing for someone. So then to give a little description of Theodore Summers and Miriam Cranach and James Cranach and William Beckling. And then to give some description of Julia Hersland knowing each one of them. Theodore Summers was one certainly quarreling so as to make some kinds of men do something so that some should be certain that they were having for living what they were needing. Theodore Summers certainly was hotly quarreling sometimes for this thing. In a way, Julia liked very much understanding Summers, being one quarreling, to win something. In a way, she wanted to follow after him. In a way, she certainly did not follow after him. Later, she did not at all follow him. Summers was certainly in a way to Julia, for a time, complete in important living, of being one certainly giving it to her to have for living, certainly learning something. But he did not give it to her that Dehning living was certainly completely honest living, because he was not ever feeling anything about anything like any such thing. And so then he was not really important to her. He had completely energy in living. He was not one certainly going on being living, as Julia Hersland certainly was going to be going on doing. And so, in a way, Summers was not to Julia really completely in her living. I will tell a little more a little later about him. Miriam Cranach was really a friend to Julia Hersland, and that was an important thing, and that was, in a way, not at all an important thing. Miriam was a resisting one, really being living in a religion that, in a way, was completely certain to be leading anyone to be certain that not anyone would be a good enough one to help themselves or anyone. And it did not lead Miriam to this thing, and it did lead Miriam to be certain of this thing. Julia Hersland was certain that Miriam was completely an honest one for daily living, but she was not needing Miriam for this thing. She was not needing Miriam for the religion in Miriam. She was not really needing Miriam. She and Miriam were completely faithful friends in living. And this was not important to anyone as being inside in anyone. And both of them were certainly, in a way, living inside in them. And this is certain. And in a way, it is a strange thing. And I will tell sometime some more about this thing. Julia Hersland might later have come to marry William Beckling, but William came then to be quite a sick man, and he had then certainly to take care of himself in living, and he would not then marry any woman. I will tell more about him. He was, in a way, acting as if he were almost certain that someone should be a good one for living. This is all now for just beginning a description of living in him. Mostly all of these whom Julia knew then met the others she knew then, but very many did not like some of the others they met then. Some did like very much some of those they met then. Some did not come to know any of the others they met then. Some did come to know some of the others they met then. As I was saying, Julia had, in a way, not come to have any friends in her personal living in her younger living. This is quite common. This is quite astonishing to those who have had friends personal to them to their living, but it is certainly very common, quite extraordinarily common, that young women and younger ones, and young men and younger ones, have not had anyone who was personally a companion to them. As I am saying, this is really extraordinarily common. It is also very uncommon, as I am saying, and very many are knowing. Julia Dehning then had, in a way, in her younger living, not had really anyone personally a companion to her then. She was herself inside her, and giving a stamp then decidedly to herself, to everyone of herself, on Dehning living as being in her, being living. She was then being in Dehning family living, that is now certain. Now then, to begin again the long list of those she came to know as Mrs. Alfred Hersland. Some of them she knew earlier, certainly William Beckling, a very little Miriam Cranach, quite well in Dehning family living Charles Kohler. She had heard of Adolf Hermann, and as for the rest, perhaps she had met them, knew of someone knowing them, perhaps not. That really is not an important thing to anyone, excepting to me, who am interested in knowing everything, every little thing. I will then begin remembering these things. Julia Hersland, too, knew David Hersland. She, in a way, knew some that knew him. He, in a way, knew everyone she knew then. She, in a way, knew about some of those Alfred Hersland was knowing then. She did not later know anything of those Alfred Hersland was knowing. Really, almost all her living she knew William Beckling. She did not come to marry him. That was because he became a sick man and was certain then that it was not right for him to marry any woman. She knew Theodore Somers a few years. She always sometime heard something about him, later when she did not any longer often see him. It was a little then an important thing in her living, as part of really learning anything, as part of being one certainly, and she was certainly such a one, as part of being incourageous being, one going on, certainly going on being living. She came to know the Cranicks after she was a married one. They had a little-known William Beckling. They did not care about him. They had known David Hersland. They liked knowing him. Julia afterwards, to the end of her living, knew them really for her daily living. There will be a history written, a short one, of her and each one of them. Helen Cook knew Julia after she was Mrs. Hersland. Helen knew Mrs. Cranick. She knew William Beckling. She knew David Hersland. She really did not interest herself really to know any of them then. She later came to know David Hersland as a thing interesting to her for the living being in her. She always, all her living, knew Julia Hersland. She did not find that at all interesting. Rachel Sherman married Adolph Herman. Adolph Herman knew William Beckling. Rachel Sherman knew Helen Cook very well then, and she met William Beckling and Mrs. Alfred Hersland, and then Adolph Herman, and then she married him. I will tell about that thing. The Hermans, in a way, always went on knowing and later learning anything with Mrs. Hersland. That was interesting. I will tell about this thing. Charles Kohler was one, in a way, in Dehning family living. Later, they were not certain that in a way he had been in Dehning family living. For some time then, not anybody in Dehning family living saw him. Julia sometimes saw him then. She never was certain whether he had been in his feeling ever in Dehning family living. He was not in any way to anyone in Dehning family living, or to anyone knowing Julia Hersland, an important one. Linder Hearn was a man certainly teaching something. Julia had heard of him. She liked it that all the rest of his living she could know him. End of section 45, read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, July 19th, 2024. Section 46 of The Making of Americans by Gertrude Stein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 46. Arthur Keller, as I said, she came to know as he came to be perhaps going to be a brother-in-law. I will tell about him later in the history of David Hersland. Then there was Hilda, who married Ernest Brakes, and she might have married George Dehning. I will tell a little about her now, and more about her later. She never completely wanted to know Julia Hersland, and yet she liked it very well that she did know Julia Hersland. She married Ernest Brakes, and she sometimes met the Dehnings later when she went out somewhere. Then there were other ones, as I said, in telling about those Julia was knowing. I will begin again, telling about everyone Julia Hersland was knowing. There certainly are kinds in men and women. There certainly are things hurting each one living. The things hurting each one hurt them in the way their kind of them, their kind in men and women, are hurt by anything. Sometimes it is astonishing to someone that they are affected by something in a way, and that is the way their kind of them in men and women are certain to be affected by that thing, and they did not know of which kind they were, and that they would be affected the way their kind in men and women is always being affected by something. And so they found it completely astonishing to note of themselves that they were affected that way by that thing. Some know quite certainly by the middle of their middle living how they are going to be affected by each thing. Very many are never really certain about this thing. Quite a number come to be quite certain about this thing. Some can be certain about other ones about this thing. Some are quite certain, but are not really knowing this thing. Some are not certain and are not really knowing this thing. Each kind, then, in men and women, have it to have that all of them are hurt in the same way by something that can hurt them. This is just now in me by my feeling. Some of each kind of them have it to be much less hurt than others of their kind of them by anything. Some of each kind of them can be almost quite completely hurt by something hurting them. Each kind of them in men and women have it in them to have their own way of having frightened feeling in them from something really scaring them. Some of each kind in men and women are not very much frightened by anything scaring them. Some are very much scared by something frightening them. Some easily have their way of being frightened in them. Some need very much frightening to have their way of being frightened, the way of being frightened of their kind of them, come out of them. I am beginning now telling more of Miriam Cranach, who was of a kind of them, of whom many have it to have religion in them, so that they are in living really ones having really inside them and outside of them distinction from this thing. Some of such of them are fairly happy ones in living, but very many of such of them are happy really only by religion. These are of the resisting kind in men and women. That is to say, they are of the dependent, independent kind. They have it in them not to be really dependent, not to be really independent. They have completely the sensitiveness of resisting being, but they are not sensitive to anything that is not to their feeling connected with the relation of themselves, of someone, to the universal feeling. They have not at all engulfing being, although some of them almost suggest such a thing. They have not at all resisting, although some of them very much suggest such a thing. They seem to be resisting because they are not responding to anything that is to them, whatever meaning that word many have for them, not God-given. They seem, some of them, to be engulfing because they are completely sensitive to that thing. These have it very often that they have not any power of expressing themselves about anything that does not completely touch them. Many of these, if it were not for the looks of them, would seem from their talking or their writing generally to be quite stupid ones. Miriam was such a one. I will not tell very much just now about her, because sometime later, when I tell more about men and women, I will tell about Miss Ortenride, who married Olaf Lawson. I will then tell all I know then about this kind in men and women, how they have religion in them, how they can be hurt by something, how they can be frightened when something has scared them. I told something about Miriam Cranach knowing Julia Dehning Hersland. I have already told something about this thing. Always something is happening, and one is then feeling something, and sometimes one is then one knowing how some other one felt when something was happening. Someone can understand then always sometime how some other one was feeling sometime about something. William Beckling was one who was almost for him completely, brilliantly succeeding in living, and then he came to be a sick one, and he was certain then that it would not be right for him to marry a woman. Beckling then was almost completely, brilliantly succeeding in living, as I was saying. He did not begin early in his living to be so brilliantly succeeding, but about the middle of his middle living, he was certainly almost quite brilliantly succeeding. Almost all these I have been saying, who were knowing Julia Hersland, were succeeding pretty well in living. Ernest Brakes, who married Hilda Breslau, who might have come to marry George Dehning, was never succeeding any too well in living. They were happy ones enough in being living, Brakes and his wife Hilda. Henry Sherman and his wife Rachel were in a way successful in living, quite successful in living, in a way quite happy in living, happy enough in living. They were to very many knowing them and to themselves all their living, very happy, quite successful ones in being living. They were loving each other, that is certain, and were pleasant to each other completely in being husband and wife living together and going about together. They both had much intention, much aspiration, much conviction, much sensitiveness in living. They did not have very much that hurt them, but some things did hurt them. Perhaps some things frightened them, that is not certain. They did not have religion, but they each had complete devotion to being certain that each one was to be one really and truly working, was one really and truly working. These came to know Julia Hersland always more in their living and in her living. They came to be almost always more or less in each other's daily living. I cannot describe them more because I do not know what to be certain about in thinking about them. Sometime I will be more certain, and then I will begin again about them. I will tell more now about Julia Hersland and each one she came to know in living, and how she came to know them, and I will tell more and more about all the living ever being in her. I could go on and on. I am so certain that it would be a very important thing if some other going on being living, some other ones going on being in living, could be knowing really how to be distinguishing the resisting from the attacking kind in men and women, could be understanding the way, having it in them to have religion in them, is in them of the resisting kind of them, is in them of the attacking kind of them. I am so certain that I am knowing a very great deal about being in men and in women, that it certainly does seem as if something would be missing if not any one could be coming to know from me all of that everything. And now I am sad with this thing, for certainly I will be going on with all this thing, and certainly then not any one will be rightly certain about someone which kind of being that one has in them, resisting or attacking, and how religion is in that one. But then I am remembering that every one, being ever in living, is pretty well used to this thing, that someone has it to have knowing realizing something, and not anyone else even later has that thing. And so then I will go on writing, and not for myself, and not for any other one, but because it is a thing I certainly can be earnestly doing, with sometimes excited feeling, and sometimes happy feeling, and sometimes longing feeling, and sometimes almost indifferent feeling, and always with a little dubious feeling. I could, though, be so wise, and I am so wise, and it would be so nice for me to be certain that from me some other one could be a wise one, a little less wise than I am, who am the original wise one. I could then be so pleased with this thing, with being certain, that with me there would be an increasing of wise realization. And then I am remembering it is like when I was a younger one, I was for years so sorry about things important in something being lost, and someone being a dead one by an accident when he was a young one, and then later I was certain I would not be using that thing that was lost, and would not be reading something if it had been written, and if I did not need that thing. Very likely not any one would be really needing that thing, and whatever any one is having is plenty good enough, unless they want some other thing, and perhaps they will find that other thing. And anyhow, nobody can be a wise one in the way I am just now a wise one. So I will go on, and if anybody comes to be like me, a wise one, why then there will have come to be another wise one. I am almost certain I am completely a wise one. I will not tell any more now about this thing. I will tell now some more about religion, and about attacking, and about resisting being, and I will tell some more now about everything, and perhaps sometime I will be sad again about not anyone ever having the understanding of being in men and women that I am having. Julia Dehning came to know each of them, some men and some women, and so for now to finish them and her up. Sometime, and it will be in the history of David Hersland that it will be done, I will be telling more about each one coming to be sometime a completely dead one. I like it very much that each one, all their living, have it that they are in some way being living ones. Very often to very many, they are very faintly repeating to themselves, to anyone, that they are being living ones then when they are living. Some are not when they are dead ones, letting anyone having known them be really certain that they are then dead ones. Always then I am certain that sometime I will be telling very much more about everyone being in their living ones, and being sometime then really a dead one, dead ones. Being living and then being a dead one, I am certain that I will always be telling more and more about these things to everyone. Being a very happy one makes it that I can tell each one sometime about this thing, about being a living one, and about being sometime then a dead one. I like very much being a happy one, a really widely certainly happy one. I like very much being a very happy one. I can tell to myself too, and to everyone, that each one in the way it is in him is being in his living, and each one is sometime then a dead one. I say that I will certainly tell more and more about this to everyone. I will certainly always be telling about everyone being in being living, and everyone being sometime a dead one. Julia Hersland was being in living, and certainly sometimes she came to be a dead one. Julia Hersland certainly was being in living, and she certainly sometime came to be a dead one. Julia was, as I was saying, one not failing, in a way not succeeding in living. Julia, in a way, certainly was quite an excited one being in living. Julia certainly was one keeping on being in living all her living, and then she was a dead one. Julia was in a way in living not a happy one, not an unhappy one, in a way quite a happy one. Julia was certainly one in a way not having been one feeling in living. She was one in a way succeeding in living. She came to know quite a number of men and women, and quite a number of men and women came to know her, and she was one having certainly it in her to be one being going on, being in living. She came to know a good many men and women in living, and a good many men and women came to know her, and they, mostly all of them, were succeeding in living. And, in a way, she was one having been succeeding in being in living. She was of Dehning family living, as I was saying. She was not of Dehning family living. She went on living, being in living, as I was saying. She came sometime to be a dead one. Many others had come by then to be dead ones. Some had not yet then come to be dead ones. There are very many always living, that is certain. There are very many always living. There were then once very many living. Julia Hersland was one being going on in living. She came sometime to be a dead one. Julia knew some then when she was being living, and they were then being living, and they knew her then some. Julia came to know some. She came to know each one of them sometime in her living. Julia came to know them, those I have been mentioning, each one of them sometime in her living. Julia came to know them, each one of them, sometime in her living. I was just telling someone yesterday evening that someone has it not to have in them the poignancy of experience that one thought that other one had in living. That one had concentration in expressing experiencing, that one had not concentration in experiencing. Having concentration in experiencing is common, but then again it is not so very common. There was one that I was seeing yesterday evening, and this one was of the slow resisting and engulfing kind in men and women. And this one was quite solemn, and this one was not such a solid one in being a slow resisting engulfing one as this one was in expression, and so this one was solemn. This one could really be thinking about someone. This one had imagination. This one had sensitiveness for coming to be realizing ways of doing something. This one had not sensitiveness for realizing the feeling of something having being really existing. This one had the feeling of having feeling of being really existing. This one then had slow, solemn expression. I was telling someone yesterday evening. No, I do not think I was telling anyone this thing yesterday evening. I would have been telling someone yesterday evening if I had not, in a way, not been wanting to tell that one this thing, that each one could be finding another one interesting if each one felt another one being in act of feeling the way that one really is feeling being living. I cannot come to be more certain ever of anything that I am of how very interesting it is to me in my being one being living to be certain of the feeling there is being in each one and how that feeling comes out of each one as expression. The one I was going to be telling this thing to last evening is one having it that he is sympathetically realizing this about each one who has been expressing himself in something written or painted or winning and fighting or governing or thinking or discovering. This one cannot be rightly certain, although this one is very often telling about this thing, and this one is very often quite certain what the being is in anyone as experiencing when the expression is not a formulated one. Now I can learn it by loving repeating. Loving repeating is in me, and so to me everyone is having, as it were, coming out of them formulated expression. Loving repeating in me makes of me then one understanding being in men and women, and the relation of expression coming out of each one to the being making them of them. So then anyone can know that being one loving, hearing, seeing, feeling, repeating has made of me a very wise one. I am commencing now again a description of Julia coming to know some men and some women sometime in her living. I am beginning again describing being and expression of the being of them, coming out of them, of some men and some women Julia came to know in living. It is a queer thing that someone wanting to be giving and giving someone something is not giving that one what that one is wanting. It is a queer thing that some are wanting to be giving some something and are giving some something and are not giving them what they are wanting, what they are needing for their living. It is a queer thing that some are realizing sometime that some other one is seeing, is remembering something that one cannot be seeing by looking, cannot be remembering by any kind of trying to remember that thing. It is a queer feeling to be really certain that one is not remembering the way another one is remembering, is not seeing the way another one is seeing. It is a queer feeling to be completely realizing the way another one is seeing something, another one is realizing something, and to be quite certain by realizing that one cannot be seeing, cannot be remembering that thing. It is a completely queer feeling, this that I am describing. It is a completely queer feeling to be realizing that someone is seeing something, is feeling something, is remembering something, to be completely realizing that one being feeling, being remembering, being seeing something, and to be completely realizing that one realizing another one's feeling, seeing, remembering that thing, cannot oneself feel, see, and remember that thing. I can say that having such a feeling is completely having a queer feeling in being one being living. I can say that I am having completely a queer feeling when I am realizing that I am not being feeling, seeing, remembering something, when I am completely realizing someone else being feeling, seeing, remembering that thing. I have then a completely queer feeling. I have been having a completely queer feeling. I have been realizing someone being able to be feeling, remembering, seeing something, and I have been realizing that I am not able to be feeling, remembering, seeing that thing. It is not a completely queer feeling if one is not completely realizing someone's experiencing something and completely realizing not being, going to be, not being, experiencing that thing. This thing, then, is the complete thing in having complete queer feeling in living. I will tell about this again and again. It is in me now. It will be in me again and again. It is in me now. It will be in me very often. I am now beginning the ending of my telling about the living in Julia Hersland and Alfred Hersland and other women and other men knowing them. Someone was saying of someone that he was an interesting one. He wanted himself to be such an earnest one. His father was not an earnest one. That was a thing he was used to in his living. His mother was an indolent one. He was pretty well used to that thing, that she was an indolent one. His brother was certainly not an earnest one. He had not any hope that he could be in living a fellow who was such a one as his brother was, an earnest one. He himself was not ever keeping going in being an earnest one. This one then was, as another one said of him, one asking very much of himself in living, and he was not succeeding, very likely would not be succeeding in going on being an earnest one. And he was not a disappointed one disappointed with living. He was one not really filled with any earnest feeling in being one being living. He had earnest feeling of knowing that not anyone in his family had been being in living an earnest one, and this made of him, in a way, one who could be in living, if he would be, a disappointed one. So then, as someone said of this one was one feeling it in him that he might have been expecting having earnest feeling coming to be being inside him. But he did not come to be expecting this thing, as he was almost certain that his father did not have ever inside him earnest feeling, that his mother certainly was one going to be going on being indolent in being living, that his brother certainly never would have anything in him of earnest feeling, and that he to himself, as one to be realized by him, would not come to have inside in him certainly earnest feeling. That was very likely to be not in him, this earnest feeling that he was expecting from someone inside him. So then this one, as this other one said of him, was a very moral man. He certainly asked a great deal of himself. That is what this other one said about this one. This one, that the other one said was one who was certainly a very moral one in his being, one going on being living. This one then, as I was saying, was a very moral man in being one expecting very much from himself inside him in his being one being living. He certainly was not having it in him very expectantly feeling this expectation of having earnest feeling going on being in him, but he certainly was a moral one in having this very certain realization that not his father, not his mother, not his brother, not himself in learning living was an earnest one in feeling anything. It is a very amusing thing hearing some realizing other ones being moral ones in living. She should do it. She wants so much from herself to herself in living. Let her pay herself for being one, going to be a good one. That is what someone is saying about someone. It is very interesting to be helping someone good to be a good one. It is certain that some are going to be good ones in living. It is certain that to some this is, in some other one, very unbecoming. It is certain that to some this, in some other one, is very becoming. I have been helping some with this thing, with coming to be going to be a good one. I have been helping some very much in this thing. Each one is herself, is himself, inside her, inside him. And it is certainly a very interesting thing helping each one, helping some of each kind of them to be going to be a good one. I have sometimes been helping some with very much feeling and serious consideration and steady struggling and earnest attention. I have sometimes been helping some to going to be a good one in their living for them. I have quite often been doing this thing. I am now going on telling a little more about the middle living in Julia Hersland, and in some coming to know her then. She was then to herself inside her one honest in all daily living, one certainly having courage in being one, certainly going to be going on living, one certainly going to be learning anything, one certainly to herself inside her, in a way, certainly a good one. One cousin is dead. Another is quite a sick one. That is not so strange, as they are then in the middle of their middle living. It is not strange, and yet it is certainly something one is not wishing to have happening just then. It is natural that when there are very many of a family living, and very many cousins, and some aunts and uncles living, that sometimes some of them should be sick ones, even that once in a while one of them should come to be a dead one. In a way, it is a strange thing, because very often for many years not anyone in the family connection is a seriously sick one. Not anyone is ever thinking of anyone they are then knowing as anywhere near to any dying. Sometimes it happens that one cousin is quite a sick one. Sometimes it happens that all the uncles are dead by then, and only 2 aunts are still living. Sometimes it happens in a family living that all the aunts and some of the uncles are still living. Sometimes it happens that the aunts and uncles that are sisters and brothers of the mother of someone are all living. and the mother, the sister of these uncles and aunts, is the only one of that family who is not then any longer living. Sometimes it happens that pretty nearly every one of the brothers of a father of someone are not any longer living, and the father then, after some more years of being living, is not any longer living. There is then sometimes in family living, when there is not anyone who is then a seriously sick one, that there has not been anyone during many years coming to be not any longer a living one. Some have some feeling in them that sometime someone who is a cousin will be a seriously sick one, and someone who is a cousin will come to be not any longer living. Some are feeling that sometime quite a number who are cousins to them will not be any longer living. Julia Hersland was in the ending of her middle living. Mrs. Dehning had been for some time not any longer living. Mr. Dehning was not any longer living. Julia Hersland went on being living until well to the end of her older living. She had a brother George and a sister Hortense. These were both a good deal younger. She had children who were living. She was not really ever married again, although of course it would have been quite a natural thing for her to marry again and to marry William Beckling. He came, as I said, to be a sick one, but he really did not come to be a dead one until the beginning of his old living. You never can tell anything certainly about such a thing. I am certainly going to be telling more about feeling being in living. I will tell some more about feeling being in living, feeling certain that one is being in living in some, and then in some other men and women. I will not worry anyone just now with this thing. This is in me for me, and I am certainly not scaring myself with this thing. I certainly would not be frightening anyone in living. I certainly would be wanting everyone to be certain that they are feeling themselves being living. Some like the being they have in them. Some are frightened, and then they do the thing that frightens them. Some are glad that when they have been sick ones, it was of a kind of sickness that was not a very expensive one. Some, when they have a sickness, need expensive medicine to cure them. Some are certain that some other one is always certain to be needing to have money spent, and that they are of the kind in men and women who even when they come to be sick ones have a kind of sickness come to them that does not need expensive medicine for curing. Some are certain that they would be strong to be struggling if they were anywhere where they needed to be winning by fighting. One was saying that she was the kind of one who would be holding out until she would be a dead one, because it was what she needed for her satisfaction. But she said she would not really be holding out as she might have been doing, because she would not want that her husband should be losing a chance to be earning a living by working. Some are quite right in saying that they are one being one strong to be winning. Some are quite right then in saying such a thing, and these then, some of them, are winning in living, and some of them are not winning in living. Some are quite right in saying that they are one to certainly injure someone, and then it is someone not that one who is injuring that one. Some are quite right in saying they are one to injure someone. Some do then injure someone. Some do then not injure someone. Some are quite right to be asking a question after they have been silently listening while other people have been talking. Some are quite right in not then letting themselves be asking a question. Some are certainly quite right to be listening very quietly very often. Some are quite right to be almost never doing this thing. I will tell now a very little more how Julia Hersland and some others did everything. Each one is coming gradually to be knowing in their living what way being is inside in men and women when they are quite young ones, completely little ones, older ones, middle-aged ones, old ones. Then each one comes gradually to be knowing how being is in men, in women, when women are about 60, about 50, about 55, about 40, about 45, about 30, about 28, about 26, about 22, about 18 and 14 and 11, and 7 and 5 and 3 and 2 and under 1, to being only just beginning being in living. Each one gradually in living is realizing how being is in men, how being is in women at different ages in them. Each one comes in living to know more differences than just very young living, middle living, and old living. Again and again, it is a startling thing to someone to be learning pieces of this thing, of the way being is at different ages in men and in women. I am just now a little realizing how old men and how old women mostly are when they are 61. I have learned a good deal about how being is in men between 23 and 42. I know a good deal about 27, 25, 29, 30, 32, 34, 37, 40, and 42. And then I know a little about 57. And now I am learning something about being in women and in men when they are 60 and 61. I know a good deal about them when they are very little ones, 2 and 3 years old in living, something about them when they are 11, a very little when they are 17, almost nothing when they are 18 and 15. I know a very little about them when they are 21. I know that being is very differently in them at different ages, in different kinds, in men and women. I know that some, when they are 60, are healthy ones, and some then, when they are 60, are not at all then healthy ones. I know some, when they are 60, are pretty well worn then, and some are dead before they come to be that age in living, and some are quite young men and quite young women in eating, sleeping, moving, talking, and enjoying. And always then each one is learning in living how being is in each one, ever living at different ages in their being living. And I am just now being quite an astonished one, finding it quite astonishing to be really realizing being 60 years old and being in living in men and in women. Alfred Hersland came to be older than 60 in living. Julia came to be a little older in living. Minnie, who married Alfred later, did not come in living to be 60 before she came to an ending. Mr. Dehning came to be 60, and he was pretty well beginning then to be quite an old man. Mr. Hersland came to be older, a good deal older than 60, before he was not any longer one being living. He was, when he was 60, in a way then a completely old one. He was then, in a way then, not at all a completely old one. I will tell about being old ones later in the description of Dehning and Hersland family living being completely then for that generation ended and ending. Minnie Mason, as I said, was married to Alfred Hersland. She would never have it that she would not be married to him when they were beginning to be needing being one in living. She certainly saw to it that they could then be married, and quite reasonably happily married then. She knew David Hersland then. She told him she liked him, and she would be a nice sister-in-law to him. She was quite a nice sister-in-law to him. She had not really much interest in Alfred having been married to Julia Dehning, excepting only that it would be certain that Julia should be freed from him, so that she herself should marry Alfred Hersland when they came to need to be together for living. So then Alfred Hersland went on living as I am saying. Julia Hersland went on living as I have been saying. I will tell now a little more about these things, about being in living. Certainly, some are loving each other more in living than mostly anyone is loving any other one. This was not a thing ever coming to be in Julia Dehning. This was not a thing that ever came to be really in Alfred Hersland. They had loving being sometimes in them, each one of them. I have said this of them again and again. Almost everyone ever knowing either one of them thought of each one of them that they had each one of them sometime loving feeling in them. I have told about loving feeling being in Alfred Hersland. I have told about loving feeling being in Julia Dehning. In a way, loving feeling could be quite poignantly in Julia Dehning, and she could have sweetness in her then as being in her then. In a way, though, as I was saying, she had always in her stupid being as having it in her to be always resisting having any way in her of really learning anything, and in a way, she did not have any sweetness in her with this being in her. This stupid being was certainly always being in her, and active enough inside her. In a way, then, she certainly had not really sweetness as actively in her, as there was not any sweetness in her with the stupid being of her active in her, and stupid being in her was always active inside her. She certainly was one not learning anything in being one being in living. She was one certainly having a dominant courage in her from being one certainly going on being living. She was one having certainly earnest intention as being in her from being one always wanting to have teaching being in the world as always existing. She was one being fairly interesting from being one being really excited in being one always being living. She was one certainly being harsh and being troublesome and being without realizing anything, without feeling anything, in being one needing anything, as anything could be to her as something on which to be feeding. She certainly was one having affection and being in Dehning family living. She was one having certainly sometimes loving feeling, and having this poignantly with sweetness in being and sweetness in kissing. And she was one certainly having stupid being as being in her all her living, so that she was everlasting, actively resisting changing at all in attacking. She was one, as I was saying, not succeeding, not failing in living. I am not certain I will just now tell any more about the being in Julia Dehning. Later I will tell more about her in the history of David Hersland that I will now very soon be writing. Certainly I will then tell more of her, and of some who knew her, and whom David knew by knowing her, and some who knew him, and then knew her, because he knew her just then. I certainly will not tell any more now about being in her, about living in her. I certainly will tell some about being in her, about living in her later. I certainly will later be telling something that I have not yet been telling. I do not yet know about her what I will be telling about her later. I certainly will be telling more about her later. I am quite certain of this thing. When I was a young one, I was needing someone to teach me something I was needing just then. I was then at the ending of my beginning being in living. Someone then began teaching me that thing I was needing just then. That one was then teaching me that thing I was needing just then. I was paying that one for teaching me that thing, the thing I was needing just then. Once I was saying to this one, I will not be paying you today. I will pay you in 3 weeks. You will wait till then, I said to this one. This one said, yes, I will wait until then, but I am now asking you to tell me what you are meaning when you are saying to me and to yourself then that you have not money to pay me today for this thing. Do you mean that you cannot get the money to pay me today? Is that what you are meaning? That you cannot get it today if you need it today? Is that your meaning? I said, no, that is not my meaning. I mean that I have not the money today and that I will have it in 3 weeks. That is what I am meaning by what I am saying. You mean you will not get it today because you are feeling you are not really needing to have it today. That is your meaning, said that one. No, I said that is not the way to understand this thing. I have not got the money today, and I will have it in 3 weeks from today. My brother sends me my money every month. That is what I mean by what I am saying. That is what I am meaning, said that one. You are needing the money today to your feeling. I am needing the money today, we will say to my feeling. But you do not need the money today to your feeling. That is what you are meaning. Money is a thing like working. You are giving it when you are feeling that you are needing the money to be giving it. I am giving work because I am needing money to be receiving it, said this one. I had a confused feeling then. Money was something I was owning, yes, but not owning because it was like being in myself that I needed to be living. Having money was as natural to me then as being in living, and I could not be spending it irregularly. I must spend it as an income. I had it, yes, but not to give except when regularly I had some. It was confusing that I was so certain I had not the money then, And yet certainly I could get the money then, but it was not possible to get the money then, for I could not feel I could be needing really to be spending the money I could get then, when it was not the time to get this money as money to be spending. Some have such a feeling in living. Some have not such a feeling in living. Some cannot really believe it that anyone is spending money when they are not certain that the family have money that gives that money to them. Some really can never believe this thing of anyone. Some are certain that everyone who is not living by daily pay for working can ever be without having enough for some kind of living. I am feeling always more and more in living how certainly some are certain of something. In a way, it is a personal thing for them. In a way, it is a family affair in them. In a way, it is a way of living in a national way for them. In a way, it is a way of living of the local way in them. In a way, it is a way of living their kind in men and women have in being in living. It is certainly quite completely a difficult thing for anyone to be remembering how anyone else is doing their daily living. In a way, it is quite a difficult thing for some, for quite a number of men, for quite a number of women, to be remembering how they were getting along from time to be in living. It is very often astonishing to be realizing complete being and living in men and in women. It is certainly astonishing to note of each one what that one has done in being and living in himself inside him, to himself inside him, with other ones, with some other one, to any other one, to someone. I am saying this thing because I am in living, and because very many men and very many women are living. I am saying this thing because I certainly am going on being in living, because very many men and very many women are certainly going on being in living. Alfred Hersland and Minnie Mason and Patrick Moore and James Flint and McKinley Young and David Hersland and George Dehning and Hortense Dehning and Julia Hersland and Theodore Summers and William Beckling and Helen Cook and James Cranach and Miriam Cranach and Rachel Sherman and Adolph Herman and Charles Kohler and Linda Hearn and Arthur Keller and Florentine Cranach and Hilda Breslau and Ernest Brakes and Selma Dehning and Ella Houseman and Robert Houseman and Fred Houseman and Florence Arden and James Curson and Bertha Curson and Hilda Nodenfeld and Aljar Aldenride and everyone who knew any of them were sometime being in living, were all their living going on being in living. All men and all women ever having been, being in living, are certainly feeling something in them about going on being in living. Each one of them certainly sometimes is going on being in living, doing something, and then is going on being in living, doing some other thing. Each one ever having been in living has certainly been in living, feeling certain in some way of doing something. It is, as I say, certainly to some an astonishing thing to be knowing in some other one the way that one has it to be in living, certain about being one, doing something in some way in the living of that one. Certainly someone is very often certain that not anyone really is certain in doing something in some way, that that one is certainly not certain enough in doing that thing that way to be ever in the living of that one, really doing that thing in any such a way in the living of that one. As I am saying, each one ever having been, being in living, is doing something in some way, is certain in some way, in being in some way, being living, is going on in some way, being in living, certainly, mostly everyone. As I am saying, there has been being, there is being, in some of these I have been mentioning, in Alfred Hersland and Martha Hersland, and Julia Dehning and David Hersland, and George Dehning and Hortense Dehning, and William Beckling and Minnie Mason, and Charles Kohler and Pat Moore, and Florence Arden and James Flint, and Robert Houseman, and Adolph Herman, and McKinley Young and Selma Dehning, and Hilda Breslau, and Arthur Keller and James Flint, and every other one they were any of them ever knowing, and every other one living when any of them were going on being living, and every other one being living when they were not any longer going on being living any of them, or any other one, before any one of them were being in living, being then being living. Every one then of all these, certainly sometime in a way, was going on being in living, was certainly being some way in being living. This is enough to say just now about each one of them. This is what I am saying just now about each one of them. I will certainly say this about each one of them again and again. This is the ending of just this way of going on telling about being in some men and in some women. This is the ending of this way of telling about being, having been, and being in Alfred Hersland and Julia Dehning. End of section 46, read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, July 21st, 2024. Section 47 of The Making of Americans by Gertrude Stein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 47, David Hersland. I do ask some. I would ask everyone. I do not ask some, because I am quite certain that they would not like me to ask it. I do ask some if they would mind it if they found out that they did have the name they had then, and had been having, been born not in the family living they are then living in, if they had been born illegitimate. I ask some, and I would ask everyone, only I am quite certain very many would not like to have me ask it if they would like it, if they would very much dislike it, if they would make a tragedy of it, if they would make a joke of it, if they found they had in them blood of some kind of a being that was a low kind to them. I would like to know how everyone can be feeling about such a thing, if they have any feeling about any such thing. David Hersland was the younger son of Mr. David Hersland and Mrs. Hersland. In his younger living, he never thought about any such thing as that about which I have just been telling. In his later living, he liked thinking about feeling such things, thinking such things being in men and women. Some, when they are quite young ones, are thinking then about such things. He was never at all, when he was a young one, thinking about any such thing. This is to be now a history of him. What I am believing about living. I am believing that I am not certain when I am saying something from being one, being then being loving, that I am meaning anything by what I am then saying. I am not certain that I am not then having being in being one, being loving, that is having the meaning as being of what I am then saying. I am believing that I am not certain about being in one, meaning what one being in being loving is saying. I am believing that I am not certain being loving in one is in one then meaning what that one is then saying. I am believing that I am not certain that being is not in one meaning what that one, being then being loving, is saying. What is it I am knowing about living? I certainly am not knowing that I am not knowing everything about being in living. I am not certain that I am knowing everything about being living. I am not certain that I am not knowing everything about being living. I am not certain that I am knowing everything about being living. I know that I am not certain about what I would do for someone, what I would not do for someone. Not anyone is certain, so that acting by them shows it to anyone what they would do for someone, what they would not do for someone. Each one then would do something for someone, would not do something for someone, would do something for anyone, would not do something for anyone. Some are quite certain about themselves in this thing. Some are quite not certain about themselves in this thing. Not anyone is rightly certain about themselves about this thing. Perhaps not anyone is really certain about themselves about this thing. Perhaps one is certain about that one about this thing. I know I am not certain about what I would do for someone, what I would not do for someone. Someone having someone who was with them become a dead one could be saying, when someone was saying something, that one does not know he is a dead one, He will never know that thing. He does not know he is a dead one. Someone said of someone who was a dead one. Someone could be certain that someone who is a dead one would not know he was a dead one. Someone could not know that some other one who was a dead one would not know that that one was a dead one. Someone then has been quite certain that someone who was with them when that one was a dead one did not know then that that one was a dead one. Some have been certain that everyone who is a dead one does not then know that that one is a dead one. It is a surprising thing sometimes to be learning which ones of some one has been knowing are quite certain and say the thing then as a very simple thing that anybody can be knowing, that someone who has been with them being a dead one is not knowing that that one is a dead one. It is certainly something that some are saying when someone who was with them is a dead one, that that one is not knowing then that that one is a dead one. Some like very well to be hearing someone say this thing, that someone is a dead one, and is certainly then not knowing this thing. Some like very well hearing this thing. Some are not wanting ever to be hearing anything about anyone ever being a dead one. This will soon now be the beginning of a description of living that David Hersland did before he came to be a dead one. Some are satisfied with having been living when they are come to be a dead one, with not having had in them any very sick feeling, any very bad thing to be doing, any very hard work for them in them, not any queer feeling of not having had their head quite right inside them. Some are satisfied then with having been living ones when they have come to be a dead one. Some are not satisfied then with having come to be then a dead one. Some are satisfied, some are not satisfied with having been one being living. Some are quite satisfied with having been one having living in them. Some are not satisfied at all with this thing. Some are very well satisfied with having come to be a dead one. Some are not at all satisfied with this thing. Someone gives to another one a stubborn feeling when that one could be convincing that other one if that other one would then continue listening. Some are certain that sometimes they can be convinced by someone. Some are certain they are sometimes convinced by someone. Some are certain that they could be convinced sometimes by someone, but that they will not be letting themselves ever have any such a thing happen to them. Some like being convinced of some things by someone. Someone, and I certainly never did think that one ever could do such a thing, has it to be so strongly repeating the facts that one is remembering, that almost always I am always convinced that I have been wrong in my feeling. I certainly am not certain whether I ever can be certain, whether I ever am when I am feeling something justified from my way of feeling anything in having such a feeling, when this one is repeating the way that one is remembering everything. Someone said about someone who was saying something that seemed a very foolish thing to someone about how someone did something, but that one was not saying foolish things. She was judging from the feeling of being convenienced and inconvenienced that she would be having, and that was all that concerned her in her judging. It was not a foolish thing, then, that one had been saying. No, there are many ways of not being a foolish one in being living. There are certainly lots and lots of them of ways of not being a foolish one in being in living. So then, some certainly could be convincing me of many things if I go on listening. I am quite certain that this is certain. David Hersland was a dead one before he was a middle-aged one. He was then never in his living an old one. He was dead before he came to the middle of his middle living. I am coming to know some whom I have known as middle-aged ones, as young ones. This is a pleasing thing. David Hersland was a dead one before he was a middle-aged one. He was then never in his living a middle-aged one. He was dead before he came to the middle of his middle living. I have come to know some as being young, whom I have been knowing as middle-aged ones, as coming to be old ones. I know now what ones, being young ones, will come to be middle-aged ones, like some I have been knowing as middle-aged ones. This seems an easy thing. It is a very difficult thing. It is hard to be certain to one's feeling that someone one has been knowing is a dead one, will not be a growing older one. Someone was saying that his grandfather had been a dead one before his grandfather was finished being a young one. That is a queer thing, that a grandfather was never in his own middle living. I am coming to know now more and more of a group of them in men and women, what kind they are when they are young ones, when they are middle-aged ones, when they are old ones. Tonight I came to be certain about one group of them, what kind they are when they are young men, when they are young women. I am not yet certain about some groups of them, what they are when they are old ones. I am not certain about some groups of them, what they are when they are middle-aged ones. I am not certain about some groups of them, what they are when they are young men, when they are young women. I am not certain about some groups of them, what they are when they are young ones, younger than young women and young men. I am certain I am not yet knowing all the kinds there are in men and women. David Hersland was come to being one not being living before he could come to be a middle-aged one. He was not ever then an older one, an old one, a middle-aged one. He came to be a dead one after a considerable beginning of his middle living. I know now how quite a number of groups that there are of men and women are ones existing when they are young ones, that is, young women and young men, that is just ending their beginning living, just beginning their middle living. I am beginning to know of some groups in men and women, what they have as hands and faces and ears and bodies to them, and being in them, and ways of acting in them when they are young men and young women, older young men and young women, middle-aged men and women, old men and women. I do not know yet very much about what any group of them are when they are young children. I am slowly spreading, very slowly spreading to them. I have not yet spread to them, not at all reached to them yet in spreading out, in knowing being in groups of men and women. As I was saying, David Hersland was a dead one before he was a middle-aged one. He was dead before he came to the middle of his middle living. He was then never a middle-aged one. He was then never an old one. He was one of a kind in men and women. Certainly each one is one of a kind in men and women. I am knowing more about being in each group of them when every one of a group of them is a young one, and an older one, an old one. I am knowing then being in some groups of men and women as it is in them when they are young men or women, older men or women, old men or women. No one will listen while I am talking. Some have very much such a trouble in being one being living. Some have not at all any of such trouble in them. Some will listen when I am talking. Some will not listen when I am talking. Some will listen while they are fat ones. They do not listen when, after dieting, they have become thin ones. These then listen to other ones, and some of these other ones could not get any listening from them before the dieting that made these come to be thin ones from having been fat ones. Some are listening to me now, and before they were always listening every evening to another one. They are listening to me now. I like them to be listening. Some who are young men and young women are listening to me now very often. Some who are now young men are listening to me now very often. They listen to me, and I am talking very much now, quite often to them. Some are very faithful in being ones listening, and these are not listening very often. I know very well one such a one. Some quite older ones are listening, but then really I am not talking very much when they are listening. Some have it to be certain that not anyone ever is listening when they are talking. Some of these are mistaken. Some of these are not mistaken. Some of these come to know it in them that they are not listening, being so certain in them that there cannot ever be conversation in any living for them. This will be soon a description of being in David Hersland, and how men and how women listened to him, how some listened to him, how others listened to him, how some heard him doing talking, but never listened to him, how some did not ever hear him doing any talking, how some forgot about him, how some remembered him, how some talked to him, how some said they would prefer not having ever to talk to him, how some had to talk to him, how some stopped talking with him, how some being with him liked what they were then doing, how some being with him sometimes did not at all like that thing, how some told him everything that they could think of telling, and how some were sorry they had told him, and how some were not sorry they had told him, and how some wanted to go on telling him more, and how some forgot they had told him anything. This is then to be a description of David Hersland of being and listening and talking and being liked and disliked and remembered and forgotten and going on being living and dying and being a dead one. Some are listening to me, and I tell them then the being they have in them. I tell them what they have not in them, how it comes together, how it does not come together in them, how the being they have in them is important to them, how it is not important to them, how it can be active in them, how it can be not active in them, why they like having their being in them, why they do not like having their being in them. Mostly, everyone has listened some when I have been telling them about being in them. Some have listened, and I have thought that they were believing what I was telling them. And then many years after, they have been telling that they were certain then that I was telling them then what I had not any reason to believe was true of them. And sometimes then later, when they tell me such a thing, they find it that I am not certain that I was not then doing this thing. Some make of themselves a new one by my telling them about the being in them, and to very many then they are quite a new one, and to some then they are not at all a new one, they are quite an old one. Some like listening, and later then they have a frightened feeling that I will influence them to be another one. They do not like very well, some of them, what they are in living. They do like some of them what they are in living. They are quite certain they do not want me to be influencing them. Some are listening, and I am talking, and I am talking, and then they ask a question, and then I say to myself that words can have a meaning to someone and a meaning to some other one, and that I was talking, and that one was intelligently listening, and that one has then asked this question. I have told so many so much about the being in them. I will tell, I am quite certain, some more about the being in them. This will be now much history of talking and listening. I talk one way and listen one way, and talk other ways and listen other ways, and so probably does everyone. This is to be now very much description of talking and listening, of a number of young men and young women talking, and of a number of older men and older women talking, and of each one of them, the young men and young women, and the older men and the older women, listening. Some are certain that sometime some could be different ones in being living. Some are certain that sometime everyone will be a different one in being living. Some are hoping that sometime someone will be a different one. Some are certain that they are believing that something can be different in living sometime for some. Some are certain that they are believing that something can be different in each one. Some are believing this thing about men. Some are believing this thing about women. Some are believing this thing about men and women. Some are thinking they are believing this thing. Some are not believing that they are believing this thing. Some are always believing this thing. Some are not always believing this thing. I am not believing this thing. Another one is not believing this thing. Another one is not believing this thing. Another one is 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 not believing this thing. Another one is not believing this thing. Another one is not believing this thing. Another one is believing this thing. Another one is believing this thing. This is to be a history of David Hersland and of his coming in his living to be thinking again and again and very often of coming to be a dead one. This is to be a history of him and of his coming to be thinking of coming to be a dead one, and of his thinking about coming to be a dead one, and about being a dead one, and about his coming to be a dead one. This, then, is to be now a history of David Hersland, and of talking and of listening and of thinking about being dead ones in men and women, men being in being living. This, then, is to be now a history of David Hersland, and of his talking and of his hearing talking, and of his listening, and of other ones doing listening, and of very much talking, and of thinking and feeling, and of everything that ever was or is or will be being in some men and some women doing living. This, then, is to be now commencing being a history of David Hersland being in living, and being talking, and being listening, and being talking and listening, and being talking and being talking and being talking and being listening and being listening. This is then to be now a history of him. Everyone has experiencing in being one being living. I am saddened with not feeling each one being experiencing as each one is having that thing. I am saddening with this thing. There are so many being in living, and there are so many that I am knowing by seeing and hearing being in living, and each one of these is experiencing in being living, and I cannot be feeling what way each one is experiencing. I am in desolation, and my eyes are large with needing weeping, and I have a flush from feverish feeling, and I am not knowing what way each one is experiencing in being living, and about some I am knowing in a general way, and I could be knowing in a more complete way if I could be living more with that one, and I never will live more with every one. I certainly cannot ever live with each one in their being one being living, in my being one being living. I tell you, I cannot bear it, this thing, that I cannot be realizing, experiencing in each one being living. I say it again and again. I cannot let myself be really resting in believing this thing. It is in me now as when I am realizing being a dead one, a one being dying. And I can do this thing, and I do this thing, and I am filled then with complete desolation. And I am doing this thing again and again, and I am now again and again certain that I will not ever be realizing, experiencing in each one of very many men and very many women. I can realize something of experiencing in some of them, in them as kinds of them, but I am needing to have it in me as a complete thing of each one ever living, and I know I will not. And I am one knowing being a dead one and not being a living one, I who am not believing that I will be realizing each one's experiencing. I do not want to realize each thing they are experiencing. I do not care anything about such a thing. All that I am needing to be one being living is to be realizing completely how each one is experiencing, with what feeling, thinking, believing, creating, and I am very certain that I will not ever be completely with each one doing such a thing. I will be doing something in such a thing with kinds in men and women, with some of some kinds of them, but not with each one, not with every one. No, certainly not with every one. No, certainly not with every one. Completely, certainly not. And more knowing someone experiencing and completely knowing that one makes it certain that if I could live with each one, I could realize the experiencing in each one, and I cannot ever live with each one. I certainly never will be living a good deal with each one ever having been living. David, in beginning living, was hearing some, was feeling some about some things, being things that one should be doing so as to be one going on being living. Such a thing as not changing a thing when one was beginning putting it on one way, and such a thing as counting some things and not other things, and such a thing as arranging clothing so that not in any way could he be putting one thing on the way he had been putting that thing on the other morning, and stepping on something, and not stepping on something, and thinking something, and then certainly thinking then another thing, and doing something, and certainly then be doing another thing, and hoping something, and saying then another thing, and walking around something, and walking around that same thing, and never walking again around that same thing. As I was saying, when he was one beginning being living, he was hearing then, when he was one beginning living, some things. He was feeling then some things about needing some things being happening, so that he could be one going on being living. And he was then, as I was saying, hearing some things. He was then feeling some things that needed being, so that he could be one going on being in being living. He was one then, as I was saying, commencing being in living, and he was then a little an older one. And this is to be now a complete history of him, and of listening, and of talking, and of some doing listening and doing talking. One, and then another one, and then another one, said something, and then some other one said something, and someone can listen to everyone who says something. There are not so many kinds in men and women. I have just been seeing pictures of about 15 kinds of them, kinds of men and women. There are more than that, of course, of kinds in men and women, as I feel being in them. But there are not so very many kinds in men and women. Each one talks a good deal in being and living, even those who do not do very much talking. Everyone who ever was living talks a good deal, that is certain. Everyone ever living talks a good deal. Some are talking and others are listening, and those then talking are thinking that those then listening are ones not ever doing very much talking. And some of them do very much talking, and some of them do not do so very much talking. Someone talks a good deal in being living. Everyone listens a good deal in being living. This is to be now a description of talking and listening. This is to be now a description of being and living in David Hersland, of David Hersland. There are not then so many kinds in men and women. Each one of every kind in men and women is, as I am saying, doing very much talking, doing very much listening in being living. Some of each kind in men and women do more talking in being living than others of that kind of them. Some of each kind in men and women do more listening than others of that kind of them. Some of each kind in men and women do more talking and more listening than others of that kind of them, that kind in men and women. I am saying that there are not so very many kinds in men and women as I am feeling being in men and women. But as I was saying, each one of a kind in men and women has being in that one, being differently in him from being in any other one of that kind of them. I am now beginning describing being in David Hersland. I will be telling very much now about talking and listening. I will be describing in many various ways quite a number of men and quite a number of women. Each one is mostly all his living, all her living, a young one, an older one in middle living, an old one to themselves, to anyone, to someone. That is to say, not anyone is all his living, all her living to anyone. That is to say, not anyone hardly is feeling another one being a young one, and then an older one, and then an old one. It is a very strange thing, this thing, and an interesting thing, that almost not anyone is to anyone, is to themselves inside them, one having been in all parts of being living. That is to say, it is very striking. One man is writing about someone, and that one about whom that one is writing is to that one, say, an old man. That one writing tells about that man being a young one, tells about that man being a middle-aged one, and always it is a description of the old man who was once a young man, a child, a middle-aged man. It is not a description of a young man, a middle-aged man, or a child. It is the same thing if someone is a child to someone feeling that one, telling about that one may be described as an older one, a middle-aged one, an old one, but it is always then a description of a child having become a middle-aged one, an older one, an old one. So then this is certain, that each one is to someone for all of the living ever in that one a child, to someone a baby, to someone an older one, to someone a middle-aged one, to someone an old one, to someone. I am not saying that not anyone can be feeling more than one stage of being in themselves, in any other one, but I am really almost saying this thing. It is an interesting thing that each one, in a way, is feeling the world being existing in this kind of way, too, in them. Those feeling the world an old thing are only feeling this thing. Those feeling the world a new thing are only feeling this thing. Those feeling the world to be having had a past living are only feeling it as a thing having description, and so on and so on. And it is extraordinary how not anyone can be convincing in telling about one being a young man if they are feeling the living being in that one being that of an old one. Mostly everyone is in some place in being living to everyone knowing that one, and that is the complete realization that each one is having of that one. Always then, this comes to be to me more an extraordinary thing that not anyone can really be telling the whole history, can really be realizing the whole going on of being in them, that not anyone can be telling the whole history of anyone, that not anyone can be realizing the whole time of being going on being of being in anyone. I do certainly think this to be an extraordinary thing. Mostly then, as I am saying, not anyone is feeling any other one really having been in living a young one, an older one, a middle-aged one, an old one. Really then, mostly everyone, all the living of someone, is feeling that one to have been a young one, or an older one, or a middle-aged one, or an old one. Listening does not help one with this thing, because, as I am saying, each one is feeling themselves as having been an old one, a middle-aged one, a younger one, a young one, all their living. And when they, an old one, talk about themselves as a young one, it is a description of an old one having been a young one, not a realizing of being a young one, and so on and so on. And so each one is in themselves in feeling, one having been in all living a young one, or an older one, or a middle-aged one, or an old one. I did used to find this very perplexing, this difficulty each one has of realizing whole being, having been going on being in anyone, in themselves inside them. It is a very useful thing that always in living there are some being young ones, some being older ones, some being middle-aged ones, some being older ones, so that one can always be certain that not anyone has been living without all the being in them having been going on being as being a young one, an older one, a middle-aged one, an old one. As I was saying, listening is not helping anyone very much with this thing. Knowing oneself inside one is not helping one very much with this thing. Talking about being having been in one is not helping one very much with this thing. Knowing family living is helping some with this thing. Having little ways in moments inside one in feeling, in doing something perhaps, is helping something with this thing. Mostly not anything is really helping one doing this thing, realizing the whole being having been, going on, going to be going on in anyone. So then I am not thinking about doing this thing. I am thinking about telling about being in men and in women. I am thinking about telling about talking and listening that some men and some women are doing, that mostly everyone is or was or will be doing. I am thinking then about telling about knowing being in men and in women. I am thinking then about listening and talking, being, going to be being, having been being in some men, in some women. David Hersland was interested in dying, in loving, in talking, in listening, in ways of eating, in ways of being going on being in living. He came to be a dead one when he was coming to the beginning of the middle of his middle living. This will be now a complete description of the being in him, and the living he was having in being one being living. He was one interested in ways of eating, in loving, in ways of being going on being living, in dying, in listening, in talking. He was one living in needing to be certain always, and that always every day in his living, that he was understanding that living was a thing that he wanted then to be doing, that he was then realizing as being, as beginning, or as going to be beginning, or as going to be ending. He was one certainly interested all his living in listening, in talking, in loving, in dying, in going on living, in ways of going on being living. He was one certainly all his living interested in talking. He was one certainly all his living interested in listening. He was one certainly all his living very much interested in talking. He was certainly all his living very much interested in listening. This will then be soon a description of talking, of ways of being one interested very much in talking, of ways of listening, of being one very much interested in listening. I can certainly say that David Hersland was certainly very much interested in listening, in ways of being one being listening. I can certainly say that David Hersland was one very much interested in talking, in kinds of talking, that kinds in men and women are doing. In kinds of talking men and women doing any talking are doing. He was one then certainly interested in talking, certainly interested in listening. He was one in his living certainly doing listening. He was one in his living certainly doing talking. This then will be then soon now some description of talking being done by men and women, of listening being done by men and women, and then there will be some description of David Hersland, and certainly he was, in his living, doing some talking, doing some listening. He certainly was all his living interested in talking, interested in listening, interested in his being one talking, interested in his being one listening, interested in ways of talking in men and in women, interested in ways of listening in men and in women, interested in his own way of talking, interested in his own way of listening. He was one then certainly all his living very much interested in men and women being ones doing talking, being ones doing listening. As I was saying, he was one interested in living, interested in dying, in loving, in talking, in listening, in ways of going on being in living. He was one certainly interested in ways of going on being living, of going on being in living. He was one certainly interested in being one going on being living, in going on being in being living. He certainly was interested in everyone's being one going on being living. He was then certainly one interested in anyone's going on being living. He was certainly interested in ways of going on being living, ways of going on being in being living. He was one, as I was saying, interested in talking, in listening, in dying, in going on being living, in going on being in being living, in loving. He was one certainly interested in dying, in listening, in talking, in going on being in being living, in loving. He was one then certainly interested in being one wanting to be certain each moment in being living that he was wanting to be one then being living. As I was saying, he was very much an interested one in realizing ways of being one going on being living, in listening, in talking, in ways of eating, in loving, some in going to be beginning, some in ending, in dying, some in going to be ending. He was then in living mostly an interested one. He was in living then almost mostly an interested one. He was then in living one being an interested one, in ways of being one going on being living. In his being one going on being living. In dying, in loving, in ways of being one eating to be going on being living. In his way of eating something. In his way of eating for being one going on being in living. He was, as I was saying, in being living, one interested in ways of being one being talking, in ways of being one being listening. He was, as I was saying, one being one pretty nearly completely interested in being one being living, in anyone's being one being living. As I was saying, he was one pretty nearly completely interested in living, being, existing. He was one, as I am saying, pretty nearly completely interested in this thing. He was one, as I am saying, all his living, pretty nearly completely interested in this thing. He was then, as I am saying, pretty nearly all his living interested in his being one, being living. As I am saying, he was all his living pretty nearly completely interested in his being one, being going on, being living. He was one then, as I am saying, one almost completely interested in being one, being living. He was then, as I am saying, mostly all his living, one being almost completely interested in his being one, being living. He was all his living interested in loving, in dying, in ways of going on being living, in talking, in listening, in ways of eating. He was one almost completely interested in being one, being living. He was one all his living interested in ways of eating, ways of being one going on being in living, in listening, in talking, in dying, in loving. He was one mostly all his living almost completely interested in his being one going on being living. I am now beginning a description of being having been in David Hersland. The being, the living in him, the talking and listening he was doing in living, the ways he was eating, loving in him, dying in him, going on being living in him, when he was one, going on being living in living. I am now beginning a description of David Hersland, and I will give one description after another description of the being in him, and the living in him, and the talking he did in living, and the listening he did in living, and the loving he did in living, and the going on being living he did in living, and the dying he did when he was being living. And I will give one description, and then another description, and then another description, and then another description. And then I will give another description and another description of the being in him, and the talking he did in living, and the listening he did in living, and the things that were interesting to him in listening and in talking that anyone was then doing, and the dying he was doing in being in living, and the going on being in living that he was doing in being in living, and the loving he was doing in being in living, and the ways of eating that were interesting to him while he was being in living. As I was saying, he was mostly all his living almost completely interested in being one, being living. He was mostly all his living almost completely interested in anyone being living. He was mostly all his living completely interested in someone being one, being living, in some being living. He was, as I was saying, interested all his living in anyone being one going on being in being living. He was then one certainly interested in talking, in listening, in dying, in loving, in ways of going on living, in ways of eating. He was certainly then one mostly all his living, almost completely interested in his being one, being living. He was certainly one interested in some being one's going on being living. I will now be telling about David Hersland being one of Hersland family living, having Hersland family living as living for him, having Gossel's half-country, half-city living as a way of having living in him. I will now be telling about living, being in David Hersland, when he was quite a little one, when he was a bigger one, when he was as big one as he ever was in being one, being living. I will now be telling about being in him, and I will tell, of course, a good deal about the being in him. Naturally, I will tell a great deal about living and being in David Hersland. He was living in Gossels, in a part of Gossels where not any rich people were living. He was living the Herslands half-country, half-city living. He was living the half-country, half-city living of the men and women and children living in that part of Gossels where the Herslands were living. He was living the living he was naturally living from the being he had as being in him. This is to be now some description of him. This is to be now, of course, very much history of him. This will be naturally a description, some description, many descriptions, of very many men and very many women. This will be then very much description of David Hersland, of being, of living, of dying, of listening, of talking, of going on being living, of going on being in living, of ways of eating. David Hersland was all his younger and young living in Gossels, and he was knowing then the Hersland family and anyone knowing the Hersland family then. And he was knowing everyone living in the part of Gossels he was living in, mostly everyone, and he was knowing some others too then. He was talking some then and listening some then. Certainly, he was listening some then and talking some then. I have already told something about his being one listening some then, about his having been one talking some then. David Hersland would have liked it very well all his living to like every kind there is of women. He would have liked very well to have had this in him all his living. He would have liked all of his living to feel beauty in any kind there is of women. He would have liked it very well to feel in him beauty being in each one in all women. He would have liked very well in every bit of being living to be feeling each woman a beautiful thing to be being in living. He certainly would have liked very well all his living to be finding every woman, every kind of woman, a beautiful one in being loving. This is to be then a history of living being in David Hersland, of loving, listening, talking, going on being living, dying, ways of feeling going on being living in him. He is then one I am going to be now beginning describing. He would have liked it very well to be having all his living, each woman ever living, to be a beautiful one to him. He wanted it then that all his living, every woman he could come to be knowing, should be to him, would be for him, a beautiful one. He wanted this thing all his living. He wanted always that any woman, that every woman, was a beautiful woman to him, was a beautiful woman being a woman being living. He was then one certainly being interested all his living in dying, loving, ways of eating, ways of going on being in living, talking and listening. He was one then all his living, one certainly almost being one completely interested in being one being living. This is to be now a history of living, being and having been in some men and some women. David was one being, then being one almost completely interested in being living from the beginning of his being one being living. As I have been saying, this is to be now a description of his being one being living. I am beginning now this description of him, a description of all living being in him, of all the being in him. I am realizing being in some men, men succeeding completely in living. I will tell sometime about some of them. Some men are very active in being living. Some men are not so very active in being living. Some men and some women are very active in being living. Some men and some women are not very active in being living. Some men are very active in being living and are succeeding very well in being living. Some men are very active in being living and are not succeeding very well in being living. Some men and some women are succeeding very well in being living. Some men and some women are not succeeding very well in being living. Some men and some women have being very actively in them and are succeeding very well in being living, and are not very convincing to some knowing them all their living. Some men and some women have being very actively in them and are succeeding very well in being living and are convincing to very many knowing them all their living. I certainly will try to tell all I am realizing of being in men and women. I will try sometime to tell all I am realizing of being in some, having being very actively in them and succeeding completely well in being in living, and being convincing to many knowing them all their living, of being in some, having being actively in them, and being one succeeding completely in living, and being convincing as being really interesting to some knowing them all their living, of being in some, having being actively in them, and being one succeeding, astonishingly succeeding, and being convincingly interesting to some, and being not convincingly interesting to some, and being some not convincingly interesting to some. I can try to tell all I am realizing about being in men and in women. I can try to realize completely all being in each one. I am trying to be realizing all being in each one. I am quarreling with some. I am hurting some. I am winning with some. I am beginning with some. I am being hurt by some. I am neglecting some. I am wanting some. I am forgetting some. I am happy with some. I am kissing some. I have been telling some I did not know that that one was feeling that thing, and that one was telling me then that that one did not know I was feeling that thing. I certainly did have resentment against someone. I certainly did not like what someone did when I was doing something. I am trying to be realizing being. I can try to do this thing. This is to be now a complete description of all the being I ever have been realizing as being in David Hersland, and very many he knew, and ones who knew him. This then is to be a description. This then is to be a history of him and of some whom he knew, of some who knew him. This then is to be a history of all of him and of some whom he knew, of all of him and of some who knew him. He began living, and this is to be now a little description of that beginning. He went on being living, and this is to be then a description of that thing. He still went on living, and this is then to be a description of that thing. He came to be a dead one, and this will be then a description of that thing. He began being living, and this is to be now some description of this thing. I am troubled with men and with women. I am troubled by men and by women. I am troubled that each one is experiencing each thing they are experiencing the way each one is experiencing each thing. I do not want that anyone should experience anything any way but the way each one is experiencing that thing. I certainly do not want it that anyone should experience anything in any way that that one is not experiencing a thing. No, I do not want anything to be at all a different thing in the way each one is experiencing each thing. No, I do not want anything to be different in experiencing than it is in each one. I certainly do not. I may, but I doubt it. I certainly do not. I am certain of this thing. I certainly do not want anyone to be experiencing anything in a different way than the way they have it in them to experience that thing. I am troubled, as I was saying, with each one being one experiencing the way each one is experiencing. I am troubled by each one experiencing the way each one is experiencing each thing. I am troubled. I say I am very much troubled by each one being that one experiencing each thing as that one is experiencing that thing. I certainly am very much troubled with this thing. Each one is experiencing each thing in the way that one is experiencing each thing. I certainly do not at all want that each one should not be experiencing each thing the way that one is experiencing that thing. Some say I do want each one to be experiencing differently from the way each one is experiencing each thing. I may, but I doubt this thing. I certainly am certain that I do not want that each one is experiencing each thing differently from the way each one is experiencing each thing. So then I want it that each one is experiencing each thing the way each one is experiencing each thing. I certainly do not want it that each one is experiencing each thing in a way each one is not experiencing each thing. I am, as I am saying, troubled with each one experiencing each thing the way each one is experiencing each thing. I certainly am troubled by each one being experiencing each thing the way each one is experiencing each thing. Some are not succeeding in living. Some are succeeding in living. Some are feeling someone to be one succeeding in living. Some are not feeling that one to be one succeeding in living. Some are ones being certain that sometime something will be working in a different way from the way that thing is now working. Some are certain that everything will be working differently from the way everything is now working. Some, as I am saying, are understanding something one way. Some, as I am saying, are understanding something another way. Some are beginning with understanding. Some are ending with understanding. Some are realizing experiencing in someone when that other one has done something. Some are realizing experiencing in someone when that someone has commenced doing something. Some are realizing experiencing in someone when someone has completely done something. Some are realizing experiencing in each one while each one is doing being experiencing. I certainly am very troubled by each one being one experiencing each thing they are experiencing. I said there are very many men and very many women always being living. I said there are very many men and very many women experiencing each thing they are each one experiencing. I said there are very many men and very many women always. There certainly are very many men and very many women always living. David Hersland knew very many being living while he was one being living. He knew some when he was a little one, an older one beginning being in middle living. He certainly did know quite a number who were being living while he was being living. He knew some of them longer than he did other ones. He talked more to some than he did to other ones. He forgot some more than he did other ones. He listened to some more than he did to other ones. He liked some better than he did other ones. He loved some more than he did other ones. He was liked more by some than he was by other ones. He was remembered more by some than he was by other ones. He knew then a good many who were living when he was living. There were a very great many who were living when he was living. He knew some who were living when he was living. There were some whom he knew all his living. There were some whom he knew a very short time in his living. I certainly will be trying to tell about each one ever having been, going to be, being living. I certainly will now tell about each one David Hersland was knowing and about each one who knew him. I certainly am now trying to be beginning telling about each one David Hersland knew in his living, about each one who in his living knew him. I certainly am now trying to be beginning to tell about David Hersland being living. I certainly am going to be trying to tell about David Hersland being living, about each one he knew when he was being living, about each one who, while he was being living, knew him. Many women have it in them to be sometimes loving someone. Many of such of them have it in them then to be laying their hand on that one, to be feeling inside in them then, and out from them, the way anyone being one, having feeling of being someone, directing any living, is feeling. Being someone, giving something, is feeling. Being someone receiving something is feeling. Being someone many might be finding it necessary to be respectfully addressing is feeling. Being someone who is an important one by reason of being one being born to be in living is feeling. This feeling in the one having that feeling is mostly a very nice thing to that one having that feeling. It is sometimes a very nice thing to the one loving that one. It is sometimes not at all a nice thing to someone loving that one. It is sometimes a nice thing to some, seeing that one having that feeling. It is to some seeing one having that way of feeling a very funny thing. To some, a very unpleasant thing. To some, a serious thing. To some, a curious thing. However, it is certain that very many women, having feeling in them of loving someone, have then a feeling of being someone, having it in them, to be important to everyone, as being one, having been born to be living. They are then acting that way in being one loving someone. As I am saying, some have one feeling about such a thing. Some have another feeling about such a thing. Some have a feeling of being impressed by any woman having such a feeling of being one being important by being one having been born to be living, in being in living. Being important as being one being born and being living. Very many women, as I am saying, are sometimes loving some man. And as I am saying, some of such of them have it then in them to have of their kind of them the feeling and the manner then of being one, having it in them to be one directing living. Very many women are sometimes loving some man. And as I am saying, some of such of them have it then in them to have of their kind of them the feeling and the manner then of being one, having it in them to be one being important by reason of having been one being born to being in living. As I am saying, very many women are sometimes loving some man. And as I am saying, some of such of them have it then in them to have of their kind of them the feeling and the manner then of being one, having it in them to be important to everyone because of being existing. And that is enough as it is to anyone in any position where they are, and not anybody in any way can move them. Anyway, very many women having loving in them are having then the feeling and the acting of being ones, being born important ones to anyone. As I am saying, each one having this feeling is acting then the way their kind of them is naturally acting, having such a feeling. As I am saying, some feel one way, some feel another way in feeling, seeing some woman having such a feeling. David Hersland, as I was saying, was one having it that each woman, having loving in them, had on him some effect to make of him in some way one submitting to that one. He was then one, in a way, doing very much submitting. Some liked this in him. Some did not like this in him. Some found him one very unpleasant in being one being living. Some found him very attracting in being one being living. Anyhow, this is to be now a complete history of him, and this time I am certain to be beginning with his beginning being one being in living. Some come to be a dead one before they come to be a middle-aged one. Some come to be a dead one before they come to be an old one. Some come to be a dead one before they come to be the ending of the beginning of their middle living. David Hersland came to be a dead one before he came to be at the ending of the beginning of his middle living. End of section 47, read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, July 23, 2024. Section 48 of The Making of Americans by Gertrude Stein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 48. Quite a number come to be dead ones before they come to be old ones. Quite a number come to be dead ones before they come to be middle-aged ones. Quite a number come to be dead ones before they come to the beginning of coming to be a middle-aged one. Some then really come to be dead ones before they come to the ending of the beginning of their middle living. Some of these might have been succeeding in living if they had gone on being living. Some of these might have been not succeeding in living if they had gone on then being living. Some then come to be quite really dead ones before the ending of the beginning of their middle living. Some do not come to be dead ones before the ending of their beginning middle living. Quite a number do not come to being dead ones before the ending of the beginning of their middle living. David Hersland, as I was saying, came to be a dead one before he came to be at the ending of his beginning being in his middle living. David Hersland might have been one succeeding if he had gone on being living. David Hersland might have been one not succeeding if he had gone on being living. So then, certainly some men, some women, come to be really dead ones before the ending of the beginning of their middle living. Certainly quite a number of men and quite a number of women come to be dead before they come to be at the ending of the beginning of their middle living. Some, as I was saying of these, if they had gone on being living, would have been succeeding well enough in living. Some of these, as I was saying, would certainly not have been succeeding very well in being living. David Hersland, as I said of him, was one who came to be one being dead before he came to be one beginning being in the middle of his middle living. He was one, as I have said of him, who might have been one succeeding in living if he had been one going on being living. He might have been one failing in living if he had been one going on being living. Some who have come to be dead ones before they have come to the beginning of the middle of their middle living would certainly have been succeeding if they had been ones going on being living. Some who come to be dead ones before the beginning of the middle of their living would have been really failing if they had gone on being living. I am going now to be telling about being and living being in David Hersland, from his beginning being in living to his coming to be one not being any longer being living. I cannot tell to anyone how completely very many come to be dying and quite dead ones before they come to the beginning of the middle of their middle living. I am telling to myself that I am certain of this thing. I am telling that some of these would have been succeeding in living if they had been ones not coming to be dead ones before the beginning of the middle of their middle living. I'm also telling that some of these would have been failing in living if they had been ones going on being living to the ending of their middle living, if they had been ones going on to being old ones in being living. As I am certainly saying, David Hersland was one coming to be a dead one before the ending of the beginning of his middle living. This is now to be a complete history of being and living in him. Not anyone could be certain all their living that any other one is completely living their living. Almost not anyone can be certain that any other one is completely living the living of that one. Mostly not anyone is believing all their living that any other one is completely living the living of that one. Mostly everyone is believing that someone could be completely living all the living of that one. Some to themselves inside them are believing they are completely living the living of them. Some to themselves inside them are not believing that they are completely living the living of them. Mostly not anyone is believing of any other one that that one is completely living the living of them. Some are believing that someone is completely living the living of that one. Some could be believing that someone is completely living the being in him. Some could be believing that someone is completely living the being in her. Some could not be believing that anyone could be completely living the living in that one. Mostly not anyone is really believing that any other one is completely living their living. Some are believing that some are living completely the living in them. Very many are not believing anything about this thing. Mostly everyone is believing something about this thing. So then, very many are always being living. There are some certainly believing that someone can be completely living the living in them. Some are certainly believing that everyone can be completely living the living in them. Certainly some are certain that some are realizing meaning in being one completely living their living. Certainly some are certain that everyone can be realizing the meaning in being one completely living their living. Some are certain that perhaps someone can be realizing the meaning of being one, being completely living in their living. Certainly, some are certain that certainly not anyone can be realizing any meaning in one living completely all their living. Certainly then each one is himself, each one is herself, certainly. Certainly then each one is himself, each one is herself, certainly then each one is that one in being one, being living. Some are certain that each one could be one, being certain of something. Some are certain that some could be ones, being certain of something. Some are not at all certain about anyone being certain of anything. Some are quite certain about everyone being certain about one thing. Some are quite certain that everyone is certain about the same thing. Some are not at all certain about everyone being certain about the same thing. Some are thinking that sometime they might come to have come to be certain that everyone is certain about the same thing. There are very many quite certain that everyone can be certain about the same thing. There are very many quite certain that everyone is certain about the same thing. There are many quite certain that not everyone is certain about the same thing. There are some certainly certain that each one is certain of something. There are certainly some quite certain that very many are not certain of even one thing. There are certainly some quite certain that some are not ever certain of any one thing. There are some who are not certain about anyone being certain of anything. There are certainly very many certain that everyone is certain of the same thing. There are certainly very many certain that everyone can be certain of the same thing. There are certainly some that are certain that not everyone can be certain about the same thing. There are certainly some who are certain that each one is certain of something. There are certainly some that are certain that not each one is certain of something. There are some that are coming to be certain of something about everyone being or not being certain. There are some not coming to be certain about each one being or not being certain about something. There are some saying something and saying it again and again. There are some saying something and not saying it again and again. There are some saying one thing and then saying another thing. There are some saying one thing and then saying another and then saying another thing. There are some saying one thing and saying it again, and then saying another thing and saying it again and again and again. Mostly everyone is more or less always saying something. Mostly everyone is sometimes saying something. Mostly everyone is quite often saying something. Sometimes one is saying something and another one is saying the same thing. Sometimes one is saying something and another one is not then saying that thing. Sometimes one is saying something and another one is saying that thing and then is saying another thing. This is very often happening. Very many then are always being living. Mostly everyone is more or less saying something quite often, and mostly everyone is more or less hearing that someone is saying something. This is to be now a complete description of David Hersland before his beginning being in living. And sometime there will be some description about some thinking about his being, about his not being one living completely his living. I said of him that he came to be one not any longer being living before he came to be at the end of the beginning of his middle living. This will be now a beginning of description of being and living in him. In beginning his living, David Hersland was, of course, a very little one, and he was then quite interesting to some. In beginning his living, he was, of course, not remembering anything, and there were some who later remembered about him then. In beginning his living, he was, of course, completely a very small one. He was beginning living, and he was then going on in being living, and he then went on being in living, and he was then not such a very little one. He was then in being one beginning, being in living, a very little one. Then he was going on being in living, and always more and more then he was coming to be not such a very little one. He was in beginning being living a completely small one. As I was saying, he was a younger one. He came to be living after Martha and after Alfred Hersland had each of them been some time living. Mr. Hersland had always intended to have 3 children, and as I was saying, there had been 2, and these 2 had not gone on being living, and so David Hersland came to be living, and some time later, in some way, he heard this thing when he was still quite a young one. And he had it in him then to be certain that being living is a very queer thing, he being one being living, and yet it was only because 2 others had not been ones going on being living. It was to him then that he was certain then that being living was a queer thing. As I said of him, in a way, he was needing it, that every moment he was one being living, by realizing then that he was one needing then being one being living. He was, in a way then, as I was saying, needing to be certain that he realized in him every minute in being living, needing being living. He certainly was one for some time going on being living. He went on for some time being one going on being living. As I was saying, he could have it in him to be feeling that it was a very queer thing to be one being living. He was one that could be realizing very much and very often that he was needing being one being living. He was one needing to be understanding every minute in being living what meaning there was to him in his needing to be to him one being living. He certainly then could have it in him to be going on being living. He certainly could have it in him to feel it to be a queer thing to be one being living. He was one then, as I was saying, who was a very little one in beginning living, as mostly everyone must be in being one beginning being living. He was then one beginning being living. He was then a very small one. He was the youngest of the 3 Hersland children. He was quite pleasant to the Hersland family then. All his living he was not unpleasant to any one of them, the Hersland family. This is to be now quite a complete history of him. One man has one kind of way of feeling something that is existing. Something is an object being existing. It can be anything, any kind of a thing. One man sees it as a thing having solidly being existing. This man has it that he realizes a thing having solidly being existing. He does not realize that a thing has character, making it a particular thing. He does not realize that it has expression, its way of telling anyone that it is that kind of thing. He does realize it as having existence in relation to other things being existing. That is to say, he does realize that other things are at the same time solidly existing, and each thing has to have its room for being existing. And so for each one to have this solid existing makes a relation being between things being existing. This is one man having realization of anything. Another one has it that he has it to be realizing completely the character of each thing, anything, has it to be realizing completely the way each thing would be telling the character it has in being living by repeating if each thing could be expressing the character of that thing to anyone. This one has that thing so that each thing is existing, not by description, by really being in having completely character in being existing. This one has then a realizing, a complete realizing of each thing being in relation to any other thing. This one has completely the realization of this thing. This one has some sense of a thing, of each thing, being solidly existing, but not so much as this one is needing to make this one be a slow one in growing realization. There is another one, and this is the one that is different from these two. This one has realization of a thing having solid existing. This one has realization of character in each thing. This one has realization of relation existing between everything, so that each thing is existing at the same time as every other thing is existing. And this one has emotion in him about each one of three things he is realizing about each thing. This is another kind of a one. There are some who realize it of each thing that it is a pretty thing. There are some that realize it of each thing that it is an ugly thing. There are some who realize it of each thing that it is a funny thing. There are some who realize it of each thing that it is a tender thing. There are some who realize it of each thing that it has a pretty color. There are some who realize it of each thing that it has a pretty shape. There are some who realize it of each thing that it has a meaning. There are some who realize it of each thing that it is a queer thing. There are some that realize it of each thing that it is an unpleasant thing. There are some who realize it of each thing that it would be pretty if it were in a garden. There are some who realize it of each thing that it would be a nice thing if it were in a room with simple furnishing. There are some who realize it of each thing that it is a thing, a nice thing, when it is in a room which is not a very light one. There are some realizing that each thing is part of a story anyone can be telling about anything. There are some that are realizing each thing is a nice thing if it is exciting to love that thing. In a way, then, everyone has it in them to feel something about things being in being existing. Now, I am telling about another one. This one has a gift of expression, of expressing something, and that is a beautiful thing. That is to say, the means of expressing something in this one is a beautiful thing. And this one is one wanting to be expressing the existence, the character of anything. Now, this one has complete emotions about the means this one has for expressing anything. This one certainly has not any emotion about anything that is being existing. This one has not a realization of something being solidly existing. This one has not a realization of the character of anything, of the way anything could be experiencing being existing. This one has not any realization of anything being in relation to any other thing. And this is a natural thing when one is realizing the being in this one. This one is needing being one, realizing anything as existing, so that this one can be having something to be using his beautiful means of expression on. So then, this one has a practical realization of everything being existing. These then are some ways of being one's realizing anything. I will not now tell about other ones. I will not tell now about other ones. David Hersland, as I was saying, was one wanting it that he should be one realizing every minute what there was in life to be a thing going on being doing. He was one doing this thing in all of his living, from the beginning of being one being living to the end of his being one being living. That is to say, from his being in the middle of his beginning being living to the ending of the beginning of the middle of being living. As I was saying, the last one I have been just describing was one needing to be certain that things are existing so that he could be using his beautiful means of expression. There are some having not such beautiful means of expression who are needing for their means of expression that they have as being, are needing realizing that things are existing, are practically needing this thing. There are some, and these are a different kind, in whom the means of expression is the thing really existing, and these are to themselves not needing it, that they have a practical need of realizing things being existing. I cannot tell enough about everyone, certainly not. Then there are very many realizing objects not as being existing, but as being acting one in relation to another one. This is very common. For very many of such of them, things are really being existing. For very many of such of them, things being existing is only a practical thing so that they can be in relation. They are not really being existing. They are acting for themselves, for some other one, toward themselves, toward some other thing. But now I am getting empty of realizing, and so I will not now be saying any more about anyone, not completely empty of realizing, but emptier than I have been. David Hersland was then certainly for himself almost completely, for some other ones completely, for some quite some interesting. He was then one being completely interesting to some, almost completely interesting to himself as being one being existing, quite interesting to very many. He was, in short, one quite interesting in being one being living to very many, and a little, some to almost every one knowing him. This is certainly now to be a history of him, of his being one being living, and being to quite some quite interesting. So then each one has a kind of way of feeling everything being existing. And this is to be now a complete history of David Hersland knowing everything he knew in being one being living, and of everything anyone he came to know, knowing anything, came to know in being living. Certainly now I will begin again. Very many are talking, very many are listening. David Hersland certainly in being one being living was one being one talking, was being one listening. Certainly he was one beginning, being one being talking, being one being listening, quite from the beginning of the middle of his beginning, being one being existing in being living. He was one then certainly all his living, being one being listening, being one being talking. He was interesting to quite a number in being one being listening. He was interesting to quite a number in being one being talking. Quite a number were interesting to him as being one's being listening. Quite a number were interesting to him as being one's being talking. He was one, as I was saying, who was wanting to be needing it that every woman was to him a beautiful one in being living. This was in him from the ending of the middle of his beginning living to the ending of the beginning of his middle living. And then he was one not any longer being living. Certainly, wanting to be needing that every woman was a beautiful thing in being one being living was in him in the beginning of his being in his middle living. This is to be now a description of being in him and of living in him in the beginning of his being one being living. Two knowing each other all their living might tell each other sometime what each one of them thought the other one had been, thought the other one would be doing in being living. Two, having known each other very well in their living, might tell each other what each one thought really about the other. Two, knowing each other very well in living, might be doing this thing. Two, knowing each other very well in living, might know each one what that one thought of the other one. Two, knowing each other very well in living, might be thinking that they were knowing what the other one knew about each other one. Two, knowing each other very well in living, might be knowing what each one thought about each other one. Two, knowing each other very well in living, might be thinking they are knowing what each one is thinking about being and about living in the other one. Two knowing each other very well in being living might be thinking they are not knowing what the other one is thinking about the other one. Two knowing each other very well in living might be telling each one of them to someone what they are thinking of the other one. Two knowing each other very well in living might not be telling anyone what they are, each one of them, thinking about the other one. Two knowing each other very well in living, one of them might be telling the other one sometime what that one was thinking of the other one. Two knowing each other in living, one might be telling someone sometimes what that one thought of the other one. Two knowing each other very well in living, one of them might be sometime telling someone what that one had often been thinking about being, about living in the other one. Two knowing each other very well in living, one of them might sometime tell someone what that one had come to think about the being and the living in the other one. So then, very often, there are two living, knowing each other very well in living. Some of such of them, then, are certain that they are knowing what the other one thinks of that one. Some are not certain that they are knowing what the other one thinks of that one. Some are knowing what the other one thinks of that one. Some are not knowing what the other one thinks of being and living in that one. Some are often wondering what the other one is thinking of being and living in that one. Some are never at all wondering about what the other one is thinking about that one. To some, it would be a pleasant thing to know certainly what the other one is thinking about that one. To some, it would not be at all a pleasant thing to know certainly what the other one is thinking about being and about living in that one. Some sometime talk to someone about what the other one is thinking about being and living being in that one. Some sometimes talk to the other one about what the other one is thinking about being and living being in either of them, in one of them. Some are talking to everyone they are knowing about what the other one is thinking about being and living being in that one. Some are, for a very long time, having a feeling of being one, knowing about thinking about being and living in both of them, in both of them. Two of them, sometimes, for a very long time, have a quite certain feeling about knowing, about thinking about being and living in both of them, in the two of them. Certainly there are very often in living, being two of them knowing each other certainly very well in being living. Certainly very often one of them has a feeling of knowing or not knowing what the other one is thinking about the being and living in that one. David Hersland, as I was saying, was one being interested in his being one being living. He was one being interested in quite a number of other ones being living. Some are not interested in one's being living. David Hersland was interested in one's being living. He was one, as I was saying, almost completely interested in being one being living. He was one, as I was saying, to himself almost one being completely, almost being completely living. He was one interested in some being one's being living. He was one, in a way, interested in every one he came to be knowing, in anyone who came to know him. He was one, as I was saying, interested in his being one being living, almost completely interested in being living. He was one almost completely living. This is to be now some description of his being a quite young one in living. They talked in different ways about different things. Some talked in some way about something, then talked in another way about something. Some talked in some way about something, then talked in another way about another thing. Some talked in the same way about a good many things. Mostly everyone talked a good deal about something. Mostly everyone talked a good deal about a number of things. Mostly all his living, David Hersland talked a good deal about something. Mostly all his living, he talked a good deal about a good many things. He liked it certainly, so mostly everyone was saying sometime about him, to do a good deal of talking, in a way to himself and to very many knowing he did not like doing a good deal of talking. Anyway, he certainly did considerable talking, while he was one being in living. As I was saying, he came to be a dead one at the end of the beginning of his middle living. To some, this was a very sad thing. To some, this was a sad enough thing. In a way, to some, it was not at all an interesting thing. To some, it was for quite a very long time a very interesting thing. Some found it then a very interesting thing to be wondering whether he would have been one having been succeeding in living if he had been one being living a reasonably long time. Some certainly thought this to be an exceedingly interesting question. As I was saying, the Herslands lived where a good many other people were living when David Hersland was a young one, was beginning being in living. As I was saying, each one he was then knowing talked some about something, talked some about a good many things. David Hersland then talked some about something, talked then some about a good many things. He was then one talking and listening, and so was everybody else doing that thing, those he was seeing then. He was living in Hersland family living then. He was living in that part of Gossel's living then, where the Hersland family were living then. This is to be now some description of living he was doing then, and the living some other ones were doing then in their daily living. Someone, and that one is quite reasonably an observing one, is seeing someone sitting, and that one is to very many looking an interesting enough one. And then that one, the one that is reasonably observing, says of this one, the one sitting and being interesting to quite a number who were looking that way just then, that this one is certainly quite entirely a stupid one. That one can tell that by observing that one, and knowing so that that one is not at all really an interesting thing. This one then tells about that one, the one sitting, and it is certainly true what the one telling is telling about that one. It is quite a good description, and it is pleasantly, then, an astonishing thing to be certain that the one describing the other one from observation is extraordinarily of the same quality, and having the same history in being living as the one that one has been describing, and quite correctly describing as one not interesting in being living, and one at whom very many are quite a good deal looking. This kind of thing happening was the interesting thing in some being living to David Hersland in almost any part of his being in living. As I was saying of him, he certainly was one wanting to be needing that every woman ever living should be a beautiful thing to him in his feeling. David Hersland was one certainly enjoying some kind of things that were happening. He certainly very often was enjoying things having been happening. This is to be now a quite complete history of him from his beginning to his ending. He was playing some when he was a young one. He was believing some things then, pretty nearly believing some things then, reading some then, talking some then, listening some then, eating a good deal sometimes then, deciding some things then when not anybody had asked him to decide a thing, being listened to some then when he was deciding something then, liking it pretty nearly entirely then that some were listening while he was deciding something then, pretty nearly entirely liking it that he was one being going on being living then. He knew a good many then, a good many in a way knew him then. He was living in Hersland family living then. He was living inside him to himself some then. He was living half country, half city living then. He was almost living the living of many he was knowing then in his daily living. He certainly was almost then completely liking being one going on being living. He talked a good deal all his living, as I was saying. He certainly a good deal did not talk in all of his living. He listened some, that is certain. He talked some, that is quite certain. He was one going on being in living until he was at the end of the beginning of his middle living, and then he came to dying, and then he was a dead one. In his beginning living, he was doing different things in his daily living. This is to be now a description of living and of being in him. One who knew David Hersland a long time in living was one certainly living, so that that one later in the living of that one should certainly be one certainly not marrying a certain one. This one might be loving that one. This one certainly was one living in being living, so that certainly that one to that one was one certainly one never going to be marrying a certain one. Very many knowing of this one, knowing this one a little, would be saying that this one was certainly sometimes going to be marrying a certain one. Not anyone really knowing this one ever did any thinking about this one going to be marrying that certain one. It was not a thing to anyone really knowing this one, needing any thinking. It was a thing that everybody knowing this one took as being of course certain that this one would never be marrying that certain one. Certainly everybody knowing very well the two of them were certain that each of them were certain that that one never would be marrying the other one. This one, then, married that certain one. Now, did this one have it that this one had not been knowing that everyone knowing this one very well was very simply certain that that one would not be marrying a certain one? Or did this one have it that this one was knowing this thing? Did this one have it that once this one was knowing that thing, and when this one came to be one going to be marrying the certain one, was not knowing this thing? It certainly was to everyone a simply inevitable thing that this one would never be marrying a certain one. This one certainly married that certain one. Everyone, really knowing this one, never came to knowing whether it had perhaps not ever been an inevitable thing to that one was not ever to be marrying that certain one. Not anyone knowing this one ever came to know that for this one it had been an inevitable thing that this one was not ever to marry that certain one. To some knowing this thing, it was a puzzling thing. And then it was to them that that one had married that certain one, and they knew them very well in their married living. To some it was not a puzzling thing. They were not ever thinking then, when this one had been once married to that certain one, they were not ever thinking about that one ever having been going to be married to anyone, to that certain one. To some it was not a puzzling thing. It was a thing like something having been a lost thing that never had been a thing anyone had found before it was lost. To some it was a thing that was not puzzling at all, and yet was different from what everyone knowing anything was certain could be happening. To some of such of them, it was not at all a puzzling thing. To some, it was a thing that was like being a dead one, and certainly perhaps one being a dead one is not knowing it then that that one is then being a dead one. To mostly not anyone was it at all exasperating. To mostly not anyone was it really exciting that that one had married a certain one, and it had been to everyone knowing them a simply inevitable thing that that one would not ever marry that certain one. So then that one had married that certain one. Certainly everyone knowing either one of them very well had been simply certain, like being certain of being one being living, that that one would not ever be marrying that certain one. In a way, as I say, when that one then married that certain one, it was not to very many of those having been simply certain, exciting. It was to very many of those having been simply certain that this one would not marry that certain one, not puzzling. It was not to anyone knowing them and having been simply certain at all exasperating. It was not to all of them who had been completely certain that that one would not ever marry that certain one, when that one married that certain one, really exciting. And this was a strange thing to be in David Hersland, in being one, being living. This one, as I am saying, was one knowing David Hersland very well in living. This one was one David Hersland knew very well almost all his living. David Hersland was one having it, as I was saying, that he was one wanting to be having it, that he was completely needing to be certain every minute in being living, of having it, that he was realizing that there was being a reason in being living, so that he could be one going on being living. He was one, as I was saying, certainly needing every moment in his living to be one needing to be reasoning, to be realizing that he was one to be one going on being living. As I was saying, he knew very well the one that came to marry a certain one, when he had been completely quite certain that that one would not be marrying a certain one. And it was not to him completely exciting. It was not to him completely interesting that this one had then married that certain one, and that not he, not anyone that he knew then, whether that one had or had not ever been completely certain, that one could certainly not ever marry that certain one. As I was saying, David Hersland knew this one very well. This one knew David Hersland very well. As I was saying, this thing was not then, when it had suddenly happened, and it happened certainly quite suddenly. It was not then to David Hersland completely interesting. It was not then to David Hersland completely exciting. This, that it was not then or ever later than then, a completely interesting thing, a completely exciting thing to David Hersland, is certainly a curious thing. David Hersland is one I am now beginning describing. I certainly will tell a good deal of everything I know about living and about being in him. It is a nice thing to some that someone is certain that everyone would be thankful perhaps to him, certainly at any rate thankful, just thankful if they could be having it completely shown to them what way they could be living, so that living could have a meaning to everyone, when everyone had come to be thankful for understanding living having such a meaning. There are very many certainly being certain that everybody could be thankful if everybody could be thankful. Some are quite certain that anybody could be thankful if everybody could be thankful. Some are quite certain that someone is really certain that everyone could be thankful if everyone were really coming to be ones, being thankful ones. Very many, then, are quite certain that each one could be wanting what every one could be wanting. Very many, then, are quite certain that certainly everyone could be wanting what each one could be wanting. Mostly, a good many are saying that someone who is certain that everyone could be wanting what everyone could be wanting is a very nice one. Each one is certainly being living. Each is one certainly being sometime a dead one. Does each one being living need it to be perhaps liking that thing? Does each one being living need it to be sometime wanting something? Does each one coming to be a dead one need it to have it that he could be wanting what everyone else perhaps could have been wanting? Does each one who has come to be a dead one know then that he is a dead one? Does anyone, having come to be a dead one, know then that he is a really, truly dead one? Certainly, a very great many are very certain that they are thinking that each one is or could be wanting a certain kind of meaning in being one being living. And then someone is not then being such a one. And is it then really completely puzzling, completely exciting, completely interesting to anyone that someone could not be wanting what everyone certainly is realizing everybody could be wanting? I will certainly now commence telling a good deal. That is, as much of a good deal as I will be telling of being in very many being living. Many men and many women are being living, have been, will be being living. I will now tell a good deal that is, I will tell all I will be telling about being in men and women, in some men and in some women. I shall now just be repeating that I certainly am knowing there is being in men and in women, being living. I will just repeat this now again and again and again, and then I can be certain enough of this thing to be leaving it without being then looking at it. And so then I can leave it, and it will be then keeping going, and I can go ahead and be fooling and mixing up everything in telling about being in David Hersland. And this I hope sometime to be doing, but not this evening. No, certainly not this evening. No, certainly not now, when I am looking to be just repeating that being is in men and in women who are being living. Some are not very much interested in their being living in living, and they are a little interested in this thing. They are going on being and living, and they are not very much interested in their being living in living. And they are a little interested in this thing in being one, being living in living. Some of these are then going on being living in living. And they are not then very much interested in this thing. And they are a little interested in this thing. Some of such of them are going on being in living. And they keep on going on being and living, and they are not much interested in this. And they are a little interested in this thing. Quite a number of such of them are keeping on being ones being living, and they are not, some of such of them, ever very much interested in this thing, and they are a little interested in this thing. Some of them are going on being living, and they are certainly not ever very much interested in this thing, and they certainly are a little interested in this thing. David Hersland was one being living in living, and certainly he was one almost completely interested in being one being in living. This is to be now certainly some description of this in him. This is certainly to be now some description of being, of not being very much, of being a little, of being almost completely interested in being one being in living. David Hersland was one being living to the ending of his beginning being in middle living. I am realizing that being is in men and in women being living. I can now be not repeating this thing. I can now go on and go on and go on a little more then, and a good deal more then, about David Hersland and about his knowing some, and about some knowing him. David was a young one, and knowing a good many then, and some were knowing him then. He was doing things then every day with himself, with someone else, with other ones, and he was then being one being a young one in being living. He was knowing then quite a number of ones being living, and some were knowing him then. He liked it then being living. He always almost completely liked it being living. He was then a young one being living, and he knew some then who were being living then, and some knew him then. He was then a quite young one. Some are wondering about other ones, about how they have enough money to support them. It is a very mysterious thing sometimes to someone about living coming to be paid for by someone. Some find it quite a strange thing that someone was not doing anything, and that one is doing something, and that one is knowing then how to do that thing, and someone is paying that one for doing that thing. To some, it is an astonishing thing that anyone can be doing anything, so that someone can be paying them something for that thing. To some, it is not at all an astonishing thing that someone is knowing how to be doing something, so that someone is paying that one something for doing that thing. To some, as I say, being one being earning a living is a thing that is astonishing. To some, being one earning a living is a thing that is not at all in any kind of a way astonishing. Those living in Gossels, as I was saying, in the part of Gossels where the Herslands were living, were ones living in small houses, as I was saying, and some knew about how some made money to be ones going on being living, and some did not know this about some of them, how they were earning money, so as to be ones able to be going on being living. Some, as I was saying, were doing something, and anybody looking could be seeing them doing that thing, and could be seeing someone, some paying them to be doing that thing. Some were not doing things that everyone could be seeing them be doing. Some were not doing anything that anyone could see would be a thing anyone would be paying them anything to be doing. In a way, certainly, some of them were not making money so as to be ones going on being living. Certainly some of them were not to themselves, to anyone, making money enough for any such a thing, for any going on being living. Sometimes it was a puzzling thing about some family living in some house then, in that part of Gossels where the Herslands were living, about who it was that was in that house living. Sometimes not anyone that said anything really knew anything about that thing. It was confusing, and then mostly not anyone was really confused by that thing. David Hersland, all his living, knew quite a number who were being living then, and quite a number who were being living knew him then. He knew quite a number who were being living. He knew quite a number when he was a young one. Some knew him then. As I was saying, all his living, he knew quite a number who were living while he was one being living. Certainly some he was knowing were doing something, and someone was paying them something for that thing. Certainly some he was knowing were doing something, and not anyone really was paying them anything for the thing they were doing. Certainly there were some he was knowing who were really not doing very much any one thing, and some of these had money then, and some of these did not have money then. Mostly all his living, David Hersland would have liked it very well to be knowing it about each one, what they were doing, what they had been doing, what they would be doing to be earning money, to be ones going on being living. This was all his living a thing that was quite interesting to David Hersland, knowing this thing about each one he was ever knowing. Sometimes about someone, such a thing was very confusing. Sometimes about someone he was knowing and living. Sometimes he was confused about this thing about someone. Sometimes he was not confused about this thing about that one. Sometimes he was not listening enough to someone to be really understanding this thing about someone, how that one was having money enough to be one going on being living. Sometimes he was listening very much to someone, and he listened to everyone knowing that one, and it was not confusing about that one, but he never could find out about that one, about the money that one had to be one going on being living. Always, all his living, this was to him an interesting enough thing about each one he was knowing, what money they had, and how they had that money for daily living. As I was saying, all his living, he knew a good many who were then living. As I was saying, all his living, a good many knew him. As I was saying, when he was in his beginning living, he knew a good many who were living then. As I was saying, when he was in his beginning living, a good number knew him then. He was then, as I was saying, living in the part of Gossels where the Hersland family were living then, and the Hersland family were living on a 10-acre place then, and there were very many living in that part of Gossels where the Herslands were living then. And these were living in small houses, and, as I was saying, David Hersland knew them. He knew a number of people then. Some knew him then. I will be telling something now about being in him, and knowing other ones being in him, and other ones knowing him being in him. I will tell now about his being one, beginning being living. Mostly everyone at different parts in their living, when they are very little ones, when they are a little bigger ones, when they are not any longer very young ones, when they are quite not very young ones, when they are ones beginning being in their middle living, when they are ones being in their middle living, when they are ones ending being in their middle living, when they are ones coming to be growing old ones, when they are ones come to be old ones, have a feeling about someone having angry feeling in them, have some feeling about anyone that has for them angry feeling in them. Mostly everyone has some feeling about angry feeling being in someone, about angry feeling being inside them, about angry feeling in anyone. Some have, all their living, about the same feeling about someone having angry feeling, about having angry feeling themselves inside them, about anyone having angry feeling in them. Some have a very different feeling about angry feeling being in someone, about angry feeling being in anyone, about angry feeling being inside in them in different parts of their being in living. Some are certainly changing in their feeling about angry feeling being in anyone, about angry feeling being in someone, about angry feeling being inside in them as they are going on being living. I am telling now about angry feeling being in someone, about angry feeling being in anyone, about angry feeling in one, inside that one, to that one. And I am saying that some are changing while they are being living about their feeling about each one of these ways of being, and some are not changing in their way of feeling about angry feeling being in anyone, in someone, in some, in themselves, inside them. And some are changing very much in their living about angry feeling, and some are not changing very much in their feeling about angry feeling, and some are changing one way, and some are changing another way. Each one of the Hersland family could have angry feeling in them. Some of them were changing in being living about angry feeling being inside them, about angry feeling being in some other one, about angry feeling being in someone, about angry feeling being in some, and some of these were not changing much in their living, in their being living, in feeling about angry feeling being inside them, being in someone, being in anyone, being in some. They were all of them changing somewhat in their living, in their feeling about angry feeling. Some of them were changing very much while they went on being living about angry feeling being in them, being in some other one, being in anyone. Certainly, some of them were changing very much in their feeling about angry feeling being in them, being in some, being in anyone. Some of them were certainly hardly at all changing. Not very much changing in their feeling about angry feeling all the time that they were living. End of section 48, read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, July 25th, 2024. Section 49 of The Making of Americans by Gertrude Stein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 49. There were very many living there in that part of Gossels where the Herslands were living, and some knew them, and some knew some of them, and some knew of some one of them, how that one had angry feeling in that one, and some of the Hersland family knew of some of those who lived near them, how they had angry feeling in them. Some of these who knew the Hersland family then, knew some of the Hersland family then, did not know how those of the Hersland family they knew then had angry feeling in them. Each one of the Hersland family knew some of those living near them without knowing of them how they had angry feeling in them. Each one of the Hersland family could have some angry feeling sometimes in them. Each one of the Hersland family did have sometimes some angry feeling in them. David Hersland knew something about angry feeling in him and in each one of the Hersland family who could have angry feeling. That is to say, he knew something about angry feeling being in each one of the family of the then Hersland family. Mostly each one of the Hersland family knew something about the way each one, each other one, all of them, could have angry feeling in them. As I was saying, some of them changed in their living about angry feeling being inside them, inside any other one, inside all of them, And some, as I was saying, some of them did not change very much in their feeling about angry feeling being in any one of them, in all of them, in them. Mostly everyone then is having some feeling about angry feeling all their living. This can be then certainly some description of angry feeling being in men and in women in all parts of their being living, and in all kinds in men and in women. Mostly everyone then certainly has some feeling of being sometime an angry one, has some feeling of some other one being sometime an angry one. Mostly a good many have some feeling about angry feeling being existing in themselves and in other ones. Some are liking angry feeling being in them. Some are certainly not liking angry feeling being in them or having been in them. Some are certainly liking angry feeling having been in them. But this is not now to me an important thing, the liking angry feeling inside in one, the not liking angry feeling inside in one. It is now an important thing to me that certainly mostly everyone has angry feeling in him sometime, and mostly everyone has some feeling about angry feeling being in him, being in some other one, being in anyone, and that some are changing very much in their feeling about angry feeling in themselves, in some other one, in any other one, while they are being in living, and some are hardly at all changing in their feeling about angry feeling in themselves, in anyone, while they are being living. Some, knowing some in that part of Gossels where the Herslands were living, knew about the way angry feeling was in them, when it was in them, and some did not know this thing about some they were knowing then. Each one certainly in the Hersland family then could have angry feeling sometimes in them. Each one of them did have sometimes angry feeling in them. Some, knowing some of them, knew of them how they had angry feeling. Some, knowing some of them, did not know how they had angry feeling in them. Some, knowing some of them, knew how one of them had angry feeling, but not how the others of them had angry feeling. Some of the Hersland family were certainly changing very much in their feeling about angry feeling being in anyone from the beginning to the ending of their being living. Some of them certainly changed some in their feeling about angry feeling being in anyone from the beginning of their being living to their ending. Each one of them certainly changed some about this. That is a natural enough thing when anyone is passing from being a very little young one through to a bigger older one, to a middle living one, to an older one, to an old one, to a very old one. David Hersland, in his being living, certainly was changing very much in his feeling about angry feeling in anyone. That is certainly a very natural thing. Each one of the Hersland family could have angry feeling in them. Some knew how each one of them had angry feeling in them. Some did not know how each one of them had angry feeling in them. Some did not know, and then they did know about angry feeling in them in each one of them. Each one of the Hersland family certainly had their own way of having angry feeling in them. Certainly each one knew something about how each one of them had angry feeling in them when they had it in them. The Hersland family had not very much angry feeling in them for anyone to be noticing. They had some angry feeling in them sometimes, each one of them, for someone to be noticing. Some had angry feeling more often in them than others of them. David Hersland had angry feeling in him once in a while, not very often. Alfred Hersland had angry feeling in him once in a while, not so very often. This is to be now a history of David Hersland. Some are wanting to be needing in their living to have someone have some angry feeling. Some are needing it in their living to have someone have some angry feeling. Some are needing angry feeling being existing. Some are wanting to be needing angry feeling being existing. David Hersland was one sometime in his living wanting to be needing having angry feeling being existing. He was sometime in his living needing angry feeling to be existing. He was sometime in his living not wanting any angry feeling to be existing. He was sometime in his living completely wanting not angry feeling being existing. He was sometime in his living having an angry feeling about angry feeling being existing. He was, sometime in his living, completely needing having angry feeling really being existing. He was one wanting sometime in his living that not any angry feeling should be existing. Some are needing angry feeling being in someone existing. Some are needing angry feeling being inside them being existing. Some are wanting to be needing angry feeling being in some existing. Some are wanting to be needing angry feeling being sometimes existing inside them. Some are wanting to be needing that angry feeling be not existing in anyone, not in themselves inside them. Some are having angry feeling, and they are never certain whether they are needing, whether they are not needing that thing. Some are having someone having angry feeling, and they are not certain whether they are liking, whether they are not liking that thing. Some are having angry feeling inside them, and they are not certain whether they are liking, whether they are not liking that thing. Some are having angry feeling, someone having angry feeling, and they are not certain whether they are needing or whether they are not needing that thing. Certainly very many are sometimes having angry feeling in them. Certainly very many are having others having angry feeling for them. Certainly very many are having someone having angry feeling for them. Certainly very many are having, some often having, angry feeling against them. Certainly very many have some to have angry feeling about them. Certainly a very great many have someone having angry feeling about them, have someone having angry feeling against them, have someone having angry feeling with them. To some, it is extraordinary that anyone having angry feeling can then come to be convincing. Some having angry feeling come then to be convincing about something to someone. Some came to be very convincing to David Hersland when they had angry feeling in them sometime in his living. Some did not come to be convincing to him about anything when they had angry feeling in them. Sometimes in his living, not anyone having angry feeling was convincing to him about anything. Sometimes in his living, almost anyone having angry feeling in them were convincing to him then about something they were saying then. Certainly for some time while he was being living, someone was mostly always convincing about something when that one, were angry ones, was an angry one. Certainly very many living are changing in their feeling about anyone being an angry one, about someone being an angry one, about they themselves, that one, being an angry one. Some certainly are very different in different times in their living, in their feeling, about angry feeling being existing. Some are not changing very much in the time of their being living in their feeling about angry feeling being existing. Each one certainly has in them their own way of feeling, of changing in feeling about angry feeling being existing. Very many come to know in being living quite a number who are then existing. Some come to know of some they are then knowing how they have angry feeling in them. Some do not come to know of very many they are knowing how they have angry feeling in them. Some come to know of quite a number they are knowing how they have angry feeling in them. Alfred Hersland came to know of some he was knowing how they come to have angry feeling in them. David Hersland came in some way to know of quite a number he came to know in being living how they came to have angry feeling, what they do when they have angry feeling. As I was saying, sometimes when he was living, he was one wanting to be needing that not anyone was having angry feeling. As I was saying, sometimes in his living he was needing to be one going on being living with any meaning in that thing, that not anyone having angry feeling in being and living, that not any angry feeling was being existing. Sometimes in his being living he was wanting to be needing that there was angry feeling, quite a good deal of angry feeling existing. Sometimes while he was living, as I was saying of him, he was quite needing that angry feeling was really existing. As I was saying, he was in his living one changing about one's having angry feeling, being one's being convincing about something. This is to be in a way a history of him and of everyone that he ever knew, and of everyone who ever came to know him or of him. Some have different feeling about each one having angry feeling. Some, when they are young ones, have different feeling about each one having angry feeling. Some have a feeling about one having angry feeling, and that one has angry feeling, and that one can do anything, having angry feeling. And mostly that one does not do anything when that one is having that angry feeling. And someone, being then a young one, has it in that one then to be completely certain that that one is wanting to be needing that not angry feeling be existing. That one then, the one being then a young one, has it in that one that anyone having angry feeling is one not convincing anyone of anything, certainly not convincing anyone of anything, certainly quite completely not convincing anyone of anything. Angry feeling, then, is to that one, when one that one is knowing, who could be doing anything in having angry feeling, and mostly is not doing anything in having angry feeling, is having angry feeling. Angry feeling is to that one, when one that one is knowing is having angry feeling. Angry feeling, then, is to that one something that one is certainly wanting to be needing to have not ever existing. Certainly to that one, then, not anyone having angry feeling could be convincing about anything. That is one way of having feeling in someone, in someone when that one is a young one, in some when they are young ones, in some when they are older ones, in some only when they are young ones, in some only when a certain one is having angry feeling, in some when anyone is having angry feeling, in some when everyone is having angry feeling, about angry feeling being existing. So then certainly some, when they are young ones, are feeling about someone, one who could be doing anything when having angry feeling, and who sometimes is doing something when having angry feeling, and sometimes is not doing anything when having angry feeling, are feeling about angry feeling when angry feeling is in that someone, that they are certainly wanting to be needing that not any angry feeling ever is existing. That certainly not anyone could be convincing to anyone who was one ever having, ever going to be having angry feeling. As I am saying, some have such feeling about angry feeling when they are young ones, when angry feeling is in a certain one. Some, as I was saying, are having such feeling when they are older ones, when angry feeling is in a certain one. Some have such feeling, as I am saying, about angry feeling when they are young ones, when angry feeling is in some. Some, as I am saying, have such feeling about angry feeling when they are older ones, when angry feeling is in some. Some, as I am saying, when they are young, have such feeling when angry feeling is in anyone. Some, when they are older, as I am now saying, have such feeling about angry feeling when angry feeling is in anyone. Some, as I am now saying, when they are older ones, have such feeling about angry feeling being existing. Some are ones having such feeling about angry feeling being existing when they are young ones in being living. Alfred Hersland had such feeling about someone having angry feeling when he, Alfred, was not a young one, not yet an older one. He had not such a feeling about anyone having angry feeling when he was a young one, when he was an older one. David Hersland had such feeling about someone having angry feeling when he was a young one. He had it then not so much in him when he was beginning being an older one. He had it again in him when he was going on a little being an older one. He had it in him then some about everyone, about anyone having angry feeling. He did not have it in him, not really in him, not at all wanting having it in him at all, when he was going on still more being an older one. He had it a little in him then. He was not wanting it at all then to be in him for him to be one going on being living. He certainly did not want it then to be in him. He did not have it then in him for his living, for his being one being living. Some he knew when he was living were ones having such feeling when he was knowing them. Some he knew in his living had been sometime having such feeling about angry feeling. Some whom he knew in his living would certainly be having such feeling about angry feeling. Some who knew him when he was being living, when he was not having it to be needing such feeling, thought that he was having such feeling about angry feeling. Some thought then he was wanting to be needing such feeling about angry feeling when he was not wanting to be needing such feeling. He knew very many while he was one being living. I am saying again, quite a number knew him while he was being living. I am saying again, some felt one way of feeling about angry feeling in him. Other ones felt other ways of feeling about angry feeling in him. I will slowly be describing everyone feeling about angry feeling in him, about his feeling about angry feeling in him. I will be describing his feeling about angry feeling being in him, about angry feeling being in anyone, about angry feeling being in some. He certainly did very often a good deal of talking, a good deal of listening about angry feeling being existing. Angry feeling was very often quite interesting to him. In someone, in some to someone sometime, sometimes, to some sometimes, all the time of their being living, to someone, sometimes all the time of that one being living, there is not anything to convince of anything. Sometimes such a one who not in any way has power of doing anything when that one is being an angry one, who certainly is not convincing about anything in being one being living, that is, to someone, has it to have it to give that one, that someone angry feeling of being one not then able to be doing anything, to be expressing any angry feeling, to be completely then filled up with furious angry feeling, to be then only completely doing smiling. Some then, being in family living with some other one, some then are existing and living, and then someone has it to have because of that one being something, doing something, completely furious angry feeling, completely not doing anything, to be to them telling anything to anyone that that one is having completely furious angry feeling, completely smiling, and the one that is making the one have this in that one, this completely furious feeling, this completely not doing anything to be showing anyone that that one is having completely furious angry feeling, this completely smiling, is one not having it to be able to be doing anything in any way to that one that is then having completely furious feeling, not convincing that one, not pleasing that one, not injuring that one, not in any way to that one or in any way for that one, meaning anything to anyone in being one being living. Certainly this can be in some being living, this way of being one having angry feeling. This certainly, when some are coming to the ending of the middle of their young living, comes to be in them very often. Some have it in them some all of their living. Some have it in them some in the beginning of the middle of their young living. Some of them have it in them some at the ending of their young living. Some have it in them some to the beginning of the middle of their middle living. Some, but mostly not so very many, have it in them some all their living. Quite a number certainly do have it some all their living. This then, this way of having angry feeling come to be in them. This way of having angry feeling in them. Quite a number certainly of women, quite a number certainly of men. Certainly David Hersland could have it in him, to have this in him, when he was in the beginning of the middle of his being in his young living. He could have it in him until almost the ending of his young living. It is certainly not completely certain that he could not have it in him any time in his being one being living, which was to the ending of the beginning of his middle living. He was not knowing much about this being in anyone when he was one being in young living, any such a way of having angry feeling. He could come to be certain in him that such a way of having angry feeling is not at all uncommon. He certainly sometime came to be certain of this thing, that very many have it, had it, could have it in them, to have this way of having angry feeling come to be in them, be in them. Very many do not come to have angry feeling come to be in them, be in them. Very many do have it sometime, to have angry feeling coming to be in this way in them, be in this way in them. Very many do not, very many certainly, very many sometime do come to have angry feeling come in this way to be in them, do have angry feeling in some such way in them then. Certainly each one has their own way of having angry feeling in them. Certainly some having angry feeling come to be in them from someone not having it to have it from being one being and living, having any way of being one acting to affect them, to convince them, have it then to have angry feeling in the way they're kind of them, in the way that one has angry feeling. Each one certainly has angry feeling the way it is natural for that one to have angry feeling in that one. That is mostly everyone. Some do not have it completely to have angry feeling in them the way it is natural to have angry feeling in them. But this is another thing. Certainly mostly everyone has more or less completely in them, when they have angry feeling in them, their way of having angry feeling in them. I have just now been telling about David Hersland. I have been just telling about David Hersland and about Alfred Hersland. And I will tell more about angry feeling being in women, being in men, being sometime in everyone having ever angry feeling in them, about anyone having angry feeling, about some having angry feeling. Angry feeling again and again is in each one, being in any family living, being in any living. This is pretty nearly certain. Angry feeling again and again is in one being in a family, being in any living. Angry feeling again and again is in one in different ways in one being in any living, being in any family living, mostly each one being in any family living, mostly each one being in any living, is having to have in that one again and again angry feeling from each one that one is knowing in the family living, from each one that one is knowing in any living. Perhaps it is certain that not everyone is having angry feeling in that one from each one they are knowing in any living. Perhaps it is certain that each one in any family living is having again and again the same kind of angry feeling from each one being with that one in that family living. Perhaps this is really certain. Perhaps it is certain that each one has from each one being doing something, the same kind of angry feeling again and again. Perhaps it is really certain that almost everyone has a different way of having angry feeling with each one that one is knowing, and perhaps it is quite certain that mostly everyone has that way of feeling angry feeling from someone being in living, from someone doing something again and again. It is perhaps almost completely certain that each one being in some family living is having some angry feeling about each one in that family living, and about each one in a certain kind of way of having angry feeling, and in each way of having some angry feeling, having it again and again. Perhaps not everyone is having a different way of having angry feeling with different ones in their living. Perhaps some are not having angry feeling in some way again and again. Some are having pretty nearly completely angry feeling again and again. Some are not having completely angry feeling again and again. Some are not having anywhere nearly completely angry feeling again and again. Some are having quite completely angry feeling again and again. Some are having angry feeling. Mostly everyone is having some angry feeling. Some are knowing something about this thing. Some are not knowing anything about this thing. Some are knowing very much about this thing. Some are remembering what they have been knowing about this thing. Some are needing to be forgetting everything they were ever knowing about this thing. Some are wanting to be needing to be remembering what they could be knowing about this thing. Each one certainly has their own way of feeling about angry feeling being in them, having been in them, going to be in them. Each one has their own way of knowing, has their own way of not knowing about angry feeling having been, going to be, being in them. Each one has it to be remembering about angry feeling. Each one has it to be not remembering about angry feeling, in their own way, each one of them. Certainly, each one has their own way of remembering and forgetting angry feeling, being, having been, going to be in them. Each one certainly has their own way of remembering and forgetting, knowing about angry feeling, having been, being, going to be in them. Each one certainly has their own way of feeling, of thinking, of remembering, of forgetting about angry feeling, having been, being in them, going to be being in them. Mostly, each is one in some way liking, in some way not liking, having angry feeling, having been, being, going to be being in them. Some are almost not at all liking having had, going to be having angry feeling. Some are almost completely liking having angry feeling. Some are almost completely liking having had angry feeling. Some are almost completely liking going to be having angry feeling. Some are certainly liking some ways of having angry feeling in them. Some are certainly not liking other ways of having angry feeling in them, some other way of having angry feeling. Some are liking that some are knowing they are having angry feeling. Some are sometimes liking that some are knowing they are having angry feeling. Each one has angry feeling in different parts in that one being living. Each one has angry feeling from someone, from some, that one is knowing in being living. Some are almost quite certain that not anyone is knowing they are having angry feeling when they themselves are knowing they are having angry feeling. Some are quite certain that very many are quite certain that they are having angry feeling, and they themselves are quite certain that they are not at all having angry feeling. Sometimes then, these have been having angry feeling. Sometimes then, these have not been having angry feeling. Sometimes others have not been thinking these were having angry feeling when these were thinking those others were thinking that thing. Sometimes others have been thinking these were having angry feeling when these were thinking those others were thinking that thing. Some then have angry feeling about each one they are knowing and are having it again and again. Some are certainly having it again and again from each one being with them in family living, and for each one are having a certain kind of angry feeling and are certainly having it again and again. Each one has then the angry feeling in them of their kind of them, of their being one, being living. There are different ways of having angry feeling in different ones who are having it that one being with them in family living, being with them in some living, is one not having it to have it that one can be doing anything to the one then having angry feeling, but is one doing something, being something that is certainly the reason why the one having angry feeling just then is just then having angry feeling in that one. Certainly, there are in this way of having it happen that angry feeling is in some, different ways of having angry feeling in the one having then angry feeling. As I am saying, some certainly are then needing to be wanting not to have it, that they themselves, that anyone, is certain that they are having then angry feeling. Certainly some are needing, when such angry feeling is in them, are needing it that not any other one is knowing that they are having angry feeling inside them. Some are certainly then, when they are having such angry feeling in them, are certainly then needing to be certain themselves then inside them that they are then having angry feeling in them. Some are needing, certainly needing, when they are having such angry feeling in them, are certainly needing that someone, some other one, is knowing it then, that they are having then such angry feeling in them. Some are ones, when they are having such angry feeling in them, are ones wanting to be needing that some other one is knowing it of them, that they are then having such angry feeling in them. Some are ones wanting to be needing it, that not anyone ever can be knowing that they are ones having such angry feeling in them. Some having such angry feeling are ones wanting to be needing it, that they are ones not then knowing it, that they have inside them any such angry feeling. Some having such angry feeling in them are ones needing to be wanting then, and always in them, about such angry feeling in them, that they are not knowing it inside them, that they are having in them such a way of having in them angry feeling. then there are ones certainly not ever being ones ever remembering having been having in any such a way angry feeling. Then there are some certainly needing that they are wanting that not anyone should ever be remembering anything about anyone ever having any such a way of having angry feeling. Then there are some certainly very well remembering that they are ones having been having such an angry feeling. And some of these then are ones really needing that not anyone, that they not themselves inside them, are ever mentioning that they have been having any such a way of having angry feeling in them. And there are some of this kind of them that can never be listening when anyone is mentioning such a way of having angry feeling. And there are some of such of them who are certainly not hearing when anyone in any way is mentioning such a way of having angry feeling, of such angry feeling having been sometime in that one. Certainly to very many having such angry feeling in them, it is a thing they are mostly not at all liking. Certainly some, quite some, having it in them to have such angry feeling in them, are in some ways needing it, to be wanting it to be in them. Some are in some way coming to be liking it to be inside in them, such a way of having angry feeling in them. Some are in some way coming to be liking it inside in them, such a way of having angry feeling in them. Some are almost completely liking it, having such a way of having angry feeling in them, some of those having angry feeling in them from someone not being one in any way doing anything to that one, in any way able to be doing anything to that one, but being one, being in the family living, being one, being in some living of that one, and being one, being then in being living, being one, doing something in being living. Certainly, Alfred Hersland was one, being in the family living of David Hersland. Certainly, there were very many in the living of David Hersland, sometimes in David Hersland being one, being living. Certainly, some of these were sometimes ones making it that David Hersland had in him angry feeling. And these then were then ones not being ones able in any way to be doing anything in the living of David Hersland, he being one, being then, being living. Alfred Hersland was one, certainly one, when David Hersland was in the beginning of the middle of his young living. One not doing anything in the living David Hersland was then living. Certainly David Hersland had then angry feeling from Alfred Hersland, being one, then being living, being one then doing something. Certainly David Hersland had sometimes angry feeling in him, and this was in him, and it was in him in the middle of his young living. And this was in him because Alfred Hersland was being then one, doing some particular thing. Certainly then, sometimes Alfred Hersland was knowing that David Hersland was having angry feeling in him. Certainly sometimes when David Hersland was having angry feeling in him in this way in him, Alfred Hersland was not at all then knowing this thing. Sometimes Martha Hersland would be knowing this thing, that David Hersland was having angry feeling in him in this way in him. Mostly she was not knowing this thing. David Hersland certainly always knew it in him when he was having angry feeling in him in such a way inside him. Sometimes later he could be explaining such angry feeling when he was explaining something and Martha was listening. Sometimes he could come to be almost thinking it a funny thing to have been having any such angry feeling. He could be thinking it to be a funny thing to himself inside him. He could be sometime almost mentioning this thing to someone, that it was a funny thing to have been having angry feeling in any such way inside him. Certainly he sometimes could be mentioning this thing, that he was thinking it to be a funny thing, that he had angry feeling in any way inside him. He certainly sometime could come to be completely thinking that it was a very peculiar thing to have been having such a way of having angry feeling, to have been having sometimes inside him such a way of having angry feeling. He could be completely explaining to himself, and sometime to someone, and sometime to some, that it was a peculiar thing to have been having such angry feeling inside him. He certainly could be sometime completely explaining such angry feeling. He certainly could be completely explaining, that this was a peculiar thing, that this was quite a funny thing, having been having such angry feeling in him. He could certainly sometime be completely certain about the explanation of this thing, about this being a funny thing, to himself and to some. He was one, as I was saying, having had quite reasonably often such a way of having angry feeling in him when he was in the middle of his young living. He was one, in a way, having such a way of having angry feeling in him when he was one being in the beginning of his middle living. He was quite certainly not one having any such angry feeling in him in any such a way when he was in the ending of his young living. This is quite clear then. He had certainly a good deal of such angry feeling in him, and quite often in the middle of his young living, not any in the ending of his young living. Certainly some, and fairly often, in the beginning of his middle living. More or less, then, to the ending of his living, which was in the ending of the beginning of his middle living. He had angry feeling in such a way in him, pretty much the same way in him when he had it in him, and yet there were differences, and sometimes these differences will be coming to be showing themselves in his coming to be having it that everyone is knowing other things in him, that everyone knowing him could be certainly knowing. There are different ways of having angry feeling when someone is teaching someone something. There are different ways of having angry feeling when someone is trying to teach someone something. There are different ways of having angry feeling inside each one who is having angry feeling with someone teaching that one. One is being one someone is teaching, and that one can be certain that that is not at all a good way for that one to be teaching that one that thing. One is being one someone is teaching, and the one someone is teaching can be quite completely certain inside that one that the one that is teaching that one is one not knowing anything about that thing. That one, the one someone is teaching something, can be certain of this thing, that the one teaching that one is not teaching that one in the right way of teaching that thing, can be certain of this thing when that one is quite in the beginning of the middle of young living. Someone is one to whom someone is regularly teaching something. Someone is one whom someone is teaching. Someone is one whom someone is regularly teaching something, and that is in the middle of the young living of that one, is quite in the beginning of the middle of the young living in that one, and that one is then one in the middle of the young living of that one, and is then in the ending of the middle of the young living in that one, and is always quite certain that the one regularly teaching that one something is one not knowing anything about the thing that one is teaching. Certainly David Hersland was one not admiring any teacher, any one teacher teaching him in any fashion, until David Hersland was one at the ending of young living, at the beginning of his being in middle living, and then he certainly was admiring some who were teaching, regularly then teaching him then something. Some can be quite certain, when they are in the beginning of the middle of their young living, can be quite certain that not any one teaching them something is one knowing anything about that thing. Some of such of them are not in any way pleasant ones for those then teaching them to be teaching. Some of such of them are not at all unpleasant ones for those then teaching them to be teaching. David Hersland, as I was saying, was of such of them that I have been describing, and certainly he was not then to everyone teaching him an unpleasant one. He was certainly then not to everyone then teaching him something a pleasant one. Certainly mostly everyone in being in young living, is one being one someone is regularly teaching something. Certainly some are then quite certain to themselves inside them that not anyone teaching them then something is knowing anything really about the thing they are then teaching. Certainly some are certain of this thing to mostly everyone knowing them then. Certainly some are certain of this thing to someone knowing them then. Certainly some are needing to be wanting to be certain of this thing. Certainly some are wanting to be needing to be certain of this thing. Certainly very many are pretty nearly completely certain of this thing. Some are certainly mostly always completely certain of this thing then when they are in any part of the middle of their being in young living. David Hersland was one of such of them. He was one feeling in such fashion. He was not then admiring any one of those who was then teaching him something, who was then being a teacher for him in a regular fashion. Certainly some do not at all think about this thing, whether the one teaching them anything is knowing anything about that thing. Certainly not. They certainly are not at all thinking about this thing in any one regularly teaching them anything. Very many who are being taught something. Very many who have been taught something. When I ask something, they did not understand that question. Certainly, they can teach something. Did they or did they not answer the question I asked? Certainly not. Certainly, they did not answer that question. Certainly, they answered about a good many things. Let me know if they answered my question. Certainly, they did not answer my question, the question I asked. And I will ask a question again. They will not answer the question I will ask them to answer. When I ask something, they did not answer that question. Certainly not. Certainly, they did not answer that question. Certainly, they said something about that thing. Certainly, they did not answer my question. They answered some questions. They certainly did not answer that question, the question I asked them. I will ask them again. They certainly will say something. They will not explain that thing. I will ask about some other thing. They will not be able to explain that thing. I am certain that they cannot explain anything I ask them. Some can, when they are in the middle of their young living, in any part of the middle of their young living, can be saying such a thing to themselves inside them. Some can say such a thing to themselves inside them, in only one part of the middle of their young living. Very many do then say such a thing to themselves inside them. Very many do say such a thing to some other one. Some do say such a thing almost to the teacher teaching them. Some do say such a thing to the teacher teaching them. Some are hearing someone say such a thing. Some are listening when someone is saying such a thing. As I was saying, David Hersland was one certainly saying such a thing sometimes to himself inside him, sometimes to someone, sometime to the teacher teaching him, sometimes to the teacher teaching him. He was one saying such a thing in all of the middle of his young living. In some, saying such a thing is an important thing. Being one saying such a thing is an important thing. Certainly some who have been one saying such things are not important ones, excepting while they are saying such things to anyone. Some saying such things are needing being ones thinking about the things, such things being said by them. Some saying such things are needing to themselves inside them, being ones having been saying such things. Some are certainly, for a good deal of the time they are ones being living, are ones needing in some way, being ones saying such a thing. Different kinds of them in men and women are saying such things in the way their kind of them can say such things. Each one has their own being inside them, and each one saying such things is using the being in them for the saying of such things, is feeling with the being in them about having been, about being one, saying such things. Certainly this has close connection in very many, such things with angry feeling being in them. Certainly some are not needing that someone should be one to interfere with them by being one teaching something. They are quite certain. Certainly they can then have angry feeling, some of them. Some of them do then have angry feeling. Some of them do not then always have angry feeling. Some have then almost not at all angry feeling. They have different kinds of feeling. Some do then always have angry feeling. Some do then sometime have angry feeling. Certainly David Hersland was one not by any means always having then angry feeling, when he was thinking, when he was feeling, when he was saying such things. He very often did not then have angry feeling. He could have then the need in him to be explaining to the one teaching him what he was thinking about them. He could have it in him sometimes to be completely disregarding their being existing. He could sometimes be thinking about them and not hearing them, and they were then ones teaching him. He could be one almost completely listening, and then certainly he would be needing to be teaching them. He could be wanting them not to be a bother to him, while they were ones being ones teaching him something. He could be one almost having them being ones being not existing. And they certainly were existing then to themselves and to everyone as ones being ones teaching him something. As I was saying, he was one certainly not pleasant to those teaching him something. He was one certainly not unpleasant to those teaching him something. He was unpleasant to some, almost completely unpleasant to some. He was not quite completely pleasant to any of them. He was very nearly completely pleasant to some of them. He was one sometimes needing to be doing some other thing when someone was being one teaching him then something. This certainly could happen to him. It certainly did happen to him again and again. One was one not completely certain that each one teaching that one something was one not knowing anything about the thing that one was teaching. This one was completely certain that some, teaching that one something, were ones not knowing anything about that thing. This one was one almost completely certain about some, teaching that one something, that they were ones not knowing anything about the things they were then teaching to that one. This one, in being one being an older one, was quite certain that not anyone having been teaching that one in any regular way anything was one knowing how the teaching of that thing should have been done. This one, then, was one who in later living being in that one was certain that not any one who had been teaching that one anything knew anything about teaching that one, about teaching anyone. This one was one quite certain in his later living that teaching was something that someone should be understanding. This one, in being one being later in the living in that one, was certain then that that one was one, having it then that that one was teaching something, was having it then that that one was not one learning anything then by talking and listening, was one then certain that that one knowing how thinking can be done, and certainly that one did then know that thing, was one then certainly one to be teaching anyone, and then that one really would not then be doing teaching to that one inside in that one, as not anyone not knowing about the way of doing thinking, not realizing the way of doing thinking, would be one profiting by such teaching, and such a one would not be needing that thing, that teaching that this one could be doing. There was then such a one, and this one was then in the beginning of the ending of the middle living in that one. This one was then one certainly having angry feeling that was irritation, that was impatient feeling, while this one had been a young one, and anyone had been teaching that one something. This one was one certainly not at all pleasant to very many having been teaching this one. This one was interesting to some teaching this one. This one was quite pleasant to some teaching this one. David Hersland was not like this one. David Hersland was a different kind of a one. This one was one having it to be realizing very well the way each one doing thinking is doing thinking. This one was one not realizing very well which way anyone was experiencing anything, and the relation of doing thinking in each one doing thinking with the way each one is experiencing. This one was then one certainly having angry feeling when this one was a young one in having anyone teaching that one anything in the way anyone was then teaching that one. This one was then completely the same one in being one coming to be an older one. This one was one certainly doing thinking. This one was one certainly knowing about thinking being done by men and by women doing thinking. This one then was different from David Hersland. David Hersland was not like this one I have just been describing. David Hersland was one certainly often certain that the one that was then teaching him was one not understanding that thing. David Hersland certainly sometimes carefully explained to someone teaching him that thing. As I am saying, David Hersland was one not like the one I have been just describing. David Hersland was one certainly doing thinking. David Hersland was certainly one talking and listening. The one I have been just describing was one doing talking and listening. David Hersland was one wanting to be needing to be one teaching each one something. He was one certainly coming to be early in his middle living a dead one. He was one certainly finding it often a troublesome thing to have a governess living in the house with him as he was one to himself needing to be reading almost anything, certainly a certain thing, and sometimes a governess said something about such a thing. He could find it a pleasant thing to have a governess living in the house with him, and he did find it to be a pleasant thing, and then, again and again, it was not at all a pleasant thing, but mostly it was not to him at all a serious thing. They were not any of them really regularly teaching anything to him. End of section 49, read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, July 28, 2024.